HDMI cord hookup.
Can you just check if we're streaming on your YouTube? Yeah.
Okay. So I guess we could have done that way. Nope, that's smart. We also don't have a round table today, so we can actually move it. No, that was smart.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I just done this. I've been under the gun to figure this stuff out so many times.
Yeah, I was just like, this kind of works.
Again, that's my business also, but the job gets a break. Okay. Yeah.
Well, it's yesterday for the round table, I was like, you just talked for an hour. Do you need me to read your questions? And he said, no.
It's just on automatic mode.
It's fine.
Sometimes stuff's easier when you're on automatic mode. Did you turn the screen off?
No.
I don't think, do they come on?
Oh. Rack HDMI, rack HDMI.
All right.
And then there's a display mute. Like, let's say you're setting up and you don't want people to see your stuff, just do that.
They'll still see it on YouTube Live, but
I just let them see behind the scenes.
And it's all recorded. That's what I was watching.
Yeah, I'm like,
I'm gonna sit back today and put it up and just like do on.
I told John, so this week, in terms of coursework, it's a busy week for me, but not the week after this week, I can go in and put the little timestamps.
Well, Sarah and I were talking that I think we should skip the meeting this week anyways.
I just kind of stupid because we've done it every year the week after we skip it.
Yeah, okay. But we're like, we should make it known because we should all take a break and like not. They all came later. Yeah, which I was fine that they came later. Although they did see me cry later.
What? Oh.
I cried during my opening, and then I introduced John, and I was like, "Stop looking at me."
Are we live?
I had to leave.
I can't find the link for it. Okay.
I'm sure they had to like go over there.
That was
like,
moving. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm like, John, stop looking at me. I'm trying to say nice.
It's so hard to resolve that in your own head.
What? You're not subscribed?
Yeah.
You got me.
And I'm on this kindness kick. So it's like, you know.
Yeah, I was like really kind of worried even of like having that as my opening.
And I'm like, it's very pertinent these days.
I did put makeup on today, so I thought it would stop me from crying.
Oh yeah, because then you look like.
Yeah, I put on.
You look like the Joker.
Yeah. I'm like, hey, got yellow eyeliner on. I can't cry yellow.
You have the link?
If you just
go to
at RBA-BGSU is our YouTube channel handle. So if you just search that on the YouTube app,
or if you just research Ray Brown YouTube, Ray Brown.
Oh, it says we're live.
Cool.
Really did it.
Yep.
Cool.
Oh my god, we had 90 views yesterday. What?
Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah. And I bet you a lot of this stuff is toned down given the current political, things going on. So, any little brightness.
What's nice now that we have the channel is to just, we all research class to some extent. We could always just upload little research presentations throughout the year too.
Yeah, honestly, there's no reason that we couldn't do it right now. If people are okay with it.
Oh, live streaming or? Yeah.
Sorry.
Is that live?
Yeah, there's a delay so you can censor swears if you were to be monetized, kind of like radio.
I'm subscribed now.
Yeah. I don't think they'll ever monetize us, so it's fine.
That's kind of against the purpose, isn't it?
Yeah. But that said, though,
that seems like real Mr. B stuff right there. Yeah. It's like, let's talk about class and poor people, and we monetize all this.
Yeah.
Oh well.
We'd probably only make 2 cents.
We actually, this is my only fast charger.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, when we're talking about high capital, yeah.
This was YouTube monetization is also kind of plain.
It's just sheer luck and skill. It's luck, and then after that, marketing companies get on you, and then they're like, okay, you got started, let's keep you going. Talk to a girl.
Yeah.
FGTV, all those, you can't get a record contract or make music unless you go viral first. or acting or anything.
It's the one growth I found that works pretty successfully for people would do it into having an innate knowledge about the stock market. You go on and call yourself a financial advisor. The algorithms really makes you.
Ah,
That weird.
will
That
give you
weirdly
the
makes sense.
because you get different currencies if you have like red and like a lot of the ads are some highest thing.
and then they're like, yeah, this is a class conference page. You'll get ads that are just like, they'll charge you money.
Yeah.
Alright, it looks like you got it.
Yeah. To start the meeting yet? There's a shot.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Are you gonna work? Is this your like ongoing? Yeah. I remember that if I can't sleep over things and then it's the thing is gonna show. Yeah. So you're idiot if you're working on it. I also have that it's too much to me, so no, I've been watching you do it or something. That's good. No. That's been the some kind of can I sit down with coffee? Oh, oh, no. Companies that have good from good it's called about software, so I use something early, but I did that last time before this holiday. And with it being big action weekend, the line was so long it started. So they were out. Finally, our mom was just like, "We're done for." That was nice. Yeah,
That's good to know. So we still computer good for you guys. Yeah.
they're all going for a drink or something. Sorry, I should have there.
Tiana and I are gonna start things for stuff like better, but it's exceptionally good that we walk. That's okay with you, but
The road. It's the Genesis there. Which is what I know about.
we just wanted to go because my kids are last day. Yeah, it's close to go mid-April. I think she's in Santa now. Very nice, but while she's having it, it's just one more for you. She's already talked about having 16-hour a day nannies, so that's like the teacher and the bartender. I'm like, oh, so you just don't want to raise like so she was just going to stop watching because the thing too is when she doesn't start doing the job, so actually fun for me.
That's
So you're not going crazy once you have it.
No, I said she just likes it because like those her social like adult social socialization.
Still, she takes care of the school. So you run business. But you don't get run business and then you cry. So
the time. Eastern Pennsylvania.
which is basically the same but worse. So you really know it's permission clubs.
I was like, I love going to that journey. I was be like, local.
So elderly this manager on the way out. He was so nice.
40 years ago.
He still goes, he's just not like they also discovered my favorite thing. They still have the page I love.
You know,
But
talking about
I like
Johnson's, you know, yeah, it's like all just
But now it's a sports bar. I know they can work right now. It's not shop.
yeah.
like sport work. These are all at their angles. And they
Oh
don't
no.
they're never showing the game I want to see.
No, we're not like so we're like you're going to be on. Yeah, that's just gonna.
It's 2 bucks.
Where's she guys? Yeah. I don't know who here if the teaching could be there.
They go, it's the worst thing.
That's maybe
Like, if you want to just put it on, see the letter there. I view the docs because they want to go with. So sometimes I just. Jonathan is my favorite guitar, but it's my favorite guitar because kind of straight presenting like guy. Like,
And
me and my friend were just interested by this guitar with this one.
that story is trauma based.
Yeah, it's a theme because he's doing that thing where he's trying to get us to swing first. So
really.
And we're just like, oh, we're not anticipating this.
Just think she's on a pogo stick. Everybody knows that burrow owl isn't a crap. That's why it's called the burrow. Exactly. So let's try that.
I'll log on to Zoom at like. So
Made for you.
I'm moderating at 12, so if I log in Zoom at 11:55, is that probably enough?
Yeah.
No, I mean they're so early that I've just sat there on someone else's panel.
Yeah. So far. That's what I said. Oh, is it? You get to like play with corn.
You have it. Yeah, I mean, that's not true. That's how it goes, though. For a lot of stuff. So I'll have to get
So we're thinking of this year, so then I mean, it's hard to got them. Which are really good. Yeah, I think that's like some of them are really. I think
like
you just got Miller's at nothing. Not bad Miller. Good James. You feel like Miller's? Yeah. This. Oh, I have no idea. Okay, I just thought it was cool.
Every time you're back from the saying did it there.
Did you watch Glee? No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
Some people are flirting with that now.
yeah, there ones where characters like become tattoos and it gets better and then you spell it. So it gets changed to Is That Midler? Like a name of house surgeon.
Yeah, that's really funny.
And then cursed.
Glee was like, I know it when you go, sometimes they do a joke. It wasn't really, yeah.
So that's just exciting. I'll post up over there. Not do so much walking around.
Yes, that's a good idea.
So the upside of that, hopefully, I'm gonna be right here, the lunch table, and so there's times to do quick announcement. You're like, oh look, Josh might be here. Oh, your hoodie, t-shirt, and rifle needs. So
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
you don't have to keep the other stuff, but the car, I'll keep it here. Only found the time. It's just some in life, and you just kind of kind of sync with people sometimes. Just find your peace. Yeah. But remember, if the community is only your friends, then it's a clique. That was pro. Did you make that up?
You know?
Why?
Yes, because one got written down. Bro. Yeah.
Did you write down the word?
So I'm gonna re-edit my talk for not later.
You just came up with that? What? I'm like not surprised, but I'm just saying that.
If you say this.
It's very profound. Everybody thinks your community is like people like me. No, community is everyone. It's the people that are. We were like, it's even more amazing. Trying to reading the words on the screen. Yeah.
We should do
Yeah. Some of them are a lot of point across. I think college.
Here's a very intriguing version of what I'm doing because I'm not allowed to cry today. I'm not.
This states if my hair is 11. Yeah, right now you can show get coffee. But like I said, I gotta go. I don't know you that well.
Yes. Yeah.
Haley just told me that the light is up in the other room. It's working.
It's written in a second.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yay!
I'm sure.
It's not actually unhelpful.
I know.
But it actually makes sense.
Yeah, understood.
I have problems on purpose.
Yeah, for sure.
And I got that the last month for like $10. I remember. And I just felt that it was very fast.
Was that this year? Was that this year?
I think
I
it's
only-
all good.
I only know it this year.
Yeah. How did I actually ever give you this because you were sick?
You.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting. Do you want me to take the background of it for you? Because everyone has.
I'm so surprised. Not everyone.
Yeah, everyone.
Everyone.
But you're calling it the back, but the reality is on the front.
Right. Yeah, that's my own fault.
You're so sweet.
I didn't get anyone anything for like Christmas or holidays.
So she calls it.
Well, I thought it was a cute idea.
As the cutest.
I wanted one for me, and I just get one. That's really cool.
Okay.
So you do a deep school.
That's right. Okay. That's actually.
But your nail polish in the back.
Yes. Yeah, I think they get scratched pretty easily. It's really good. And shellac something.
Do you want to try this? You can try it like for the round table. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. How'd that go?
Right? Yeah. Everything is.
Yeah.
That's the people flying pretty good. The end of the last and it was like first markers and there's
What's the strain on this cake?
is it something with push Oh yeah, it's in my water bottle, and then are you like pulling stuff out from my nose? And yeah, just like. Hi, good morning. Like horoscope apps.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the update.
Yeah. Mine just told me to hide a love note in someone's pocket.
Oh,
So like that's quite the task to give someone.
well, I don't have pockets, but I do have a purse.
Oh, that's also why I wore pants today because I wanted pockets
Yeah.
so desperately. I'm still mad about the fake pockets. Mhm.
The other one is so you keep your own pockets.
Yeah. I, I used to know how to sew better than I currently can.
I can if there's a hole, I can close it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Like,
Well,
for some reason, when
absolutely.
yeah, for some reason I like turned 11 and I was like, I need to know how to sew and make clothes.
Yeah.
And then I just stopped.
But what I can't do is the fucking compound machine. For some reason, that is the favorite thing. It'd be easier if I followed like a tutorial. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Do you want to make an announcement about the raffle and shirts and stuff? If you want to, you can. I'm happy to do it. Cool. Would you also mind giving just like a little like welcome to the class
I'll do it if I came up here and
you
would ask me to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. In like 10 minutes
Yeah.
or whatever. Is that clock, right?
Yeah.
15 minutes.
Like 15 minutes,
I
yeah.
can't read clocks actually.
Mhm.
We'll tell you.
Mhm.
I can look at a digital clock. But when I look at that, I gotta.
So yeah, it doesn't have to be.
No.
Oh.
I have to know in my head what I'm gonna say, or else it can sound.
Oh. Mhm.
And I would tell you to see anything. What? I would still tell you to do anything. Because you're so right. It's a beautiful song.
This one is going to have to introduce everybody. Into the cannot say her first name. First name. It's really hard. Yeah. Yep.
You do a woman?
Oh, lovely. Is that? You know, I can skip there for 2 hours, like the principal, and if there's 2 minute hours, no problem. I just still have sports too. Just to get yeah. So I'm just like, some of those have specific which is it. I
Sure, no, I took that for that.
so have the, I know my notes. I'm always so working at the school. Or the name I can't say. So it's
Right, I put two. Right.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so that one. It's the army, right?
Yeah, and I do before or like I'm just like lining it up. That's supposed to finish it. And all the non certain chaos.
That's other people. And the-
I want to
I was saving it.
yes, let me form it. I mean, I guess it was all using any. It's for me.
Well, I was like, dude, I'm looking paper.
Yeah.
I will. I think by the door goes.
Oh, this is neat.
I do trust it.
It's like a gas stop, right?
Yeah.
One thing. Oh, there comes one.
Let's look like this table is a press table. Is this for the scene?
Yeah, we're I'm there. This is more just like the front organizers.
Okay.
See?
Okay. Yes, I don't know. Like, if I saw it, I'll figure it out. Oh,
What do you call it? Teddy Chaplin, Jackie Kennedy. Really, really just put a bunch of stuff together. Just sort of weird,
and there's the real color of this. Throwing that on the yes. Seems cool. Formula.
So would you guys for the first panel going out and being able to just figure it off and introduce everyone or so you bring both your people or introducing me so then how much English yeah. Yeah, just people for the first so yeah.
So for next year,
I can't say I traditionally watch some
well, I'm worried about is it psych, you know? So I just saw this thing yesterday. So, oh, it's you know, look, because it also has some yeah. And I just got it. So it's like 50 in the morning. Yeah, PM, of course, of course.
How long? I thought what people would say Yeah, we're also talking about Christmas. The first impression like this one was more If you have a picture of all this together and show it to me,
You're sitting there.
yeah.
I'll do half.
For all of them, watch it. What I swear on is and it's it.
It's one corner to all.
Maybe 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Also, it's like everything's
Yeah, everything's.
Well, yeah.
Ultimately, it's not
for a limited time.
Brady Brown's office, door right here. Right here.
See? Well, this is about the ground floor.
There's Peter Brown's Brady Brown's office right there and something.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is Corona, but no, I wish the worst skills. Yeah, I think you're right. In front of the fun fan door. Yeah, that works. Or it's just how big you realize it's more. We can make it look class contact with people. We can do it. That's
Yeah, I know.
me.
Yeah.
It doesn't, you know, it shifts me. So you're in my one cell.
Why is this?
We'll grab one.
So then we're going.
And so, if like, I'll go pick it up and I see that, you know, yeah.
And
Really?
Yeah.
Is that like in what? No, no.
So it's coming.
My wife is yeah. So I retired. I did the same thing. I think it's going to probably mom. I'm not. So it was thanks for getting down.
And Sarah said she's fine doing the introducing.
So sorry. I was gonna say, do you already for that?
Let's turn on the camera. That's here. And then Sarah, if you're ready to come up, we can hopefully get everyone to be quiet down. And I will go back to the class on. Probably unmute it. Alright. And we're going to thanks, Mike. I'm All right, good morning, everybody. So, on behalf of the Ray Brown Association, welcome to the second day of ClassCon. We are excited to bring you a full day of conference presentations. Today we have panels on television, society, Doctor Who, politics, science and technology, an open class with the Bowling Green Socialists, and we'll have a speech by our keynote speaker, Heather Angelina of the Melungeon Heritage Association. This conference was made possible by many BGSU graduate student volunteers, and I'd like to thank them so much for their help and effort, and by generous support from the School of Cultural and Critical Studies, Institute for the Study of Culture and Society, and the Department of English, and the Stoddard and O'Neill Fund. I'd like to start out today by introducing our first panel on television. We have three presenters about to bring you some interesting research and presentations on their work in television. First, we have Cenk Tan from Pamukkale University in Turkey, redefining survival, post-apocalyptic class critiques in Snowpiercer, Silo, and Fallout. We have Elena Apostolaki from the University of Cologne, Germany, presenting class capitalism and the lumpen proletariat in Sons of Anarchy, Breaking Bad, and True Detective. And then we will have the cannibal episode Misrepresenting Rural Americans in Supernatural Horror from Rory Burmeister of BTSU. Okay, so I think we're ready for our first online presenter to jump on. Okay, so we're going to have Elena start right now if you're online.
And then we'll have sync last. You'll hear the mic.
Hi, can you all hear me?
But Elena's going to be up here.
All right, so
Hi, can you hear me?
1 second, Elena.
Okay,
Yeah, there you go.
yeah, we have the volume turned up, so now we can hear you
okay,
fine.
great. Let me just share my screen. Let me just find the portion. Share. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, wait.
And let's see, just in case, I'm gonna make you a co-host, so
Okay.
it'll absolutely allow you to share your screen.
Mm, how about now?
Um, yes, now we can see it.
Okay, great. Should I turn off my video too, or is it okay that way?
Or it's up to you.
Okay, let me. It's a little bit chaotic here with all these tabs. Just let me find it. Okay. Okay. Hi. I don't know if you can see me.
I can't see you.
Okay. Hi, and welcome everybody to this panel, and thank you very much for having me here today. Um, so welcome to my presentation. Today I'm gonna be talking about class, capitalism, and the Latin proletariat in Sons of Anarchy, Breaking Bad, and True Detective. Before I begin, I should mention that I will be discussing key plot points from these three TV series. So if you haven't watched them yet and would prefer to avoid spoilers, keep that in mind as we go along. Um, yes. So Sons of Anarchy, Breaking Bad, and the second season of True Detective provide a platform for exploring socio-economic issues, particularly class struggles and the effects of capitalism on marginalized communities. This presentation examines the portrayal of class in the Lupenproletariat, a term coined by Karl Marx to describe the underclass excluded from traditional labor structures as depicted in these shows. It argues that economic instability pushes characters into criminal enterprises for survival, while applying Mikhail Bakunin's view on the Lupenproletariat to critique the failures of right-wing libertarianism, capitalism, and neoliberalism. These characters represent the paradoxical position as both victims and threats within systems of exploitation. Karl Marx identified the lumpen proletariat as a social stratum that exists outside the formal labor force, often engaging in illicit activities due to their exclusion from stable employment opportunities. In contrast, Mikhail Bakunin viewed the lumpen proletariat as a potentially revolutionary force rather than a reactionary one. Bakunin saw this marginalized class as capable of igniting revolutionary change because they had nothing to lose and were already positioned outside the structures of capitalist exploitation. However, this potential for disruption is frequently undermined by the neoliberal appropriation of libertarian and anarchist ideals, which reframe economic exclusion as an individual failing rather than a structural issue. The urban proletariat in these three TV series illustrates the contradictions within right-wing libertarian ideology. While these characters initially appear as victims of capitalism failures, they are frequently co-opted by neoliberal strategies that promote hyper-individualism and unregulated economic competition, ultimately reinforcing the very system that marginalizes them. So the first one, I'm going to be talking about the Sons of Anarchy. Sons of Anarchy follows the lives of the members of the Sam Crow Motorcycle Club, a group of working class men who find themselves effectively shut out of legitimate economic opportunities. The members of Sam Crow embody the lumber proletariat as as they turn to organized crime to sustain themselves, highlighting the ways in which economic marginalization leads to illicit survival strategies. Bakunin's revolutionary perspective is evident in Sam Crow's rejection of state authority and self regulation through their own rules and governance. However, the reliance on hierarchical structures and violent enforcement of their economic model mirrors and the failures of right wing libertarianism, where autonomy is undermined by eternal power struggles and the concentration of control among a select few. Jack Steller's declaration here, quote, I'm tired of being crushed under the weight of greedy men who believe in nothing. I have to change that, sorry, end quote, reveals his growing awareness of the exploitative forces that dictate his world, aligning his struggle with that of Lupen proletariat under neoliberal capitalism. His words reflect a profound disillusionment with the capitalist system, where power is concentrated in the hands of those who prioritize profit over principles. This sentiment resonates with Karl Marx's critique of capitalism dehumanizing effects, as well as Bakunin's view that those outside traditional labor structures like Jack's and, in this case, his MC, possess the potential to challenge the system. Yet, Jack's statement also reflects a paradox inherent in his position. While he aspires to break free from these forces, his own actions often replicate the same cycles of power and exploitation. His leadership of Sam Crow, despite his anti-establishment ethos, is still governed by economic survival, strategic alliances, and the same logic of dominance he condemns. The quote greedy men end quote he resents are not just external forces, but also exist within the outlaw world, demonstrating how even alternative economies are shaped by capitalist imperatives. His disillusionment mirrors the broader contradictions of neoliberalism, which promises autonomy yet systemically ensures dependence on its structures. Ultimately, Jack's determination to change his circumstances underscores the struggle of the Lupan proletariat, namely constantly seeking freedom, yet continually pulled back into the very system they seek to escape. Jack's reflection, quote, something happens at around 92 miles an hour, nothing else to worry about except what's right in front of you, end quote, illustrates the paradox of outlaw existence. While Jax and his club reject traditional capitalist structures, they remain ensnared by the very forces they seek to resist. Bakunin's notion that the marginalized possess revolutionary potential is reflected here as Jax seeks liberation outside conventional systems. However, his need for extreme speed as a form of detachment suggests that true autonomy remains just out of reach. The outlaw identity, much like the Lupan proletariat under capitalism, offers the illusion that independence while keeping its participants locked in cycles of violence and economic survival. And the second one is Breaking Bad with Walter White. Breaking Bad presents a different perspective on economic operation. Walter White, a middle class high school chemistry teacher, turns to methamphetamine production after being diagnosed with cancer, illustrating how even those who appear secure within the capitalist system can be quickly cast out. His descent into the drug trade places him within the Lupan proletariat as he operates outside the bounds of legitimate employment to achieve financial security. Walter's actions can be viewed through a Bakunist lens, as he initially embodies the idea of radical self-reliance and defiance against systemic oppression. However, his rejection of traditional employment structures aligns more closely with right-wing libertarian ideals that emphasize self-sufficiency without addressing structural barriers to success. In the Grey Matter episode, Walter refuses financial help from his wealthy former colleagues, choosing instead to manufacture meth as a means of securing his own financial future, an act that reflects a libertarian emphasis on personal responsibility while ignoring systemic privilege. His shift towards capital accumulation is further emphasized when he chooses to enter business with Gus Fring, an entrepreneur and major narcotics distributor, marking his transition from economic desperation to the ruthless capitalist persona of Heisenberg. In the Cornet episode, his infamous speech, quote, "I'm not in danger, I am the danger," end quote, reflects his full embrace of hyper-individualism, which ultimately leads to his moral decay. Walter's declaration, quote, "I am the danger," end quote, mirrors the logic of corporate monopolists consolidating control and eliminating competition, much like unregulated capitalism rewards dominance. Initially pushed into the Lupan proletariat by economic hardship, Walter's path diverges from its revolutionary potential. Instead, he replicates the very structure of exploitation he once opposed. This moment reveals Breaking Bad's critique on right-wing libertarianism, exposing how the myth of self-made success often leads to moral decay rather than true autonomy. And the third and final TV series is the second season of True Detective, um, which focuses on Frank Semyon, a gangster turned businessman attempting to escape his criminal past by investing in a legitimate real estate venture. Frank embodies the Lupan proletariat's struggle to achieve upward mobility within a system that ultimately refuses to accommodate them. Despite his efforts to transition into legal business, he is continuously undermined by systemic corruption and the entrenched barriers of capitalism, demonstrating how right-wing libertarian ideals of free market success, often serve as illusions rather than viable pathways to economic freedom. Frank's story serves as a critique of neoliberal capitalism's false promises. In the pilot episode, The Western Book of the Dead, Frank's plans to establish himself as a legitimate businessman are thwarted by state corruption, reinforcing the idea that economic independence remains elusive. Frank's words in the Night Finds You episode reveal this bleak reality. Code is like everything's papier-mâché, end quote. His observation reflects the illusion of stability within capitalist structures. The metaphor of papier-mâché suggests a thin, fragile layer of stability covering a hollow core, reflecting Frank's growing awareness that his empire, no matter how carefully constructed, is built on unstable ground. His despair reveals the inescapable trap of neoliberal entrapment, where those who attempt to break free are in essence fighting an unwinnable battle against an entrenched system of exploitation and corruption. Frank's downfall in the final episode, Omega Station, highlights the contradictions of right-wing libertarian ideology. Namely, while it promotes individual success, it ignores structural inequalities that keep the Lumen proletariat from achieving true economic mobility, and also indicates the idea that capitalism ultimately reabsorbs or even destroys those who try to escape its structures. And this presentation demonstrates how Sons of Anarchy, Breaking Bad, and the second season of True Detective interrogate both capitalist and right-wing libertarian ideologies through the lens of the Lupin proletariat. This series suggests that while the Lupin proletariat possesses the potential for systemic disruption, they are often assimilated by the very economic and social forces they seek to escape, whether through outlaw brotherhoods, criminal enterprises, or attempts at legitimate business, these characters find themselves bound by capitalist grip. These narratives critique contemporary socioeconomic realities, revealing the extent to which neoliberal capitalism ensures that true autonomy remains out of reach for those outside traditional economic structures. The phrase, quote, "live free or die," end quote, which appears on Walter White's license plate in Breaking Bad, reveals the tension between the promise of individual freedom and the harsh reality of a system that offers no true escape. These stories expose the false promises of capitalism and the neoliberal doctrine, which claim to offer boundless opportunities of individual success, but instead reinforce economic stratification. Ultimately, these narratives offer a powerful critique of contemporary society, forcing audiences to question whether true autonomy can be achieved within the constraints of capitalist society. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Should I?
Elena. No,
Thank you.
that was great. Thank you
Thank you.
so much. You can hear me, right?
Yeah. Should I stop like sharing my screen right now or?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we gonna have Shank next? Okay. Shank, can you hear me? Oh, he's ready to go. Okay. We can you are you muted?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, excellent.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, everyone. I wish everyone a good conference. And first of all, thank you for hosting this conference. And thank you for having me. My paper is entitled Redefining Survival. First of all, sorry, I am Cenk Tan from Pamukkale University in Turkey. And I wish everyone a good evening. Sorry, good morning for you guys. My paper is presentation is entitled Redefining Survival, Post-Apocalyptic Class Critiques in Snowpiercer, Silo, and Fallout. Three series that are quite recent, that have been recently released, which are all dystopian series, all dealing with a class struggle in a post-apocalyptic setting. So first, I would like to give a brief summary of the three series, Snowpiercer, Silo, and Fallout, all of them released recently. They're all dystopian TV series that critically engage with the themes of survival, social stratification, and ramification of human misjudgment. Snowpiercer, based on Bong Joon-ho's 2013 film and the graphic novel, originally the graphic adaptation of the French novel Le Transpersonnage, follows the remnants of humanity aboard a continuously moving train after the Earth has become uninhabitable, frozen wasteland. So Snowpiercer has lots of class divisions, which is leading to ongoing conflict. Secondly, Silo, adapted from Hugh Howey's Wool series, depicts a post-apocalyptic society living in a vast underground bunker where strict regulations and hidden truths escape fragile existence. And finally, Fallout, which is inspired and adapted from a video game franchise, presents a world devastated by nuclear war, centering on survivors navigating the irradiated ruins of civilization, contending with mutated creatures, ruthless fractions, and the remnants of pre-war power structures. So each of these series question and discuss the resilience of human communities and the persistent struggle for freedom and truth in a constrained and oppressive environment. So they are quite similar in many ways. And first, I refer in this in my paper, I refer to Raymond Williams' theory, structural feeling, which I would like to briefly touch upon. The concept of the structural feeling refers to the lived affective experience of a particular historical moment, which is not yet fully codified into formal ideology or institutionalized discourse. Williams argues that this concept captures the emergent, preconscious sensibilities and values that shape cultural production and social experience, existing in a transitional space between personal subjectivity and broader historical change. Unlike rigid ideological frameworks, the structural feeling is quite fluid. It's embodied in artistic and cultural expressions that articulate tensions and transformations within a given society. It reflects how individuals collectively experience shifts in social and economic conditions before they become formally recognized. As such, it provides a critical lens for analyzing literature, film, other cultural texts as sites where emerging social formations are registered and negotiated. Next, I also refer to Kyle Powys White's concept of settler colonial futures. Kyle Powys White argues that settler colonialism is an ongoing structure that continues to shape futurity
through extractivist logics and the assertion of settler control over indigenous lands and governance. He critiques mainstream sustainability and climate resilience initiatives for perpetuating colonial paradigms by prioritizing settler state authority while marginalizing indigenous governance and knowledge systems. At the focus of White's critique is the concept of colonial deja vu, which describes how indigenous communities experience repeated displacement and dispossession under the rhetoric of progress. He contends that settler imaginaries frame environmental crises as disruptions that justify further colonial control rather than recognizing indigenous led governance as integral to sustainability. In response, White advocates for indigenous futurisms as an alternative framework that resists settler colonial temporalities and centers indigenous leadership in climate action and environmental justice. So, Snowpiercer analyzed in this context, we could easily assert that Raymond Williams' structure of feeling and Kyle Powys White's critique of settler colonialism is quite visible and observable through the portrayal of class struggle, environmental catastrophe, and authoritarian control. Williams described the structure of feeling as emerging social tensions not yet fully articulated within dominant ideologies. In Snowpiercer, this is quite evident in the evolving revolutionary consciousness of the oppressed as they resist a rigid class hierarchy and develop new modes of resistance. White's critique of settler colonialism as an ongoing structure is reflected in the train's governance, where elite passengers monopolize resources while relegating lower class and racialized groups to subjugation. This mirrors White's argument that environmental crises often justify colonial dominance, with Snowpiercer portraying authoritarian rule as necessary for survival. And this is one of the basic aspects of all three series. All three series possess authoritarian rules, and in fact, totalitarian rules, and they all uh, send the message that this is necessary for the survival of the people. The resistance against Wilford. Wilford is the authoritarian leader in Snowpiercer, and Leighton is the prominent leader of the tailies. The tailies, the people belonging to the lower classes, challenges these colonial structures, paralleling indigenous struggles against dispossession. By interweaving these frameworks, Snowpiercer critiques contemporary power structures, illustrating both the effective dimensions of revolution and the settler colonial mechanisms that govern crisis. Now, in Silo series, it also reflects Raymond Williams' structure of feeling and Kyle Powys White's critique through its portrayal of authoritarian control, environmental crisis, and the suppression of knowledge. Knowledge is a very important factor in these series. Williams described it as an emergent cultural tensions preceding full ideological articulation. In Silo, this is visible in the growing resistance to the rigid social order as characters like Juliet, who is the main resilient or the main leader of the revolt, uncovers suppressed truths embodying a shift in collective consciousness. Now, White's critique of settler colonialism as an ongoing structure appears in Silo's depiction of survival as dependent on monopolizing knowledge and resources. These two factors are the basic primary tools for survival in Silo. The ruling authorities justify control through secrecy, mirroring White's argument that environmental crises often reinforce colonial governance. The silo suppression of history parallels settler states' erosion of indigenous narratives, while the fight to uncover the truth reflects struggles against epistemic and material dispossession. By engaging in these frameworks, Silo critiques authoritarian rule and the colonial logic of crisis management, displaying both emergent resistance and settler colonial control over the future. And we also have Fallout, which demonstrates Williams' structural feeling through its portrayal of post apocalyptic survival, corporate authoritarianism, and resource monopolization. In Fallout, this appears in the growing disillusionment with Vault-Tec's manufactured reality and the survivors' struggle for agency. As characters navigate corporate control, warlordism, and grassroots survivalism, the series captures shifting social consciousness. Now, White's assessment of settler colonialism as an ongoing structure emerges in Fallout's depiction of post nuclear governance, where power is maintained through resource control and historical erasure. The vaults function as settler colonial spaces, enforcing hierarchies under the guise of safety while exploiting their inhabitants. Meanwhile, the wasteland is framed as a lawless frontier, parallels settler colonial narratives that justify violent expansion while resistance movements challenge these systems. By engaging these frameworks, Fallout examines corporate authoritarianism and settler colonial control over survival, illustrating the emergent resistance and the persistence of colonial power in shaping post-apocalyptic futures. Of course, class struggle is a very common and prominent factor in all of these series. And they all explore class struggle in dystopian worlds, but highlight these different systems of power. In Snowpiercer, we can observe a strict hierarchical society maintained through resource control and surveillance, leading to a direct and organized revolution from the oppressed lower classes, also called as tailies. In Silo, it focuses on class oppression through the control of knowledge, where the ruling elite keeps the masses in ignorance, and resistance arises from those seeking the truth about the outside world, which is a total taboo, by the way. In Fallout, set in a post apocalyptic wasteland, portrays a more fragmented class struggle where survival is the primary focus and power dynamics shift between various factions vying for resources. While all these three series critique systems of control, Snowpiercer emphasizes physical and emotional cost of the class oppression, Silo critiques epistemic control, and Fallout examines survival in a lawless world where class struggle emerges from scarcity and conflict. And some prominent quotes from the series, mainly related to class critique. The first one, Snowpiercer, quote, the train is a microcosm of the world. The rich live in the front, the poor live in the back. So this is a major, very open and obvious reference to the class struggle and the class inequality that is apparently visible on the train. Next one, I want to see the world. You can't, not from the back of the train. If you're in the back of the train, if you're a tailie, it is not possible for you to see the world because you're busy, you're engaged in survival, and you cannot maintain your daily needs. Next, in Silo, I quote, the truth is, the more they know, the more they'll want to change things, and the more things change, the more people will get hurt. This is an obvious reference, this quote is an obvious reference to the power of truth and the power of knowledge, which is kept from the people in Silo, which are oppressed living in an underground bunker. So the more people know about the truth, the more they want to revolt and change things, and this will result in getting them hurt, basically getting a result is more oppression mainly. Next one, if you believe in the system, you must be blind. This silo is a prison, and it was designed that way. This is an obvious, a very open admission that the silo itself is not designed as a place of survival for the people, but it's a simple prison that is designed to keep people under control from the system. They keep us down here because they're afraid of what we'll do if we learn the truth. Again, another reference to the power of the truth and the power of knowledge. Next, Fallout, quote, you can't just take what you want in the wasteland. There's a price to pay. This is a quote referencing the price of survival in the wasteland, in a lawless world, which has, fallen apart, it has crumbled apart after nuclear war. Next, the new California Republic is a great idea, but it's run by people who have forgotten what it takes to build a real government, and they're just as corrupt as the ones who came before. This is a reference to the new order that is trying to be built up by the people, the new so-called civilization, let's say, but it is very painful and it's very fractured. There are different parts of different sections of power that is trying to hold the civilization together. And finally, in the wasteland, the strong survive, the weak die, and the powerful take what they want. This is a reference uh, to the challenge of survival that takes place in the wasteland, that you have to be strong to survive, and there's simply no other way. In conclusion, Snowpiercer, Silo, and Fallout offer critical examinations of class struggle, each through distinct dystopian post-apocalyptic lenses. Snowpiercer illustrates the extreme consequences of rigid class divisions, with the oppressed lower classes fighting for survival and justice in a confined authoritarian system. Silo critiques the control of knowledge and the ways in which power is maintained through epistemic oppression, revealing how class perpetuated by limiting access to truth and transparency. And finally, Fallout portrays the fracturing of society in the wake of nuclear devastation, where new emerging power structures often replicate the inequalities of the old world, highlighting how class struggle persists even in a chaotic, resource scarce environment. Across all three series, the persistence of class-based oppression, challenge of resistance, and complex interplay between power and survival offer powerful critiques of systemic inequalities and the possibilities for transformative change. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you to both of our presenters. I'm going to bring up Rory Burmeister. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. And then afterwards, when we do questions, I will turn around so you guys can also see the audience during that. Um, so, um, so hopefully you guys can see this and you should be able to just click. Yeah. Okay, there. For some reason it was going backwards for a second. Okay, you ready? Yeah. Are you? Okay, can everybody hear me okay with the microphone? Do I need to hold it up like an actual mic? Excellent. All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Rory Burmeister. I am a first-year master's student here at BGSU in the Popular Culture program. I wrote this paper last semester as an exploration of a pattern I noticed in supernatural horror television shows. One of my favorite genres, personally. I noticed that this unique brand of horror, in which every week there's a monster, an alien, a ghost, or a ghoul of some sort, was the bad guy, but was still using the classic horror trope of the hillbilly cannibal. Very rural state, Maine, in case anybody's wondering, and an even more rural town in that state with a current population of 424 people. I'm always a little offended and confused at this phenomenon. In my experience, when you get lost in, a rural area, you pop a tire, the nicest old man you've ever met will pull over and insist on helping you change a tire, give you a jump, send you back to the turn that you missed. Um, but the phenomenon that, you get lost in the rural area, look out, a cannibal family is going to jump out of the woods and chase you down in a most dangerous game kind of way, is what these television shows are portraying. But these writers of these shows have obviously never had the rural experience that I have. Which brings me to my first slide. Uh-oh. There we go. About Roland Barthes mythologies slide, and a new American myth. I have a few case study examples that I will be going over, in a minute, but all of these examples are helping to perpetuate the idea that rural people, rural towns, families are cannibals. Maybe the myth is not implying that they are cannibals in the most literal sense in the real world, but it absolutely implies that they are something to be afraid of, and that they are inherently different from that ever elusive us. I have heard many people in casual conversation throughout my life say that they're nervous to drive through a rural area at night because the hicks out there are going to get them, and therefore would rather take a longer highway on a longer route. This myth isn't limited to America, though, as one of my examples is set in Wales. So even across the pond, they're having similar problems. Though I think their definition of rural and our definition of rural look a little bit different. My second point here is about perpetuating urban superiority. Sometimes these shows are implying that what keeps us human, what keeps us on the right track, is the watchful eyes of other people. Urban superiority, living in a city, seeing hundreds of strangers every day, having a grocery store just a minute away, is somehow keeping us human. There's even a difference between rural poverty and urban poverty. The struggling young person that could make it if they didn't live in Manhattan is a very common main character of television shows today. So it's not the complete absence of money that's making this myth. Being poor in a city is far preferable to even being middle class in the suburbs, according to these shows at least. Our protagonists of the examples that I'm going to list are not the wealthiest of people, but I'll get into that later. Um, Once again, these shows are continuing to push the idea that living in a rural area somehow makes you different, and the rural person becomes an other, a caricature of a human being. These cannibals are often shown as absolute crazy people who are so invested in family tradition and history that they must never forget the hardships of their ancestors. And this leads into the urban rural dichotomy again, as rural is seen as traditional, antiquated, backwards, and the urban city is futuristic, forward facing, and progressive. But to describe the rural caricature, um, the cannibal family is usually ruled by a man, a father figure who has the plan and perpetuates the myth, usually. The whole family is generally very poorly dressed. Their clothes are dirty, their hair long, stringy, and unwashed, their teeth missing and yellowed. But wow, can they move fast through the woods when hunting down a city slicker? Which brings me to my first example, Supernatural, Season 1, Episode 15, The Benders. This episode was, in fact, inspired by a real life true crime family in rural Kansas. They ran a bed and breakfast and killed the people staying there for their worldly goods before burying their bodies in the orchard in the early 1870s. Supernatural takes a different twist on the Bloody Benders. Set in real town, Hibbing, Minnesota, brothers and supernatural being hunters Sam and Dean Winchester are there to investigate the disappearance of some travelers. Sam goes missing when the brothers are at a bar, and Dean has to find him. To skip past most of this episode, the monster of the week is revealed to be the Bender family, living on the outskirts of town in a terrifying ramshackle house and barn. The family has a few prisoners, including Sam, in cages, and releases one at a time to hunt them through the woods, because what fun is killing and eating people without a hunt first? The family is exactly as I described earlier. Shoveled, unclean, the house in unacceptable living conditions. But I will say that Sam and Dean are a bit different from the other protagonists here, as they aren't necessarily city people. Um, However, Sam and Dean do express their distaste for having to travel to dinky little towns in the middle of nowhere on multiple occasions. They express their distaste for suburbs as well, but that is because they're nomads. They don't truly live anywhere. Dean often expresses that humans are, in fact, the true monsters in this world, implying to the audience that um, everything else they hunt is fake and made up, that demons and vampires and ghosts aren't a real problem, but you, the viewer, need to be worried about real life rural people. My next example from The X-Files, Season 2, Episode 24, Our Town, is about a slightly different group of cannibals. Scully and Mulder, FBI agents specializing in the out-of-this-world cases, are called in to investigate the disappearance of a health inspector in fictional town Dudley, Arkansas. Again, to skip past the majority of the episode, to get to the reveal, Scully is kidnapped by the big businessman in town who owns the factory that had to get rid of the health inspector. He is the leader of the cannibals, and the audience finds out that he crashed his plane in World War II in New Guinea, and the cannibalistic tribe there taught him that eating people keeps you young forever. When he returned to his hometown, he taught everyone in town they needed to eat people to gain the benefits. However, eating the health inspector spread a deadly disease to everyone who partook, causing the death of quite a few townspeople. This episode is actually the oldest example here. It's from 1995, and the only example that has a bit of a different flavor, haha, little cannibalism joke there, than the others because of the mythical tribe from New Guinea that other shows don't have as they move forward through time. Torchwood is the international example here. Season 1, Episode 6, Countryside. It's a fun pun, you gotta admit. Set in Cardiff, Wales, the Torchwood team deals with finding aliens and alien technology to protect the world from it. It's a spin-off of Doctor Who, led by Captain Jack Harkness, introduced in the first season of the revival of Doctor Who. The team start complaining the moment they get to the spot the missing traveler left their car, claiming there's no good cell service, there's no good takeout spots, and there's nowhere to stay nearby. There is a singular inn, but it's too far away from the crime scene for them to stay, so they have to camp. The team is continually hunted in the woods, and 2 of the team members are taken, leaving the other 2 to find them. The twist, I'm sure you can already guess by this point, is that there is no alien, it's actually people. This is a cannibal town with a bit of an incestuous implication, as it seems that everyone in town is related to each other, but that comes with the rural caricature territory, unfortunately. It's a ritual for this town that every 10 years they hunt and kill travelers on the main road, and many times people never notice they're gone. The leader, a patriarch and father, does this because it's a tradition that he enjoys. And my final example, American Horror Story, season 6, entitled Roanoke, set in Roanoke, Virginia. A couple from the city, Los Angeles, Matt and Shelby, move away from the violence of the city to have a fresh start on a new coast. They show up to an auction of a house and outbid the Polk family to buy this dilapidated house, to fix it up, make it their forever home. It's a beautiful house, but they have immediately upset their new neighbors by outbidding them and purchasing land that borders theirs. Skipping over the supernatural part of the season, in which they're tormented by a large group of ghosts and also a forest being / witch, Matt and Shelby are also tormented by their hillbilly neighbors. The Polk family eventually kidnaps Lee, Matt's sister, Audrey and Monet, actors that portray the family in the TV show within a TV show, My Roanoke Nightmare. It's a bit confusing, but rest assured, all you need to know is that the Polk family has kidnapped 3 women and are making it very clear that they are going to be eaten. I'll spare the gory details, but the mother of the Polk family tells the women that their family has lived on this land for a long time and has been eating people since times were hard in the Great Depression. The cannibal family in this season is a B plot, but an important mention nonetheless, as they look exactly as described in my original caricature and they are adhering to family tradition. So, I've created a little Venn diagram here to show the differences between these 2 groups. On the protagonist side, the protagonists are all from urban areas or in supernatural. They're not really living anywhere in particular. We have Cardiff, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles for the other characters. And these protagonists are not wealthy people. I wanted to make this really clear that it's not rich characters hating on poor characters. All of these people are either firmly middle or lower class. Sam and Dean live off stolen credit cards. Scully and Mulder are government employees. The Torchwood team doesn't make a lot of money, and Jack Harkness is implied to live in the Torchwood building. Matt and Shelby spent their entire life savings of $40,000 on this house, leaving them with nothing else. Truly, they are not financially so different from their rural family enemies. The main difference being their urban lifestyle. And on the cannibal side, these families are, of course, rural, always poor, embrace tradition and the good old days, which is again associated with rural living. The one thing they all have in common is that they are all human. There's less separating the cannibals and the protagonists than what the protagonists usually hunt, because those are different species from different planets, completely different planes of existence, and yet these shows are pointing the finger at cannibals, rural people, as the true horror in life, despite them having so much in common. So, why perpetuate this myth? So what? What does this overused horror trope matter in supernatural horror, anyways? I've come up with 2 reasons. Number 1, class conflict. The wealthy people that create and produce these shows and their networks have an interest in creating the masses, middle class and lower class people, pitted against each other in favor of the wealthiest people because they're exploiting everybody for profit. That's my first answer. And my second answer is the urban creator bias. The same people I mentioned in the first point, the creators, the writers, the networks, etc., are all working out of large major cities like Los Angeles and London. They live in this urban space and they have adopted the urban space mindset that cities are better and are keeping people human. Even if the creators are from rural spaces, by the time the script has been passed around through so many different checks, there will always be a bit of bias in there from somebody. So all of my works cited here. I want to thank everybody for attending my presentation today. If anybody has questions or other ideas, you can always email me. Thank you again.
We're gonna work on that. We want to work on for super quick. Does anyone maybe think about that?
Sorry.
Um,
There we go.
okay. So we have Jank and we still have everybody. Elena's still there. And Rory's still here. Do we have a question?
If not, and if anyone thinks of questions for Elena or Jake, we do have their emails. So people are welcome to reach out to me or the ClassCon email to get everyone's contact information. Thank you guys so much also for zooming in and joining us from your respective countries today, dealing with time zone differences.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much, and thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Rory. And cool,
Thank you,
awesome.
Thank
everybody.
you.
Cool.
Thank you so
And
much.
I think we're gonna take a break, and then we'll reconvene in a little bit. So
We'll be back at
at
noon.
Yeah.
So for our next panel, we'll also be all on Zoom.
Yeah. For
Um,
the document.
yeah. Will Case should be popping in. So yeah, thank you. So Lacey, I'll just give you the talk now since we're doing this. When we start coming back around noon, basically you'll just be able to share your screen when it's your turn to present. And I said we're gonna take a little break here, so we'll be back at noon.
Yeah. So Elena and Jank, you guys are good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Will.
Okay.
Like it's gonna be about the thing.
There's too much document to walk out.
Yeah. So with the place and share. So we're just gonna trust the different charges. So we know more. And that's the my dad's getting my work paid. Do we? It's crazy. No, he knows how to look so stuff. He's different. It's very how can he does the phone because of the whole conversation accident. No, he's the town. Yes, anytime you are
There he is. Okay. Yes, he is. You're muted. Can you hear me? I'm going to introduce you, okay, Will?
Yep, I can hear everyone fine.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm gonna let. Hi, Will. Sharing the channel about society, so I'm gonna give it away to him. You're muted again, Will.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know if you were talking to me or trying to figure something out on your end.
Got it. You're good. You're good to start, Will.
All right. Thank you all. I'm here to introduce our panel on society. Presenting, we will have Lacey Harris from Drexel University, who will be presenting on the illusions of upward mobility, race, class, and the immigrant dream in America, and Sharon Zakowski from SUNY, who will be presenting on pitting worker against worker, class bias in New York City's congestion pricing debate. Um, Both our presenters are presenting on Zoom. So, Lacey, if you have slides, you can just click that little share screen button at the bottom of your screen if you want to share those with us.
Nope, sorry.
And I just wanted to let you know that just confirm that we can see your slides. So, Lacey, whenever you're ready to begin, the mic is yours.
Perfect. Confirming that everyone, I have two screens and we all know how technology works when you need it. So can everyone see the right screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. As Will mentioned, my name is Lacey Harris, and I'll be presenting today on the illusion of upward mobility, race, class, and the immigrant dream in America. So for starters, I'll give a little background on the topic. So the American dream promises upward mobility through hard work and perseverance. And I imagine that everyone in the room right now could almost name all three components when you think of the American dream, what exists, right? House, picket fence, 2.2 children, all things that are all common when we think of that. Historically, European immigrants achieved upward mobility through assimilation, specifically into the white class racial category. Race and class significantly impact the mobility of current immigrant groups from specifically the global South. You can see this in other research and books. If you've ever read How the Irish Became White, this applies to Italians as well. At one point in history, and one point in time, the Irish were some of the biggest abolitionists and were for reform of slavery. And then assimilation happened, and there was a complete switch. So you can see those things throughout history. The historical context of immigrant mobility. So, European immigrant groups, specifically those that are Irish, Italian, Jewish, and Polish, initially did face similar discrimination that immigrants from the global South faced, but eventually assimilated into a white class that was the dominant class, and it somewhat superseded their immigrant status. It allowed them to access better jobs, education, housing, and facilitated otherwise upward mobility. I'll go on to say that one of the benefits that these immigrant groups have in particular is that they are white presenting, meaning that by and large, you could not visibly tell the difference between someone who was Irish and someone who was white American. Shifting dynamics of race and class. So immigrants from the global South face much different challenges than those immigrants that were the early European immigrants. Whiteness is less accessible for these groups as a class, which leads to barriers to economic, social, and political integration. For immigrants from the global South, one of the things that is a significant challenge is they have a visible a marker, so to speak, that limits their access to whiteness. So visibly, they often look much different than those early European immigrants. The racial experience of immigrants. So specifically, those immigrants from the global South encounter racialized economic exploitation and discrimination in labor markets, housing, and education. And education is a big one, and I'll go on to explain here shortly why. Global South immigrants face difficulties integrating into a system that associates whiteness with privilege or gives some level of privilege for the proximity or presentation of whiteness. Education is important, and as you can see here, there are two graphs. They show first, second, and third generation men and women from different parts of Europe and how they in turn tracked with US-born white families for education. And you can see throughout that time frame that by and large, it was relatively on track. And it led to upward mobility, and it gave them cultural assimilation and social integration, access to economic opportunities. They were able to own businesses, start businesses, industrialize, etc. A shift in racial and ethnic identity. So it also gave them proximity to American culture, which allowed them to learn cultural norms, maybe divest from their native accent and have more or less of an accent. It just overall allowed for them to assimilate more with Anglo-American culture. And then generational advancement. The benefit, by and large, of education is not only upward mobility in the immediate, but it's also generational advancement, knowing that education allows for future generations to advance as well. Education in this instance not only allowed European immigrants to be upward in their mobility class-wise, it also allowed them to attain wealth, which supersedes class in this case, racial class in this case. The disillusionment of immigrants from the global South. So immigrants often arrive in America with the belief that hard work will lead itself to upward mobility. And that is because oftentimes what's presented and what's shown outwardly is that, the bootstrap theory, hard work, you can come to the US and become anything that you want, and you can do anything that you want, and there is success to be seen and seized by any and everyone. However, upon arrival, most immigrants have experienced that the systemic injustices and rigid racial boundaries prevent many from fully integrating into dominant social structures. And there are many complex barriers to the American dream. Um, the illusion is that there, again, is this melting pot upon arrival, and there are limited opportunities to those who wish to seize them. But one of the primary differences between early immigrants and global South immigrants is that they were able to blend their cultural heritage with American norms. Whereas present day immigrants from the global South face a much more rigid racial hierarchy. And that comes in the form of structural, interpersonal, and cultural constraints. Historically, what you might see is, and we see this present day, right? It happened then, but we see it now. Jewish immigrants, for instance, assimilated into white American culture, but also were able to maintain synagogues and their own schools, Jewish community centers. Whereas we don't see that as much with our global South immigrants today. In fact, it is almost quite the opposite. Rather than assimilation, cultural beliefs are now more strongly maintained as a way of asserting identity and maintaining identity, preserving that. It's kind of a resistance, right, to a forced assimilation. There's a belief that I shouldn't have to give up my identity for upward mobility. Economic contributions of immigrants in U.S. history. So immigrants have historically shaped America's economy. Again, we know that from Eastern European immigrants, but present day as well. The difference between those two is that early immigrants saw a relatively high and fast upward mobility due to labor demand in rapidly growing industries. In some cases today, we see that mainly in tech. But by and large, a lot of our immigrants, specifically from the global South, are in roles and in fields that the demand is high, but the pay is low. And so the other thing to consider is that oftentimes in either of these situations, the path to citizenship may be non-existent or very slow. Racial and class-based barriers to mobility. Specifically, I hadn't mentioned this particular group before, but African Americans face significantly lower rates of upward mobility compared to their white counterparts. Again, the same factors apply: education, inequities, labor market discrimination. The barriers are the same. And all of this, along with the disillusionment of immigrants today, we have the myth that is equal opportunity. So contrary to the American dream, research shows that systemic barriers prevent true equality of opportunity. Economic mobility is not equally accessible to all, highlighting the illusion of equal opportunity, which brings us to a very relevant topic of today: meritocracy. As a concept, it does exist. It's a thing, but it largely is seen in Nordic countries, Singapore, and South Korea, for instance. Meritocracy suggests that success is based on individual talent and or effort. Based on everything I've said, obviously there are challenges with it, and it clashes with the reality of systemic inequalities rooted in race and class. And I say this not as an oversimplification or not to simplify this in general. But one thing that Nordic countries and Singapore and South Korea have in common is that they also are relatively ethnically homogenous. And so the clash of cultures and class is less likely because of that. But again, not to oversimplify, they also have great education systems and income equality, and by and large make up those things by and large make up for what works in meritocracy in these countries. Not that there are no challenges, but there are fewer. The challenges that we see to meritocracy are um, those that feel that meritocracy is achievable and a thing in America ignore structural barriers that disproportionately affect marginalized communities, and structural inequalities undermine the belief that anyone can achieve success based solely on merit. I don't I don't claim to have all of the solutions, um, but I think that from a realistic standpoint, recommendations based on research and data say that one of the ways to mitigate this is to create an actual meritocracy that is truly basing opportunities and evaluation for those opportunities on talent, effort, and potential rather than pre-existing advantages. And so this might look like the scorecard being the same for everyone and no one getting an additional 50 points at the start while everyone else gets zero. Ensuring that consistent standards for upward mobility across racial groups and class exist. So avoiding the altering or shifting of standards. So avoiding the moving of the goalpost when people have demonstrated that they have the necessary qualifications and ability. And in conclusion, the myth of upward mobility through racial assimilation has been disrupted by systemic barriers that continue to affect immigrants today. Race and class will continue to shape the upward mobility of immigrant communities, and policies addressing these disparities are necessary to make true upward mobility accessible to all. Systemic barriers undoubtedly play a significant role in shaping the opportunities for early European immigrants. At the same time, once assimilated and benefiting from that system, there was somewhat of a switch and a moving of the goalpost. So this process of alienation and exclusion was not merely a consequence of systemic barriers, but also, deliberate socially and politically to consolidate privileges and alienate rather newer immigrants from the global South to America. And that is my presentation.
Lacey. Up next, we have Sharon Zazowski. Sharon, same deal. You can hit the button at the bottom of your screen to share your slides if you have them, and the mic is yours.
Okay, thanks. Let me set up here.
I just want to let you know we can see it. Perfect.
Okay, terrific. So, hi everyone. I'm Sharon Zakowski. I teach communications and media studies at Purchase College, SUNY, which is in Westchester. It's a little bit outside of the city, but I was born and raised in Brooklyn. And my presentation is on the new congestion pricing policy, which has been very controversial in New York. And it's of interest to me because it has been presented by the media as essentially a policy that is designed to help the environment, which is very questionable, but it's also been presented as a policy that pits working people against each other. And what I mean by that is that the tolling that will be collected from cars entering Manhattan during the day will ultimately be used to improve mass transit. And that dichotomy already is very similar to the ways in which the culture at large has been misidentifying and misrepresenting who working class people are. And so this presentation really taps in nicely to some of uh, the other positions that people have taken today in their presentations, which is great. So with this idea of congestion pricing, there's a little bit of context, perhaps, to what it means to live in New York City today. And just recently, the Robin Hood organization put out a report, their poverty tracker, that stated that 25% of New Yorkers now live in poverty. That doesn't include the people who are just above that, hanging on, trying all kinds of very creative ways to sustain life in New York, which is increasingly very difficult, no matter how much conservatives would like to tout us as the liberal latte drinking elite. There is a working class here that is generally omitted. And just to provide a little bit more economic context is the second image here, which lets everyone know that if you are a single person, approximately 68% of your income will be devoted to your housing cost, right? Your rent, which is completely insane. So congestion pricing isn't new. It was originally proposed by a Columbia scholar in economics named William Vickrey in 1963. And interestingly, his perspective on this issue was framed in generally economic terms. He was not really talking about environment. In fact, he does talk in his article about congestion pricing being something that will help property values in the final analysis. By the time Mayor Bloomberg, who was the architect of the gentrification that really destroyed working class neighborhoods throughout New York City, his suggestion for congestion pricing did not get underway, but it was vetoed primarily by Democratic politicians at that time, which is the opposite of what has happened recently, where Governor Hochul has tried to revive congestion pricing. She put a pause on it initially before the election because it was so controversial, but it's been the Republican majority that has fought back against congestion pricing, which again sets up this false dichotomy about Republicans versus Democrats, liberals and conservatives, which does not really account for working people in New York City as a whole. So what I see congestion pricing as ultimately is obviously a huge economic burden on working class people, no matter who they vote for, how they identify politically. But also, congestion pricing has been framed in the media as a huge misrepresentation, a continued misrepresentation of who, quote unquote, the working class happens to represent. And in other research of mine, thinking about how this idea specifically of the white working class has been so fetishized and has come to stand in for working people, which ultimately does not really represent any working people, right, as it has come now since, I would say since 2008, it's when this idea of the white working class has become part of the public imaginary to the detriment of working people. And if we think of working class globally as mostly women and mostly people of color, we then began to see some of what has been omitted in the way the media and the culture have identified the working class, but also in places like New York, there is an urban working class, and this insistence that the working class is rural. Of course, there's a rural working class, but omitting an urban working class has effectively positioned political discourse to reframe, right, the Republican Party as being the party of the working class. In addition, the congestion pricing debate has misrepresented what environmentalism is generally framed as, which is almost distinctly about climate change, which of course is incredibly important. But environmentalism as an issue, I see mostly as promoted as belonging to a white middle class frame of reference. And sometimes we see this mostly manifest in what gets called sometimes a lifestyle environmentalism. So in New York, in trying to be green and encourage New Yorkers to be green, lifestyle environmentalism has presented itself as, the usual things, recycling and bike lanes and composting and oyster projects, right, to clean up the waterways, which are all wonderful and terrific, but they don't really translate to people who are struggling to make it every day in New York City. So again, that's a significant omission, which seems to take class out of environmentalism. So I would suggest that environmentalism, as it is mainly constructed today, is not the same as environmental justice, which has real roots in working class communities. So as I'm trying to get a sense of how to put this argument together, I'm beginning by comparing the official media discourse and trying to isolate some of the themes and the ways in which people have talked about this issue versus a more marginalized media discourse and the news media essentially reflecting the New York Times versus the New York Post has upheld this issue as basically being a battle between conservatives versus liberals. And those headlines, the New York Post cover there, take this toll and shove it. The New York Post, to be fair, right, always has a very clever way of getting you to notice headlines. Versus the New York Times, which has been very supportive of congestion pricing as environmentally the right thing to do, but also in the tone of the New York Times is still upholding that very middle class perspective on what environmentalism and what environmental issues are for. In addition, this comes more directly from the New York Post. We see again this dominant narrative of the suburban middle class being very upset over congestion pricing, also this white working class being very upset over congestion pricing, but they've been pitted against this more general population, which gets cast as the quote unquote urban poor. So you see here again this kind of racial coding in trying to discuss who is being affected or terms being used for congestion pricing, such as, there's not going to be a bailout for the MTA. The drivers, the commuters coming in from suburbs or people having to drive from the outer boroughs versus the people, i.e. the urban poor, who are taking mass transit and who are going to be the supposed beneficiaries of congestion pricing. Anybody who has been driving and or taking the subway in New York City post-COVID especially has been under enormous stress, either from the amount of cars on the road, the aggression on the road, which is constant and consistent. Riding the subway is also very problematic because of the ways in which, after COVID subsided, all of the attention to getting people back on the trains sort of fell by the wayside. And there's certainly crime, but it's more the decay and the deterioration of the subway and the sense of, I would say, existential dread felt by all commuters, whether they're taking their cars or taking the subway, which doesn't get addressed. The MTA, which gets its support from congestion pricing or is supposed to, is a problematic institution, but they have been very vocal in reminding public transit commuters that when the governor paused congestion pricing, that it was because of that the subways were not going to have elevators, they were not going to be ADA compliant, that essentially the hellscape that was the subway system would remain that way because congestion pricing was on pause. People who live in New York are constantly questioning where all the money goes that we are paying in all kinds of ways. So the MTA, for all of its touting that it's the organization of the people, actual people would find that a bit suspect. Similarly, there was a lot of publicity from environmental organizations, such as the Environmental Defense Fund, which put out ads like this, right, love this town, but the traffic is killing me, promoting, again, the environmental benefits of congestion pricing. But there are only certain environmental organizations that got this kind of traction in the media, which I'll say a little bit more in a second. And obviously, official government discourse created the binary between Democrats versus Republicans. And sadly, when Donald Trump said that he was going to stop congestion pricing, this opened up another place where he would attract, right, the attention and support of working people, if only for the idea that they would not have to be burdened with this particular toll, which has all kinds of wrong written on it, but it's just another way in which the working class has been fractured and co-opted by particular political interests. So what has been omitted from this discussion is what I'm phrasing as, or referring to as, marginalized media discourse. And okay, so there are fewer cars coming into Manhattan, and the idea is, well, there'll be fewer or less people suffering from the air pollution because there are fewer cars, but that's not really how it works, right? People who are going to try to avoid the toll are going to go through neighborhoods in the far outer boroughs, going through neighborhoods in the Bronx and Brooklyn, which are already stressed, which are already overpolluted. And much of the pollution that's supposed to be disappearing is actually going to be offloaded on poor and minority neighborhoods. So while there were lawsuits initially put forward to try to address this potential downside of congestion pricing, they did not receive support in the courts. And even though there are more traditional environmental justice groups trying to promote some of these issues, they don't get the same traction in the media, obviously. And of course, if you're a New Yorker, you're always saying, hey, well, what about all of these other things that have contributed to true environmental degradation, which would be certainly gentrification, the lack of affordable housing, the displacement of working people. People are living in the Poconos now to commute to New York City for minimum wage jobs. There are many Superfund sites around the city that are noted for their toxicity and poisoning of the environment, yet condos have built on top of them, and no one's really worrying too much about their status as Superfund sites. The demands of the gig economy since COVID, especially Uber, Amazon, DoorDash, more working people, servicing people who perhaps have extra money to spend, have contributed to more car traffic in New York. And the subway system has been detrimentally affected by the lack of social services over time for mentally ill persons, unhoused persons. Some of you may remember the murder last year of the street performer, Mr. Neely, by a subway rider who felt aggrieved by his presence. And the murderer was set free, if you recall, and became somewhat of a hero to the MAGA folks. So somewhere in this presentation, I'm trying to return to an idea of what working class environmentalism is, why it's so important, and how the standing or the dominant environmental movement needs to account for or take its inspiration from people who are suffering the material effects of environmental degradation. The Yellow Vest in France became an unlikely place where a voice for this was represented, right? One of their phrases that defined the movements when gas prices went up in France was that they were concerned about the end of the month versus the end of the world, which speaks to the future orientation that accompanies a middle class environmentalism, right? Working people, they need to get through the day, they need to get to the end of the month. That doesn't mean they don't care about the environment, but certainly the media would present it that way. And you see the importance of how fragmenting environment along political lines or not seeing environmentalism as something shared by working people. What happened in Flint a few years ago with the poisoning of the water system, but also more recently in East Palestine when the train overturned, right, and released all of the toxic material. Both of these communities economically repressed, having environmental concerns, there goes my timer, and not being able to find allyship or coalesce around a more mainstream environmental movement. So that's really where I am with this, and thank you, right, for your time and for the great conversation that's been happening.
Thank you, Sharon. I believe that now one of our in-person volunteers will be turning on the camera and turning the camera around so y'all can see the audience for a brief Q&A. So thank you.
Great.
Where's our camera? There. I don't know why we're not. Sorry. Where are we though? Can you explain why?
I can see you perfectly.
You can see us? Okay. We can't see us, but
Yeah, I can see you, so.
okay, thanks, Will. Okay. Yeah.
This question is for Lacey. Right? Isn't the problem treating African Americans like immigrants? Isn't that the wrong place to start? Since immigrants choose to come here and are willing to work really hard because they chose to come here, and African Americans are like any other group of native-born people who don't have that same choice to come here. Also, Singapore is not an educated homogenous case. They have their own
I could hear bits and pieces, but I couldn't hear the whole question.
Yeah. Can you address so Dr. Wallach is talking about the idea of immigrants comparing immigrants in this case to African Americans, since immigrants are choosing, right, to come here and work hard versus African American to have a completely different relationship to. Go ahead, say it again.
They're just, I mean, they're a native-born group.
Native-born group. They're a native-born group.
Technically, yes, but they're not considered immigrants, right? So when I consider an immigrant population specifically from the global south, we're not talking about Africans who immigrated. We're talking about African Americans, right? And that was the significance of me pointing out the side-by-side arrangement between both the Irish immigrants, the early Irish immigrants and Italians, and that they were able to kind of ascend that social class, right, scale, while Black Americans still remained in the same position. So that was kind of more or less of what it was about, not necessarily Black Americans, but I put them in there because the struggles are similar.
But they're completely different also because they were not. How how do people distinguish between actual immigrants from Africa who are actually different than Latin Americans?
I mean, there's a big distinction, right? Actual Africans have a connection to actual Africa, while African Americans have a connection to America. It's a totally different, right, group. So, um, again, shared struggle amongst African and African Americans by proxy of melanated peoples, but other than that, still different because they chose, we did not.
It's a terminological question because their experiences are so different.
I can like I'm getting pieces, but I'm can barely hear.
Okay. Okay. That's okay.
Well, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
The other thing I said is that Singapore has its own problems with race and class. It's not an ethnically homogenous nation.
I pointed that out as well, right? I said that they had their own challenges. Each individual country had their own challenges when I talked about Nordic countries, Singapore and South Korea. They have their own challenges, but by and large, more ethnically homogenous than America.
Singapore is a pretty hard case, actually. It's a lot like the United States.
Thank you. Are there more questions? We've got more. We have a couple more. We can do, yeah, we've got time. Can you see us and hear us
Yes.
on the screen? Yeah? Okay, excellent.
I think I could address a question to both of you, but the overlap of like racial identity of nationality of being indigenous versus like, indigenous peoples largely, people who are people who are the most affected by environmental incidents. So, like we see that with the Navajo or the Chinook tribes nowadays, with like the uranium mines being reopened in New Mexico and in around that area. So, I guess what would you the environmental impacts are disproportionately affecting those people. So, and I guess what could you both say about that? Like, where your specific points might meet that subject.
I think the bottom line is there's no attention paid to indigenous people. And certainly the environmental movement as it's constructed in the mainstream has never really acknowledged people most adversely affected. So for as much as the Green New Deal sounds really great, its presentation as a left-wing pipe dream demonstrates, at least for me, how far away environmentalism is as a political project from, never mind working people in New York City, but indigenous people or people around the globe who are dying now, right? How that gets changed, there was no mention of environment in the last election cycle. Democrats paid very little attention to environment. So could that be a rallying point for folks? I don't know.
And I would tend to agree on my side, right? As it relates to immigrants, they're not often considered when discussions are held about environmental topics or environmental issues. So I would agree with Sharon there.
Okay. we're gonna move on. Thank you so much. Well, go ahead and.
All right. Thank you all.
Cool. Thank you guys so much. We're going to take a really brief break and then be back for a special presentation. So let's take 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
I don't know what's going on with this. I apologize for not being able to.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's very confusing. We're gonna go back to sharing our little screen.
Yeah.
We figured out that we can share our screen while the Zoom is happening.
Is that what that is? Okay. Does he have slides? Or is it just.
I'm saying, that's right. It's very cool.
Yeah. Is that only on Absolutely.
So when people get the actual break, you can time to get on the mic and then,
Okay, yeah. I don't know if this one, but figure out. Okay. So, but I can still say what is the name of the especially.
if you want one, I can take it.
Okay. Is he ready to go?
So she could say,
It was organized free mobile work products in Poland and it was going to talk. It's going to talk about the services they for sure. Okay. All right, maybe 2 more. 2-minute warning. Doing right now?
just for reference, each actually always understand you're going to do that for other things. Areas. We're going to see radicals. Yeah, we're going to disadvantage. And then the other necessary.
We have to take all this in a red screen. Um, why will you do anything for the Zoom so that I can fill to see this thing? Just see this? Hi, everyone. We're gonna get started again. We have Leo Wilkins here. He has organized mobile health units around Bowling Green, and he's going to talk about some of the services that they offer. So I'm going to hand the mic over. We're going to he's going to hold this one off. Perfect. Okay.
Like, even just a bit impromptu. First of all, I'd like to thank Peter King for inviting me today. First time to this session. Yeah, please know what I do. I'm an international student with my PhD, but I actually have a life beyond this. A lot of people never see that. Talk about public health and reproductive health. I worked with the UN and the EU for almost 20 years in the matter. But I decided to do a doctorate in leadership here, and I was very fortunate that it happened. Why I'm saying this is for my internship, I was looking for something that would actually fulfill a need, and the need was actually the fact that a lot of people don't access healthcare, especially international students. It was actually done for international students. Because I'm talking from my perspective, we have to mandatory insurance, and insurance is quite expensive and it doesn't have that much of a reach. So I saw a lot of students basically who are on a budget, especially since in let's say currency exchange, for a lot of students it's very hard to meet a budget when you're studying in the US. So what I did back was actually creating healthcare programs for most at-risk populations, refugees, migrants, homeless, sex workers, and all that. We have created programs to go into their communities and fulfill the need. So I said, why not do the same thing here? So I'm very fortunate with County Health Department. I had spoken to them last year and they got funded for a mobile unit. So it was just opportune time and we worked together. And my first project was actually offering these services to the homeless and the people of low SES, low socio-economic status of Bowling Green. I do it through First Citizen Presbyterian Church downtown. Why? Because I'm the actually outreach coordinator there, so a little easy to get things coordinated. So, but I included the international students. We had a really good turnout, and due to that, we looked at getting it on campus. And then we realized that's not as easy as we thought. I did, however, was able to get it approved, but as I was telling Mr. King, certain people now wanted to get involved. Now we have to wait on signatures. And it's quite interesting that it wasn't their idea. They never thought of offering this to students, and not only international, or well, now they want to be in charge and they want to approve it. So there are a few hurdles, but I will assure you at the end of April, the mobile unit will be in parking lot and by our health, and it's open to everyone. They do primary health screening for everyone, and they also referral services to dental, mental health at scale or no cost. While again, there is a need, and hopefully it's going to be monthly and hopefully develop. So I mean, it's a process. And again, with anybody who's doing anything, you realize how bureaucracy and red tape gets into the matter, and sometimes they lose the cause. It's 15 minutes now. Why? I spent I think we had planned this whole presentation and all that, but now we have to put everything on hold because we're waiting on signatures that now want to be there. So how I'm going to fill the time, I'm going to talk a bit about advocacy. It's very get feedback. International student, my work again, the EU and the United Nations. I had my own organization called Red Initiative. We looked at reproductive health and rights, HIV prevention, and it stemmed into migration and refugees. Because no race is in isolation. I came here and I realized, well, where's the advocacy? I'm an advocate, but could anybody ask me, answer that question? Where's the advocacy on campus? Because I wonder sometimes. I hear students. Uh, there are organizations that are trying, like the student rights union, like the SRU, I think is what it's called. Like, yeah, they're advocating, they're trying to advocate for the workers and the student workers on campus mostly. That means student government. I don't know what that does. I wasn't it. I still don't know what it is. It's just me. I understand where you're coming from, but in a statement that they're trying to advocate. So how do they advocate? Is it just going to a forum, writing a letter to the same people that are in charge of not making something happen? I actually haven't been to this so I can't say exactly what they're doing. I mean, advocacy has gotten a stigma these days. If you look at the news and all that, how people are advocating. But again, as an international student, as someone who deliberately and advocate most of my life in getting things done, especially for marginalized populations, and it's just a question I've always, encountered since I've been here. Where's the advocacy in getting something done? And I don't mean holding up a platform at the corner of Main Street. It's fair and indulgent about getting something done. There's a big difference in business between awareness and advocacy. Holding up a sign is awareness. Advocacy is actually getting something done. So my question is, turning you about what do we all do to have something done? As an international student, I'm a bit different from you all. Again, um, I'm going to write a bit. Because these are the things I'm advocating for. Again, we have visas, and we have to be enrolled to keep our visas. But for summer, for example, students, we can't work externally. We have to work in the school only for 20 hours. So I'm trying to roll over minimum wage. There's nothing in place. So what happens to us for 4 months? Especially since the issue of visas is all on the air now, and I don't want to get into that area. And my background is also migration. Um, where's your box? You see, for me, I think it depends on the department you're in and somebody likes you, know. Yeah, and I think people need to, if you want to look, I hear so much about diversity and belonging. I hope I don't get in trouble with this, but it's pasted on my department's wall, diversity and belonging and inclusion. So, where does it go? And I see people always wanting to be there for marginalized populations. And one of the browsers I have with people speaking on marginalized populations, you never hear the marginalized populations. You always hear somebody with maybe some insecurity or some need to be heard speaking. And I have to be honest here for me. Obviously what I want my needs are, but without even asking me. And it just goes for my fellow colleagues, whether international as well as local. They speak on my rights. Do I care for those rights? So what rights do I really need? Again, this issue with the healthcare, I mean, I think it's something that would be encountered in school, but it just made me think about how do students are looking to get what they want or need on campus. I hear you talk about forums. Well, who chose these forums? You know, and what happens after the forums? You have so-called representatives, but are they going to step on any eggshells if they want to get a job after they graduate? So where is your democracy? Is it writing a letter? Is it being heard? You know, and there's so much to be done. Um, that's just a question I have. It's one of the pet peeves of being here. You know, I'm from a third world country in the Caribbean. Um, I always watched all these TV shows about the US, and one of the things, especially in the 80s and 90s, is how people always got what they want at the end of the 60 minutes. You know, and that kind of conditioned me like, hey, America stands up for themselves. I want to go there. I want to do what I want to do. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend. I ended up having to do it because I am. I didn't have the enabling environment though. I've had journalist friends who were killed. With my work actually with COVID and joining reproductive health, which is abortion or reform. I've had my windows broken. The police, right before I came here, police were looking for me. You know, and it makes it difficult because I didn't like what they were doing with COVID and how they were um, um, isolating people for no reason. How they were actually skewing the testing results. With the I have a PhD, master's in public health, it was my background. Um, and so they say, you speak the truth, and you get a call at 12 midnight telling you to take down your post. And then police in the area looking for you afterwards, asking questions, you know. So, you know, I was sort of, gosh, you know, I'm not in the most enabling environment to advocate, but the US is. I mean, but I just don't see the advocacy because I think we do have a level of you know, openness to say what the First Amendment, which most countries don't have. But I just don't see it. Even with the local students, I speak to them, hey, if you want to get this done, make some noise in the appropriate way. Well, I just don't see. So, what do you think causes that?
Well, yeah, I definitely felt that in my life as it's like personally, I've had a hard time advocating for myself because of sort of the way I grew up. My mom raised me like asking her questions that she had a hard time answering. It was hard for her. She had her own difficulties, but it sort of reflects on the authoritarianism that I see like in our society. It's just sort of implicit that the people above you have to respect them. Respecting them is not causing is not asking questions, not making a stir if you don't absolutely want to. And like that's really it's really a problem.
I think people on this campus feel especially disempowered because of the bureaucracy that you talk about, because there's so much people that you have to go through to do anything. So getting your voice heard in the first place, like the experiences that you're talking about, there are so many other students who don't feel empowered to share them because of how they're going to be treated by their cohort or their program coordinators or people in the department or administrators, which is completely unacceptable, especially in I think one important thing that we need to work on further, especially graduate students, is to listen to the students that have those vulnerabilities, especially international students, and not shut up about those things that we're experiencing. Like it's completely unacceptable. Healthcare isn't accessible, how transportation isn't accessible in Bowling Green, and how those can affect somebody's lives. And administration doesn't really listen very much to international students, which is, like I said, unacceptable. And students need to amplify those voices whenever we can.
I mean, I think within a group, it's very hard to document a group of people like one. A lot of times, that one person is the scapegoat. You know, it's very hard, but please remember, all this bureaucracy is actually intentional to from actually having to go through process. So what do you do? What piece of advice I got when I was doing my advocacy from one of my peers back home was, again, it's a bit controversial, is make it public. Um, when I was going through my issues as well, especially with sexual reproductive health, it does two things. It makes it heard, so you shame these people into doing the right thing, and it also protects you. Which they want to be vindictive. So making it public, meaning stepping out of the environment you're in, the compound you're in, then it does bring it attention to the attention of other people. These people may need to have an image for and all that. So there are strategies to be done, but mind you, I totally agree. I've been there. I've lost jobs, because of the fact that what I was connected to. But you need to ask yourself, where's it going to start? Am I going to be somebody that just brags about it, or do something? And I don't mean going and holding protests and calling all the, but there is some way, that people have assist in helping someone or making it easier.
Versus sort of organizing ClassCon, and especially like I'm already thinking of next year's conference before this one's over. But I am thinking of like there's so much of this conference that is just bringing awareness to issues, and I love what you said about there's a difference between like awareness and advocacy. And I think something that is I am constantly kind of struggling with like how do we take that next step to make this not just a conference of sharing our academic thoughts on this, but actually making it not just public awareness, but public advocacy as an activity. And I would love to hear just like, is it just people taking that, like stepping out and just doing it?
Well, it's all
And then
a full step. I believe. It's also about knowing your rights. What's offered to you? I've realized a lot of students don't know what their rights are entitled to. Maybe that's kept, under for certain reasons. But you need documentation and standardized guidelines for everything. So that's one of the steps you need to look at. Some of the things on rights, first you need to know what rights you have and you don't. So it's a process. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying sometimes I say, oh, maybe I should have taken another route. You don't have enough brains as you expect. But it's all a process, and it's something in your gut. Um, but I think I started with seeing an issue and just wanting to make a difference, at least for me and someone else. But again, too many times I see awareness instead of advocacy, and also what I term self-indulgent advocacy, which is not really about the cause, it's about you, and maybe fulfilling some social requirements. But again, I would think as an international person, as a student, someone who would like to be here, I just would like to more advocacy for the right things. What's the right thing? I guess that's a bit debatable and subjective. But I think as long as you put it out there, then at some point, if it's right or not. I guess that's it. Any questions? We have two questions. Okay.
What is one point I'd like to make is person's comment, which is that I think it matters. The spaces in which the conversations unfold matters. This is an academic space. Imagine class time 4 as a mechanic public library. It would be a very different flavors to the conversation, a very different audience perhaps, the same people or in a different spatial context. So those things really make a difference.
Yeah,
In terms of the other side of the inputs that.
yeah, that's a great point, and also ongoing
activities. One-offs are great, but if you really want to build capacity on a movement, I mean, I know it's very difficult to put things together. It's great that we do something once a year, but it should be ongoing if possible.
So one wondering, wondering something to lower the hurdle of that bureaucracy. It could be some sort of rights guide to kind of be able to, because I think a lot of it comes down to asking the right questions to the right people, and that comes with identifying who the right people to ask, and like what right questions are, which is very complicated and difficult work to start out with. So maybe streamlining that process for people who are interested, like creating a guide for them to go through would be helpful. But I don't know. I guess it might differ from organization to organization. So something so universal, something universal enough to do that would kind of have to be tailored to particular organization. So that would come with its own difficulties.
Yeah, and it also means knocking on every door until someone answers. And just to make it short, to give a good example, because I have a forum and I love to talk about it, I hopefully it would change. And talking about it did make it change. As an international student, we have something known as an I-20 form that makes it allowed to work without visas. And I remember last year, my lawyer called me and said, your I-20 form has ended. I said, no, my program ends next year. And doing some digging, I realized if in processing, the officer who did it put the wrong date. I don't use legal forms. I brought it to their attention, and immediately they threw me under the bus, saying, you know what, you have to leave the country immediately and pay to process all these forms. There's no concern about what the projects I'm on or where we get the money. I have an apartment and most of all I have a cat. So how I'm going to just leave the country. This is not my fault. They did not want to budge. I said, well, let me bring a lawyer and look for this. They said, no. The policy of their department is they only speak to the student on the matter, which is a bit ridiculous. I had no support from anyone else. I knocked on every door on campus. And I had to give kudos for kudos, the provost and Dr. Rodney Rogers. It's only until I went to his office, showed me documents. Now, this is something for weeks after them, they didn't want to budge. You have to get all the content. I'm saying this is your fault. We have to meet me halfway or rectify it. I was amazing after I spoke to his office. In less than a day, it was rectified. And that's what I think of officers. Nobody's going to help you. People love to throw you under the bus. I must compare the international student for the world. This is what they saw me as. And I should speak of a number of other issues where even their peers is what they see you as. From a small country, nobody heard of. You're not white. You're ignorant. I've had issues with my visas and stuff that I want have release. But what you do, you knock on doors. And it was a month of me knocking on doors to someone to help. Having to walk it out and document and go into websites. I had to find it alone. But you know what happened after? They sent out a memo to change the system. Right? They never took responsibility, but I have all my letters, and every time I email them, I send them the check. Just as a reminder. But I just say, for what you say, I don't think it'll ever be a guideline. You have to make the guidelines yourself. And it's there. I mean, I've heard other stories too. And I think if people are aware that students don't just take things sitting down, maybe they will maybe be a little more efficient or effective in how they offer their customer service, not only to international students, but to any student. Because, presidents have been set up, they realize that people don't just take things or offer it. And I think I had to put that story out there. So, forgive me for that. So again, any questions? If not, I want to turn to just If you're doing like the community about please come to the healthcare outreach on to hopefully and talking to them by our health, people for free and use the services, please. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Okay, before we break for lunch, we have an announcement from Sarah. All right, so our announcements from everybody. We're about to break for lunch in another room, and we will return at 1:45 for Heather India's keynote speech. We have shirts and hoodies for ClassCon and the Bring Brown Association for sale on the back table. If you see John King one day, put in if you would like to buy one and support our organization. And I would also like to remind you guys that we have some raffle baskets. We're going to be pulling the first one during lunch. And then our second one we'll be taking when we have cake later tonight. If you're interested in buying a raffle ticket, all the proceeds will support ClassCon next year so that we could have you guys attend for free and you don't have to pay membership or admission. And tickets are $1 for one ticket or 6 tickets for $5. So thank you so much for joining us today. Have a good lunch.
Yeah, I can finish it.
So smart.
For anyone who is currently here watching on YouTube Live, we will still be streaming because I'm not sure how to pause it, so we will be back at 1:45. Feel free to mute.
Perfect. You nailed it.
I wish we had some like old music to play. Yeah, if I know. Oh, I also actually I need to remember to mute all of this. So sorry, I'm also gonna mute me so you're not hearing awkward conversations. Hmm. That also happens.
I needed to let you know about the sick.
Because it picks up through the mic and goes into there.
Here and through that.
It's weird.
So if someone isn't speaking loud and they so it's remind people that you got to see very talk into the mic. I just realized it.
very little too. You had two masters in Dallas before you know, there was a game. I thought we won it. I mean, I knew so the first one. That's not very there was the lead up to still in that. Yeah. But yeah, he wants to be some parts. It's just chatter. Yeah, basically, they just all have this frequently split it down for the quiet. It was sort of when I was back back in the 80s. So my age is 106, but but my young age is so correct. Was before I was you could say on that mom. That's what these will do. You walk over for that kind of sauce, like what we do is kind of like for that. Yeah, I think that's also yes. Mine was putting my full bill out to the rest.
I did not have a big idea. The beauty of the broadcast. Yeah, but like ignore that.
He has one of these. We give it a little bit.
Yeah. Honestly, it's like so okay, we don't know that. Yes, because like there's I got 10 people, but who does who doesn't drive downstairs? She's my husband and it's that's yeah. It's a shelters. What is this is this is that's pretty bad one. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Do a lot. It's just I wasn't kind of wrong. That's hard. For that, it's fine. What's your yeah. That is just a tale. That is super true. And your own brand, so also good. I have a jacket like that. I don't know what it is, but it's just like yes, but it doesn't really taste like it's super cute, but it's not a year for this so there's a yeah. It's just not
So there. All right, got you.
more time than I think I need. Yeah.
You want to get the lapel or
Part of it is just why it was quiet is that if you're moving around from the house and I like so like if it's right here and look over here, it doesn't pick up.
Oh, so all here. Okay.
Yeah, we think that was the issue.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, and that's what I'll do.
Let me just double check that we are
What do I need? Like, so when I go through the slides, do I just hit
we
right?
just hit right there.
Can I hit the middle one then?
Yep, we are now unmuted. So let me just share again. Yep, already sharing. There's so many buttons. It confuses me every time. So you should be able to just. Yep.
Yeah, click.
so? How was lunch? Good, still doing it. All right, cool. Christine has her gift basket, so if there's something in there that you like, cozy on that. Well, feel free to continue eating lunch and making artwork. But I am so overjoyed that our invited speaker was able to come all the way up from North Carolina to be with us today. And the reason why I'm so grateful is because I did the same thing last year, and it is a trek. But for me, it was great being back in the mountains. It's my natural habitat for sure, for sure. But much more than that,
Heather Andolina is the president of the Melungeon Heritage Association. And I won't go into detail because I know you will. She's also a podcaster, an archivist, and a documentary filmmaker. And even more, in a lot of ways, she is the reason why ClassCon came to be. We had a dream, Hannah and I, years ago. Didn't really know how to go about it at all. I've been a member for 15 years, I think. And I know how they work really hard to do an annual conference on a teeny tiny budget. And the organization really puts a lot of effort into making it affordable and accessible to anybody who wants to be involved. And that's exactly what Haley and I wanted to do. So it was probably right now, it's probably lunchtime at one of the conferences. It was at the Virginia Natural History Museum. Bird dogged you in the lobby. But, hey, remember me? Maybe there's 47 questions real quick. How do you make a conference work when you're broke? She was so nice and kind and just said, well, we do this, we do that, we do this, we do that. And I brought it back here and I thought, I think we might be able to make this work. And 3 years on, Heather's become a dear friend, a comrade of the cause, and I hope you enjoy her talk as much as I enjoy all the work you do, and I'm very thankful. So, Heather and Alina.
Very happy to be here. All right. So, am I clicking it right?
It's her work.
Oh, we're gonna do that. We don't want to present from the.
Yeah.
Is it this side one?
Yeah.
Oh, it's the side one. Okay.
Side one.
Okay, that was my fault then.
Oh my god. Where did I?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No.
I've ruined everything. It's easy to do. Let's do this, girl.
I did the right thing.
No, I think how it was click on it. You gotta click down there to do present.
All right.
Yeah,
to
the
the side.
side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
Yeah.
We got it. Thank you. Okay, yes, the Melungeons of Appalachia, the history and culture of the Melungeon people of Appalachia and their struggles in a racialized class system. So first off, we'll get into the term Melungeon. It was first written down in the minutes of the Stony Creek Baptist Church in 1813 in Scott County, Virginia, but the term was most likely used long before it was written down. It was used to describe people of mixed heritage. Melungeons were referred to by researchers and scholars as triracial isolates, which was a mixture of European, African, and indigenous people. But there is also, as we discovered doing our DNA, there is also Middle Eastern, Jewish, Southeast Asian, and Latin American, Caribbean connections as well. The word Melungeon was actually a derogatory term put upon people of mixed heritage who lived primarily in isolated regions of Appalachia, as you can see from the picture. Northeastern Tennessee, parts of Western Virginia, parts of Western North Carolina, and Southeastern Kentucky. The meaning of the word Melungeon, most scholars agree, comes from the French word mélange, which simply meant mixed. There are several more theories on the meaning of the word Melungeon, depending on what source you read. But that's the one that most scholars say it probably originated from. The Melungeon people faced all kinds of discrimination because they were neither white, black, nor indigenous. Since they were not considered white, they suffered the same kind of discrimination that non-white people did. Laws, and particularly miscegenation laws, were put in place against the mixing of the races, like the Colonial Slave Code of 1715, which was designed to prevent too much familiarity between the races. Between 1715 and 1863, free people of color had limited rights within colonial and antebellum America. The laws focused on restricting the rights to own land, vote, move in and out of the state, as well as within the state, regulating apprenticeships, property, ownerships, and taxes. Melungeons and free people of color were often pushed to the fringes of colonial and antebellum society and settled in places where no one else would live so that they could be left alone. Free people of color and people of mixed ethnicity, like Melungeons, blurred that line. Status was based on appearance. If you looked white enough and can pass for white, then you were able to receive more rights and freedoms. If you looked more African, then the burden of proof fell on you to prove that you were not a slave. Because of their mixed ancestry, Melungeons were referred to as being too black to be white and too white to be black. Because of colorism, the Melungeon people didn't fit in anywhere. Free people of color, mixed ethnic communities like the Melungeon people, and also maroon communities lived outside of the white communities because of this reason. This is why many Melungeon families moved to isolated places like the Appalachian Mountains, but also the Great Dismal Swamp in Virginia and North Carolina to get away from the reach of racism and discrimination. Due to these restrictive, discriminatory, and racist laws, Melungeon communities continue to migrate further west to stay ahead of them and maintain their freedoms. Here is a map of other mixed race people that were very similar to the Melungeon people. And actually, and I'll go into this a little later, with DNA testing, we have, of course, discovered being interrelated with many of these other mixed ethnic groups of people. Now, some of them that may have a little asterisk by them denotes that these, just like the Melungeon term, were considered slurs by some. So some of them, we put an asterisk by them. And the map was courtesy of Before We Were White podcast. He had put this together. So it's a very good map of all of them. But of course, you can see the Melungeons there in Appalachia. Due to their status in society, the Melungeon people were often villainized. They were called tricksters, sneaky, and boogeymen. Stories abound of white families telling their children not to wander too far, or the Melungeons would get them. They were associated with dubious money making and counterfeiting, horse stealing, and moonshining. The truth was that the Melungeon people were just like their white counterparts. They were hardworking, resilient, resourceful. They worked on the barter system, selling corn, tobacco, and livestock. They did logging, quilting, and woodwork. And yes, they were moonshiners. In fact, Mahalia Mullins, pictured right here, she lived in Vardey Valley, Tennessee. On Newman's Ridge, actually, in Vardey Valley, and is one of the most recognized historical Melungeons, and was an entrepreneur and was the best moonshiner in northeastern Tennessee. This, of course, didn't stop people from discriminating against the Melungeon people. And one of the most controversial laws to affect the Melungeon people was passed only just 100 years ago. On March 20th, 1924, the Racial Integrity Act was passed in the state of Virginia. It required every Virginian to identify their ethnicity on documentation approved by the state's registrar. It also defined who could be considered white and explicitly prohibited marriages between those white citizens and any other races. This law directly affected Virginians who were of mixed ethnicity, such as the Melungeon people. It also affected indigenous people of Virginia as well, erasing many native identities in the process. They all were to be labeled as non-white. In a quote, a white person shall apply only to the person who has no trace whatsoever of any blood other than Caucasian. The man pictured is Dr. Walter Plecker. He was the director and registrar of Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics. He, along with several others, implemented the Racial Integrity Act. He was a firm believer in racial purity and integrity. So in 1942, 1943, Plecker issued several letters to the Virginia Department of Health asserting that Virginia had no native or mixed populations. Within the letter, Plecker included well-known Melungeon surnames. Several of my own family's surnames are on this list, such as Collins, Gibsons, Bowlings, two different ways to spell it, Mason and Stewart. And then several others I have. There's like all those are surnames that he had listed. And but what blew my mind was the Racial Integrity Act was actually not repealed until 1975. I mean, that's not really that long ago. It's just amazing. These are a raceless people, neither fish nor fowl, neither white or black, nor red nor brown. They bear a heavy cross, these folks, are indeed America's outcast. They, more than any other class, might properly be called forgotten men. They spend their lonely lives in a social limbo, not quite white, not quite Negro, not quite Indian. They are ignored, derided, rejected, tolerated. That was from Wayne Winkler's book, Walking Toward the Sunset, someone describing the Melungeon people. So the Melungeons, they as that picture back showed, they were looked at as like, who were these mysterious people of Appalachia? And because of this mystery that was surrounding them, there were several theories of how the Melungeon people originated. I'm going to go into a little bit of some of those theories. The first one is about a gentleman named Captain Juan Pardo. And this is Saint Helena. I've been to several of these places, so these are like pictures from me and my brother when we went to some. So Saint Helena is located on Paris Island in South Carolina. The Spanish colony of Saint Helena was founded in 1566 by Spanish naval officer Pedro Menendez on what is now Paris Island. He also founded St. Augustine in 1565. It became the first colonial capital of Spanish Florida and remained for 21 years until its abandonment in 1587. 1567, Captain Juan Pardo ventured forth from Santa Elena into the interior of the southeastern parts of North America. The theory is that deserters from the Juan Pardo expedition, as well as earlier Spanish expeditions like Hernando de Soto, his expedition in the in the 1530s, and then Narvaez in the 1520s. So they're saying that these deserters from these early Spanish expeditions helped form the multi-ethnic Melungeon people. They did find Pardo had established 5 forts: Fort San Juan, Fort San Pedro, Fort San Pablo, Fort Santiago, and Fort Santo Tomas. It is believed that he made his way all the way up into what is Tennessee today. Fort San Juan was the first fort to be established in 1567. It is significant because it was the first European settlement established in the interior of what would become the United States of America. Fort San Juan was destroyed after about 18 months of being settled. The other forts were destroyed at the same time, thus ending Spain's colonial endeavors into the interior of what would become the Southeast United States. Fort San Juan, though, is the only fort that has been discovered in modern time. It is now an active archaeological dig site. They do public digs. That's me and my brother. Um, one of the public digs. Both the Native American village of Yora and the Spanish fort of Fort San Juan are being excavated, and it's near Morganton, North Carolina. If you want to learn more, you can go to the Jora Foundation. They do updates on the progress of the geological dig. The lost colony of Roanoke. This may be where the Melungeon people share connections with. Have you heard of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina? Well, the Lumbees are very similar to, now they are state recognized, a North Carolina state recognized tribe, and they're similar to the Melungeon people, being triracial isolates. And even in my own family, we do share DNA with several individuals who are part of the Lumbee tribe. So there is most likely a connection. So Dr. Is a gentleman by the name of Dr. Arlen Smallwood. He's a professor and chair of history at NCA&T, and his research has found strong ties with the Tuscarora Nation, stating that both the Croatoans and the Tuscarora took in the English settlers from Roanoke. And so this kind of, I think this theory is probably most likely very possible, very real. There are also connections to the Powhatans with the Pocahontas people, the Nanasaman, Catawba, Occaneechi, Saponi, and Cherokee, to just name a few indigenous nations connected to the Melungeon people. Jamestown, Virginia, which of course was established in 1607. In 1619, 20-some odd enslaved Angolans were brought into Jamestown, thus establishing slavery in the British colony. The first and second generation of enslaved Angolans brought to English North America were referred to as the charter generation. They operated outside of and within the indentured system initially, and eventually the slave system of colonial Virginia. They married each other as well as indigenous people and the English, Scottish, and Irish indentured servants. Later, enslaved Africans who became free formed free people of color communities, along with indigenous peoples and Europeans as well. So this one too, I think, has a lot of most likely connections to the Melungeon people, how they started. So this one as well. Some of these free people of color communities were also near maroon communities. This term came from the Spanish term cimarron, which meant fugitive. It described enslaved Africans in the Caribbean who escaped slavery and meant the same thing in the English colonies. And were most often found in locations like the Great Dismal Swamp or like the Melungeons in the Appalachian Mountains, isolated places where they would be left alone. One such free people of color community we visited was Hotwater Centerville, not far from colonial Jamestown. It became a free people of color community in 1796, but it not only had formerly enslaved African Americans, but indigenous and Europeans living there as well. This is Goingstown, North Carolina, Martinsville, Virginia. It's like they're right on the line, right on the state lines. Located in Stoneville, North Carolina, on the border of North Carolina and Virginia, near Martinsville, Virginia, another free people of color community was established along the Maya River called Freetown. It was settled before the American Civil War as a free Black community. Also near the Maya River was a Melungeon community, which was established in the 1700s, not far from the Maya River as well. Several early Melungeon families settled here, such as Moores and Gibsons and Goings and Harrises. Some of these families migrated further into Appalachian Mountains, and some of them probably eventually settled in Verde Valley and Newman's Ridge, Tennessee. Now, when we were last year, we had our conference in Hillsborough, North Carolina. And in Hillsborough, North Carolina, There is, and this is where we have found some of our ancestors probably had settled. There was an Afro-Indigenous settlement, a Maroon community that was settled besides an Occaneechi-Saponi settlement. What appear to be indigenous burial mounds were recently discovered, like within the last couple of years. It's been very recent, and are right now still being investigated. We discovered some Melungeon surnames like Evans, Collins, Richards, and Wilsons that are associated with this settlement, making us think that there probably is a Melungeon connection to this as well. So I'd mentioned Vardy Valley and Newman's Ridge. So Vardy Valley was named after Barnum and Collins, who bought the land, and Newman's Ridge was one of the largest and well-known Melungeon settlements located in Tennessee. It was settled sometime in the early 1800s, like 18 teens, somewhere around there. Today is located in Hancock County, Tennessee, near Smeadville, Tennessee. The Vardy Valley community existed before Hancock County was actually formed, which was in 1844. Hancock was formed out of Claiborne and Hawkins County. And actually, my grandmother was born in Claiborne County, actually. So, Vardy Valley, yes, Vardy Valley was created out of land grants given to Barnum and Collins and Shepherd Gibson and others who fought in the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812. You can visit Vardy Valley today and tour the Presbyterian Church and Mahalia Mullins' cabin. I mentioned Mahalia Mullins earlier, the moonshiner. Well, you can visit her cabin there. They restored it and everything. There was also a school. So there was the Vardy School. There was a school because, of course, them being Melungeon, they couldn't attend white schools. So in the 1890s, Presbyterians had come into Vardy Valley, established a church, and established a school. And so Melungeon children finally had a school that they could attend, proper school that they could attend because they couldn't attend the white schools. Several of my family ancestors we do know that they did settle in Vardy Valley and Newman's Ridge. So some of my family come from that area. They probably most likely came from North Carolina and Virginia and migrated into northeastern Tennessee and southeastern Kentucky. There are other well-known Melungeon settlements. Like there's a place called Bell's Bend right outside Nashville, Tennessee. As well as Melungeon Town in Virginia. Wise and Scott counties had very large Melungeon settlements. Big Stone Gap, Virginia. There was also one settlement there as well. The picture that's actually Vardy Valley right there. It's a drone footage of the valley. But one of the things I wanted to show all of you, and I really do not think it's such a coincidence, is counties where there were large Melungeon, Maroon, or Free People of Color settlements, and how these counties fare today. Now, this is from 2024, last year. As you can see, the majority of these counties are still some of the poorest counties in each of these states. Like for example, like Hancock County, number 1, 22% poverty rate in Hancock County. And so I went through and Robeson County in North Carolina, that's where the Lumbee are set. That's where their reservation is, that's where they're settled. And it's the second. So like in Bertie County was another that had the connection to the Tuscarora people, and had mixed ethnic communities, people of color communities. So I found it very fascinating. Like I said, I don't think it's coincidental. Many people may look at some of these counties today and think that they're like all white, but I'm like, these probably still inhabit the people who still live there, even though they might be of a lighter complexion, probably have mixed ethnic ancestry. So there is certainly a tie to the fact that these had large mixed ethnic settlements, and that many of them are still rather poor today. So you can see that generational generational poverty that continues. So I'll talk a little bit about the Melungeon Heritage Association. So the Melungeon Heritage Association is a nonprofit organization documenting and preserving the history and cultural legacy of mixed ancestry peoples of the southern and eastern United States. Of course, we focus mostly on the Melungeon people of Appalachia, but as I've shown before, we certainly have connections to other mixed ancestry groups and within the southeastern United States. So we take and document and preserve all of it. The first MHA union was they had a gathering in 1996, technically, but the following year, the nonprofit was established and the official MHA union or conference was held. And of course, we have and our annual conferences where people of Melungeon, who are Melungeon descendants, or anyone interested in Melungeon multi-ethnic Appalachian culture can come together and learn more about these multi-ethnic peoples. And there's the our website, www.melungeon.org. We're also, of course, on Facebook, Instagram. These are just a little bit about our conferences. This year's conference will be in Johnson City, Tennessee, June 20th and 21st. Friday, we'll be doing our lecture series. We'll have our guest speaker speaking. But on Saturday, we are actually going to Vardee Valley. We're doing a really neat little event, artisan, author event on that Saturday from 10 to 2. So, we're super excited about that. We're teaming up. It's called the Vardee Community Historical Society. So we're teaming up with them and putting on a really great event on that Saturday. But you can find out more information on our website. And of course, I'll be doing posts on our social media, updating on dates and everything. And of course, especially as of recent, the Melungeon people have been popping up in popular culture. There was a novel called Big Stone Gap by Adriana Trigiani. It became a movie in 2014 with Ashley Judd, Whoopi Goldberg, and Patrick Wilson. It has a Melungeon character in it and talks a little bit about the Melungeon people. And then, of course, the most recent bestseller by Barbara Kingsolver, her novel Demon Copperhead, came out in 2022. And actually, the protagonist, his name's Demon Copperhead, he is Melungeon. So, Barbara did, she had heard about the Melungeon people growing up, and then for this particular novel, she decided to make her protagonist of Melungeon descent. So just very recent, we've had some surge in popular culture. I thought I'd share this. It's a list of Melungeon surnames. Although there is, of course, no test that one can take to prove you're 100% Melungeon, we do look at some things that tend to run together. Melungeon surnames. The most common are Collins, Gibson, Mullins, Goins, Bunch, Bolin, and Denham. But any of these names on this list and I think there's even more. Like, a lot of people. Yeah, there's probably more than this. My family, we knew we had Gibson through my great grandfather Jesse Gibson. We were to discover that we also have Collins, Davis, Hurst, Tavis, Mason, like a whole bunch. And of course, my family were from northeastern Tennessee, southeastern Kentucky, and also, like I said, Virginia and North Carolina. So, and then we did we've had several of our family members do DNA, and besides obviously we would say, European, we have African, indigenous, Southeast Asian, Jewish, Middle Eastern, like all of this popped up in our family's DNA. So it was all there. And then another way, like there are some people who do know that they do have this ancestry and they do have like their DNA, their gen matches out there that you can share with. And if you do connect, then you can probably most likely, you know, assume that's probably yeah. So we kind of look at a little bit of that, a little bit of everything in determining. Early American history was a mixture of many cultures interconnecting in the New World, intersecting Europeans, Africans, and indigenous peoples. The Melungeon people and people of multi-ethnic ancestry are simply the product of this. The most, like I said, I was talking about most likely theories, like the Lost Colony and Jamestown is probably most likely where they originated from. But I just love this quote by Manuel Mira. He was an author. There is no such thing as a pure Melungeon, European, African, or another race nowadays. All Americans are made up of many races, not necessarily a melting pot, but a mosaic of cultures. It's really like that. If you are into, this is just a list of really great resources. If you want to learn more about the Melungeon people or mixed ancestry, and I can share that with you, John. If anybody's interested, you can reach out and yeah. And so we do have a podcast called Melungeon Voices Podcast. It debuted in June of 2020. It was thanks to the pandemic, so we had to find another way to do the conference because it was had to cancel. But yeah, we've got 5 seasons now. So 7 episodes each season. Fantastic. John is on the latest season, episode 6. Get to check it out. He talks about Class Con and everything. So it's great. It's great. Oh, and these are just some pictures I had. Like that's me and my grandmother. She was one. She had the Gibson. She was really the one that kind of started my journey on this because she was so um interested in her own in her genealogy. So she was really how I got into this, and then I got into the Melungeon Heritage Association. And then just some pictures of my grandmother and my grandfather because it's fun. We always kind of knew that there was something my grandmother was always told that the usual Cherokee, right? Cherokee ancestry. And so we always knew there was something on my grandmother's side. And also she had the Gibson. And then as we started doing our DNA and the genealogy, then we found out that my grandpa actually has mixed ethnicity as well. And we would have never thought that. Like we had no idea. So it's you never know what you're gonna discover, what you're gonna find. So yeah, these are just some pictures, and then there's like just some of the DNA, kind of small, probably can't read, but yeah, and like I said, when we started doing the DNA, that's we start further finding, you know, more information out about our real ancestry, and I think that's it. Yep. So that's any questions?
Would you decide that you can connect other people with the right create? What's the name for that site?
Well, it is called Melungeon Roots, but we haven't launched it quite yet to the general public. So we're still working on it. But we will probably within the next month or two we'll be launching it. So we're super excited about it because that's what we get. I always get people contacting us. They're like, I want to know more. I just found this out. I want to know more. Where do I go? And like our website, it just gives you kind of general information. So we wanted something more with more resources and information and facts and things and genealogy where people can go and discover more. So yes, we will be. Definitely look out for it.
Always found that white identity full time tends to prevent people from necessarily engaging with like the history of the world of the people you can identify with, in like looking back hundreds of years. Instead, you just focused on, well, my grandpa, my great grandpa, you're focused on the material
circumstances that can be completely abstracted from the whole point of engaging with your culture. So having an avenue for people to kind of break out of that simulation, it's very I'd say good thing.
Oh yeah, definitely. And like I said, I myself and like others who have discovered this, because unfortunately, like I mentioned, many of our ancestors had to hide those parts of their ancestry just so they can, not be discriminated against, so that they can have rights and freedoms. So you understand why they did it, but then it hurts us today because now we're having to go back and find, learn about these cultures that is part of our ancestry, but it wasn't handed down generation to generation because they had to hide them. So yeah, you're exactly right.
So you're a historian, and I was wondering if you could talk about your approach using historical research to serve a community, because all these things that you found, it's information that deeply affects the community. So what do you take in consideration when you're doing that kind of very public facing and work that serves someone?
Yeah, right. So once again, going back to this Melungeon Roots website that we're working on, right? Because when we were starting our genealogical and historical research in our family, you got it like as a historian, like okay, you go to your the local libraries, you go to to the state houses, like to get birth records, death records, so you're having to go to all these different sources, to find what you need, and so when we were, um, Jess Arnold is her name. She is a Melungeon, she's a Melungeon descendant herself. She is also a member of our organization. When she reached out to me, she had been working on this website. And I was like, oh my God, this is excellent, Jess. To have a one place where people can go and find those resources that they would otherwise have to go everywhere. I know this one gentleman who I've been working with. He had Collins's, and he's been trying. He's hit a brick wall, the infamous brick walls that you hit in your genealogy. And especially with ancestry like this, you hit a lot of brick walls, right? And he's contacted all these courthouses and looking through genealogical records online and all this stuff, and he's just he's hit a brick wall. And so with this website, he's really hoping that maybe somebody out there with this Collins's might actually have the information that he's looking for, that he's hit up against, because and if you can go to like one place and get all of that, I mean, it just makes it a lot easier. And once again, I mentioned, especially with this ancestry, that's what we're really trying to do, to help, people. But yeah, I would oftentimes have to tell people, okay, go here and go here. And, and then I had that list of resources. I was given that list of resources. Because some of those do have some good, genealogical records in them as well. Some of the books do, from people who had already done some of the work, So I'm like, okay, read Wayne Winkler's book or Dwight Kennedy's book. They've got some genealogical stuff in there. Maybe that might help you too. So they don't have to keep going to all these, you know, other, resources. But yeah, that's an excellent question. But that's kind of what we're trying. That's what we're trying to do, make it easier.
To piggyback onto that conversation, how, as a historian working in this particular genealogical space, are you handling two really complicated brick walls? One being people changing their name for a variety of reasons. Either it was changed for them because some scribe couldn't understand your name, it's lazy or whatever, which I've run across in my own background. Or we changed it for other reasons, shall we say, right?
Yes.
So that's one brick wall. And then the two brick wall is, we're talking about really delicate paper records. And so things like floods and fires and misfiling and, oh, we don't care about that group of people, dump that in the trash. And how dealing with those two difficult records.
Well, I would say one of the things that we discovered that's kind of an because you're right, like and even like with census records, like someone, some, some especially people of mixed ethnicity or free people of color, sometimes they didn't have maybe somebody they didn't have a last name, so they would just take the last name of who they married. So you might be thinking, oh, this is my paternal line. Oh, wait, it's my maternal line, like it's right. And so one of the things I will say that the DNA and the GED match numbers, what we're discovering is like people like they're like you'll connect DNA wise, and so you're related to this person, and then you start sharing your family trees, right?
Sure.
Exactly. And so, but yeah, but and so you might find the answer there. So that DNA has been really great in that. So so if someone is having trouble figuring out a surname or figuring out who this ancestor was, oftentimes, yeah, we can go through the DNA, but there still may be, unfortunately, still not able to, like, 'cause that person may be like, oh yeah, we don't know it either, yeah, and it's very difficult with this ancestry, but we also that's when we'll bring in the DNA and to share the GenNext numbers to see if we can find any connection that way too. Yeah.
Walk in the clergy community, walk like fascinating, working with reaching out, working with town expertise, trying to like get some exposure with this because this work in my family, which intimacy, we moved from East and I'm also Millennium, but I through my own story and looking at some names, I black and forward how I was like, oh, I was still in the kids, even though I was going to be further, and it's all in the part and chance certain Johnson and Jackson, which growing up in West Tennessee, you have like there's a lot of still racial stereotypes going on. So how are you kind of like preventing that and getting this information out there to I guess people who otherwise maybe like turn a blind eye to it. So it was really loaded.
Yeah, no, you're right. Because exactly. So one of the things I try to do as president, I try to be very I stick to the family aspect of it. And like we're all interrelated. Like these people are your distant cousins, and so that's where I try to put my focus on. And I do discover like when you're like, hey, we're distant cousins, and then it does bring down if any type of like like, oh, no way I can't be related to you, but a lot of times when people do find out they're related, they're like, oh, okay. So I oftentimes like to do that. I like to kind of push more of the family aspect that we're all interrelated. We come from the same ancestors. So that's what I try to do because you're right. It's unfortunately in this community there has certainly been, as you probably know, and so so that's kind of how we combat. I focus on like, no, we're family. we're we're related, we're family, we all come from these common ancestors, and that's what we need to realize and focus on. And I think that's the true narrative of early colonial America. Most people, if you probably have some type of early colonial America um, ancestry, it's pretty mixed. You probably mixed. You have mixed heritage, probably most likely. So that's what I usually do. That's what I try to focus on. Yeah, you're welcome. Get him in the back real quick, young.
So regarding the cultural piece, the actual this and the actual acculturation of people who have been so disconnected for many generations, getting back to their getting back to their heritage, getting back to their roots, maybe reviving some traditions or looking into them. Like, to what extent do you see that, and to what extent is that really
To what extent is that served by this practice, I guess?
Yes. One of the things, and I know, and on the podcast, what we've been doing, um, letting there's a lot of the podcast guests are, of course, Melungeon descendants, and so they'll tell their stories, and we'll find similar, like maybe a similar cultural, like something that's similar. And we're like, oh wait, okay, maybe this is, I know I've had several. Actually, we just had from last season, Lindsay Colasa and Phyllis Light, and they're herbalists, um, and they particularly look at like folk medicine in Appalachia, and they both have Melungeon ancestry, and they have found like they're like here were some traditions that people were doing that you have an European element, an African element, an indigenous element, and so they've been able to interweave that and realize like, oh, like this is part of the culture. But you're right. I mean, unfortunately, since, and I mentioned it before, some of our ancestors, of course, had to hide their ancestry and hide some of their culture. So some of it has slip through the cracks, like, some of it we probably have lost. But there are still people out there though that there is something. And so that's kind of part of what we're, and like going back to the website again, of course, that's part, that's why we want people to tell their stories, and we want to reach out to others because we want to get as much of like whatever culture that we still have from our ancestors, revive that. So that's part of what we're doing with the organization and the podcast and what will be the new website. But you're right, it's tricky. It's tricky, but we are finding bits and pieces, putting them together. Yeah.
So I was coming from a background of like pop culture studies when we were talking about being that. Did you notice like after that book came out and started getting a lot of media attention, were more people reaching out to your organization? And then also, did the author reach out at any point during the writing process? Because I was wondering about that aspect you could talk to as well, of like what was the response from that book from a community that is being written about by someone who had made a word of the Melungeon tribe?
Yeah, that's a great question because yeah, she never did. All of a sudden, it was like I hear about this new book, it's a bestseller by Barbara Kinglover, and I'm like, what? And somebody was telling me it had, the protagonist is Melungeon. I'm like, whoa, what? So I bought it myself. And she writes well. It's written well, but she's right. I mean, there's aspects that I think she like, especially getting into his, him being of mixed ethnicity, and you know, blurring that line. Having to, you don't really feel like you fit in anywhere, any racialized system. And that's the biggest thing about our ancestors and people of mixed ethnicity today. You don't feel like you fit in anywhere because you have to either be black or white, which is just ridiculous, right? And I don't, she didn't really go too much into that, to which I feel like I'm like, okay, that you really should have, um, talked on it. And she probably maybe would have reached out to the community. Because I don't, like I said, I think she just went, because I think she had heard stories and everything. But I really don't, yeah, I'm not exactly sure where she got all her information, but, yeah, but it is true though, we did have, I think, but we did have an uptick, and more and more people reaching out, which is nice. And the Vardy Community Historical Society, they said they noticed an uptick, and I was wondering people, like, oh, I read this Demon Copperhead book, so like on one side, like it's good, it's like, it's something that becomes popular, like that gets people to notice it, but you're right on the other hand, when it's not written by someone who's not completely part of the community, and they may not, there's scriptures that they kind of gloss over, or they don't, go into more that would probably have, I think, helped bring about the what things that people of mixed, the Melungeon people, but also people of mixed ethnicity go through. Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions?
And then she said, once the information gets together, I can send it out.
Yeah.
All the people have signed in, I assume, to the conference. So once all that gets together,
Signed in, it would like some of the information that we'll be sending out after the fact. Please go to the people out front and put your email down.
we'll be happy to pass all this
Yes,
along. This was
yes.
so great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks for having me. It's fantastic.
All right, so we are gonna take a little break out of the warm rain for a few minutes. I think it's good.
Oh.
And then what we got in about 15 minutes. Doctor. Let's chances of
Oh, my one uncle who was talking to you guys, and they keep saying like, yes, yes. I'm like, some people understand. Yeah, I'm going to choose to take this. They're like, I didn't know. Wow. I wish I could like 40 now to it's like 10 people. So people can make moments. They can in the town. So you guys are actually not just yeah, now we got no, it's not real.
So what does this look like? As nutrition, they might have a little bit of slash this. Like disease. It's correct. We obviously did. It's in there. It's with everything's right. Vegetables. There's a grid. Okay, so we just follow whatever the grid does, guys. This is the way that makes sense. I'll get it. That's really not the issues. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yes, you said plus. Yeah, yeah. Oh, but this is not a 7 plus. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think this one, this track would show how many like, how big of a thing for me to scare. So smart. I have like 3 of them. Green with 3 never last. You know, diamonds are just like inside.
So you say the pulse mic or say seems to would raise. So we were before video the screen at the same time. So we can either have the slides or your face. That's all you need to put your phone right? And I'll find all right, welcome everybody. So I'm happy to introduce the next panel, which is entirely on Doctor Who. And to give a brief introduction so that we're not all repeating each other up here, Doctor Who is a British sci-fi TV show that originally aired its classic series from 1963 to 1989. It returned for a TV movie in 1996, and then it was brought back in live action in 2005, and it still is being aired to this day. So the show is a science fiction time travel show starring the Doctor, who is a Time Lord who travels through time and space in a TARDIS, police box that's bigger on the inside. And the Doctor usually brings a companion along with them through these adventures. Every week they usually go to a different planet, a different time, to the past, to the future, and then sometimes just to the present day. So that's my very brief introduction on Doctor Who. There's much more to talk about, as I'm sure you guys will learn throughout this panel. I will be presenting first on political dissent in 1980s Doctor Who, The Happiness Patrol. And I am a student here at BGSU, proudly from the English department. Next, we have Kitty Gagan from the University of Michigan, presenting extractive abandonment in the 1985 Doctor Who serial, The Mark of the Robin. And then Daniel Kearns, also at BGSU, will be presenting the pollutive effects of AI-driven techno-capitalism in Doctor Who's The Green Death. And these are all presentations on the classic series of Doctor Who, as I said, 1963 to 1989. So to start out talking about 80s Doctor Who and the Happiness Patrol, this is a three-part serial from 1988 that was written by Graham Curry and directed by Chris Clow. So this story, the Doctor's played by Sylvester McCoy, and the companion is Ace, played by Sophie Aldred. They travel into the future to a planet that's colonized by humans, and it's called Terra Alpha. The planet's dark city streets are dominated by an undercover police force that is all women, and they execute killjoys who are people who break the law. The law is that happiness is the law and sadness is banned. You can be arrested for wearing dark clothes, listening to slow music, walking in the rain, and even reading poems. The law is part of a program to decrease the population that is led by the planet's leader, Helen A., who's played by Sheila Hancock.
Here is one example of what Terra Alpha looks like. It has dark city streets. It's very depressed. It's obviously a planet in the future that is not doing very well, and even though people are forced to be happy, they really aren't. As the production team has stated, Helen A was intended to be a satire of Margaret Thatcher. Thatcher, part of the Conservative Party, was elected Prime Minister of the United Kingdom in 1979. She entered her third term in 1987, the year before the Happiness Patrol was written. Her neoliberalism stretched beyond economic and political policies, and she actually targeted cultural values as a way to make larger changes to the state. Two theorists that I draw from in my research are Mark Fisher and Stuart Hall. Mark Fisher theorized neoliberalism's afterimage and presence in society as hauntology, quote, that which in actuality has not yet happened, but which is already effective in the virtual, unquote. Or to translate, he explained that people felt that there was no future under their current political climate, which I'm sure some of us might relate to, and thus people were unable to imagine a prosperous future. So apply this to science fiction shows like Doctor Who that use time travel. They're literally going to the future, and they cannot imagine a happy future. They're imagining a stagnated, depressed planet. And in this case, Helen A, who represents Margaret Thatcher in the satire, is literally haunting this future. Seeing is something that they cannot escape. Another important element of this story is that it draws upon cultural rebellion in the 1980s and things that actually happened during Thatcher's tenure. Another quick thing that's important to my work is that Thatcher called upon Victorian values and said that the values of the past were what made the country great, and that she called for a return to the nuclear family, where women would be the domestic heart of the family and men the laboring force, which is what Stuart Hall termed progressive modernization. And so this is where I draw parallels in the Happiness Patrol of using these cultural values to determine how you are going to set laws that dominate this planet and this story. Helen A cracks down on cultural expressions of emotion, and she oppresses the working classes specifically. So I'm going to explain through this story how this story comments on Thatcher's Britain and oppressive conservative attitudes, specifically towards sexuality, family values, workers' rights, protests, and coalitions. And my ultimate argument is that this serial shows rebellion and solidarity as an alternative. Okay, so one important historical event to note is that as Curry was writing the Happiness Patrol, the Local Government Act 1988 introduced Section 28, which was a bill that was a larger part of conservative attacks on homosexuality. You can see the text of Section 28 here. It forbade government authorities like schools, councils, and government offices from promoting homosexuality. It primarily attacked educational initiatives, which was devastating because this was during the AIDS crisis when this was absolutely essential. Combined with the Sexual Offensive Acts of 1967, which decriminalized sex between men but actually increased policing, gay people were effectively being forced back into the closet. Some gay activists, like Jonathan Blake, described the environment in London as continual harassment from the police, and he recounted how two men could not dance together at clubs or be together in their residences. And as a result, some gay men practiced cottaging and sought out sex with men in public areas, where undercover pretty police would solicit and arrest them. This reminds me of a scene that the Happiness Patrol opens on when the woman who is obviously depressed is approached by an undercover policeman, and he says, a bunch of us killjoys are getting together, and we're going to rise up, and then he turns on her and arrests her. So the Happiness Patrol, as you can see from these slides, are mostly comprised of women that are dressed in a way that kind of portrays an exterior happiness. They're presenting and performing this forced happiness to fit Helen A's cultural ideology. So I connect this with closeting. 2 years after the Happiness Patrol aired, Eve Sedgwick wrote that the closet is the defining structure for gay oppression in this century. And I'm connecting this happiness band to Section 8 as a metaphor because Helen A is forcing the citizens to go into the closet to hide their sadness with a happy facade. Ace, who's the companion in the jacket and striped shirt, the doctor's companion, she's arrested and forced to audition to join the patrol, and another Happiness Patrol member helps her to this. And when they're caught up in the hopelessness of this situation, they have a really emotional exchange. Susan Q says, I did wake up one morning and suddenly something was very clear. I couldn't go on smiling while my friends disappeared, wearing this uniform and smiling, and trying to pretend I'm something I'm not, trying to pretend I'm happy. Better to let it end. In this scene, Ace and Susan Q were unable to closet their emotions or perform as they are expected. Smiling, singing, dancing, and musical expression are performances that they find very personal and they cannot fake them. Susan Q, who has been coerced into police service, and Ace, who's forced to rebel so that she doesn't have to join the Happiness Patrol. They reject this cultural oppression. So, gay rights advocates in 1980s Britain were accustomed to legislation like Section 28, and it was a great blow to the movement. In this hostile environment, the activist group Lesbians and Gays Support the Miners formed during the 1984-5 National Miners' Strike to support the National Union of Mine Workers. They supported this with fundraising to help support the miners' families because they weren't making income and they needed to be fed. They also held a Pits and Perverts benefit concert. There's a movie called Pride that is about this, which I highly recommend. It's a great movie. Miners and gay activists may have been an unlikely pairing, but they did have something in common: experiences of police brutality. During the 84-85 miners' strike, miners protested closing pits and plants, and they were often met by police resistance. In the Battle of Orgreave in June of 1984, 5,000 protesters were outnumbered, attacked, and beaten by 6,000 policemen. Although this strike ultimately failed, they were essentially starved out. The unlikely partnership between Lesbians and Gays Support the Miners and a small Welsh mining community actually led the National Union of Mine Workers to support gay rights within the Labour Party, and that began greater change in the country in the fight for gay rights. On Terra Alpha in Doctor Who, protest exists in a complicated political reality that reflects Thatcher's relationship with these miners and the working class. In the Happiness Patrol, there are drone workers who rise up and they march through the city streets in protest. They wear black clothing, hats, veils. They play a mournful harmonica and beat a very slow drum. And they even carry a large sign that says, "Factory conditions are a joke," alluding to how Helen A tells jokes and forces happiness on people. At one point, Ace assumes that Helen A has outlawed protests, and a patrol member says, of course she allows demos. These are killjoys, and worse than that, they're drones, workers from the flatlands. It's forbidden for them to enter the city. That's why they'll never leave it alive. The police brutality against the working class protesters is the point of allowing demonstrations on Terra Alpha. Helen A's militant policing calls up images of Orgreave in June 1984. Police charged into protesters on horses, trampling and dragging them off the field to be arrested. This strike's legacy reminded people that the government was capable of great violence against picketers and unions. Similarly, Thatcher's public stance against the strike was unwavering. After the strike ended in 1985, Thatcher explained, quote, "We had to make certain that violence and intimidation and impossible demands could not win. There would have been neither freedom nor order in Britain if we had given in to violence." Helen A speaks similarly of the workers' strike in her streets. As in the rest of the story's final episode, the drones continue to rise up and they eventually free Terra Alpha's sugar and candy factories where they've been working. The Doctor and Ace help to overthrow Helen A. And when the doctor finally confronts her at the end of the serial, the mournful harmonica warbles in the background and he reveals her core motivation. When the doctor asks why Helen A has banned sadness, Helen A responds, for the good of the majority, for the ones that wanted to be happy, who wanted to take the opportunities that I gave them. The future that is portrayed in Terra Alpha contains more than just a satire of Margaret Thatcher. It contains an allegorical references to lesbians and gay support the miners and the 84 to 85 miners strike when the Happiness Patrol defectors and killjoys team up with the drone workers. I think it's also connected to some of the core ideas that Thatcher had, such as if you've heard of there is no alternative, which was her attitude towards neoliberalism, that there is no alternative to our economy than the one that I have shown. And Helen A's similar type of slogan is happiness will prevail. No matter what, happiness will win. Happiness will prevail. I cannot see any other alternative to the way that I am running this planet. So when the Happiness Patrol defectors team up with the drones and the Ace and the Doctor, they are showing rebellion as a successful alternative to an oppressive ideological regime that targets culture. This story reminds us that there is hope in the future, hope that lies in shows of unlikely class solidarity. And I will say, I had made a QR code with my sources to share if anyone was interested. However, I got an email last night that I would have to pay if I wanted this QR code to still work, which could be a presentation at next year's class. So if you're interested in learning more about this, this is part of greater work on my thesis, and I'm happy to talk about it. Thank you. And now I am happy to introduce Kitty Gagan to talk about Mark of the Rocket.
And I have a few access copies available up front if anyone would like one. There we go. All right. Looks like my formatting didn't translate, so hopefully these slides are readable. But my name is Kitty Gagan. I'll be presenting on class struggle, disability, and extractive abandonment in the Mark of the Rani. So we're going to be going back in time a little bit. So the Mark of the Rani was a 1985 serial featuring the sixth Doctor Who, Colin Baker. It was written by husband and wife writing team Pip and Jane Baker, no relation. It's set in the English village of Killingworth during the Industrial Revolution and the Luddite Uprising. The Rani, played by Kate O'Mara, is a fellow renegade Time Lord and former classmate of the Doctor's, and he discovers her in England extracting a chemical from the brains of the local workers, which turns out to be the chemical that enables them to sleep. As a result, they're becoming hyperactive and aggressive, attacking machinery and causing general mayhem. The Rani plans to use the chemical she's extracting to better control the population of Maya Simiophoria, a planet that she rules. Now, initially, it's assumed that the workers are attacking machines because they are Luddites. The Luddites were a loosely organized movement of workers in England during the early 1800s. While the movement is generally regarded, in historical hindsight, as pointless and needlessly hostile to economic progress, and in fact, the term has come to refer to those who are opposed to any technological advancement in a derogatory manner, Hobsbawm's 1952 historiography argues instead that the practice of wrecking machines was a key component of worker solidarity and collective action. He refers to the, quote, collective bargaining by riot that the Luddites engaged in, arguing that it was, quote, at least as effective as any other means of bringing trade union pressure. However, in this case, as the Doctor notes to his companion Perry, the workers of Killingworth are not, in fact, Luddites. Their struggle is a bit different. So in this analysis, I use the framework of extractive abandonment introduced in Adler, Bolton, and Fierkont's Health Communism. The concept derives from Ruth Wilson Gilmore's idea of organized abandonment, or, quote, the deliberate manipulation and disproportionate dispossession of resources from Black, Brown, Indigenous, disabled, and poor communities, rendering them more vulnerable to adverse health. This organized abandonment produces the surplus population and ensures their economic precarity. Introducing a disability studies lens to this concept, Adler, Bolton, and Virchow argue that, quote, the surplus is not in fact the burden to society it is made out to be. The surplus has been in recent centuries a productive engine of capital accumulation. Thus, to be marked as surplus is also to be marked for extraction. This extraction can occur in numerous ways, including through the asylum system and subsequent processes of institutionalization. In their theorization of health communism, Adler, Bolton, and Virchow traced the history of social welfare systems, including the English poor laws of the 17th and 18th centuries. They argue, quote, the history of social welfare systems is marked by battles over this essential element, what the surplus populations deserve. In what ways are their lives social burdens, and what is to be done to empirically separate the deserving, a burden in society's interest to take on, from the undeserving, an irredeemable burden. This classification of the surplus according to deservingness underscores different modes of extractive abandonment for the able and disabled poor. I argue that the mark of the Rani serves as an allegory for extractive abandonment, in which the Rani literally extracts value from workers while disabling them in the process. The workers in the mark of the Rani move through different classifications according to how they are perceived by the upper classes, either as unruly Luddites or as unfortunately disabled victims in need of remediation. As Adler, Bolton, and Virchow note, quote, the worker is not part of the surplus populations, yet faces constant threat of becoming certified as surplus. During the Industrial Revolution, this threat takes center stage. Human laborers are no longer in demand due to the advancement of machine replacements. In the context of Killingworth, this means that the surplus of disenfranchised workers becomes valuable only to the Rani. Operating a bathhouse where she lures workers into her laboratory, sometimes giving them the money to pay for the bathhouse herself, she engages in the literal extraction of value in the form of the chemical she needs. The chemical, in turn, enables her to placate the population she rules over on Myasthenia Goria. As the doctor notes, quote, the Rani simply sees us as walking heaps of chemicals. There's no place for the soul in her scheme of things. In The Right to Maim, Jasbir Puar notes that, quote, debilitation and the production of disability are in fact biopolitical ends unto themselves. Maiming is a source of value extraction from populations that would otherwise be disposable. By removing their ability to sleep, the Rani effectively disables these workers, making them capacity to work. They thus enter a new category of the surplus population. Now, the historical precedent of the English poor laws divides the poor into three categories. The impotent poor, who are truly disabled to the point where they cannot care for themselves. The able-bodied poor, who are willing to work but unable to find the opportunity. And the idle poor, who are capable of working but unwilling to do so. During the Industrial Revolution, many former workers were able-bodied poor, put out of work by decreasing demand for their labor. When the men in this serial begin mindlessly attacking machinery and refusing to work, they are perceived as Luddites unfairly opposed to progress. With no clear reasoning behind their sudden unwillingness to work, they might be regarded as idle poor. However, when it becomes apparent that their behavior is a result of debilitation at the hands of the Rani, they become understood instead as impotent poor. They are, in fact, innocent victims in their plight, meaning their burden is one worth taking on, which the doctor and his companion Perry do by seeking to cure their disability. Now, importantly, the deserving burden of these workers is limited to the effort that it takes to return them to a capacity for labor. When Perry suggests a sleeping drought, the possibility of a cure is raised, making these men an example of the living well, quote, able to return to work, life, and freedom with biomedical support. Were they unable to be cured, they would be placed into another category of disability, what Adler, Bolton, and Virchow describe as, quote, irreparably damaged, and thus categorically stripped of their personhood, agency, and autonomy. Unfortunately, this would likely place them within the emerging system of asylums developing across the UK. As Adler, Bolton, and Virchow note, these institutions developed as complementary institutions to capital. not only to manage the perceived burden of the surplus population, but also as an attempt to produce economic value from their oversight and control. Even following deinstitutionalization efforts, the management and care of the severely disabled continues to be a multi-billion-dollar industry, the benefits of which are rarely seen by those who it is allegedly intended to support. Now, of course, the example of the Mark of the Rani is not ultimately a reflection of reality for Industrial Revolution England. The machine breakers of the time were not, in fact, mad. They were not subject to alien intervention, and nor were they necessarily debilitated by anything other than the devaluation of their labor in the industrial context in which they lived. As Adler, Bolton, and Fiercont poignantly observe, quote, "It is not madness that causes unrest, but the greed, despair, suffering, alienation, and inequality the incentives of capitalism produce. The Luddites upon which these workers were based were acting in response to forces much more complex than a chemical incapacity to sleep." Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Next, I am happy to introduce Daniel Kearns to talk about the Green Death going forward.
Thank you. So this story, The Green Death, was first aired from May to June 1973, written by Robert Sloman. And so the general synopsis is that in 1970s Llanfairpwll, Wales, miners are dying with a mysterious green glow. You can see in the picture on the top right. The multinational corporation Global Chemicals is promoting this new method of getting petroleum for cars, buses, machinery. The Stevens method, which is promising more petroleum with less waste than traditional coal mining, and the mine outside of Llanfairpwll had recently been closed. And some of the main characters, UNIT, the United Nations Intelligence Task Force, led by Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart, in the bottom right, unit is called to investigate and to protect the interests of global chemicals, as the corporation had been under, demonstrations, protests, mainly led by Professor Clifford Jones with the long hair and the blue scarf. And Professor Clifford Jones, in addition to his work protesting global chemicals, leads a kind of counterculture hippie scientific community outside of Llanfairpwll called Whole Wheal, also called the Nut Hutch. But in his research, he is developing fungi to replace meat as a source of protein, among other researchers conducting their experiments in a countercultural environment. And the other person with the frilly coat, Joe Grant, companion of the doctor, employee of UNIT, she believes in Professor Jones and his cause, drawing attention to it, and goes there to join Whole Wheal, disobeying the orders of UNIT, kind of striking her own path as a young woman finding her place in the world. The Doctor is in this iteration of the series is functioning as UNIT scientific advisor. He is not always beholden to the Brigadier's instructions, and he decides that he's going to take a vacation to Metabolus 3, and initially thought of as a vacation, a sort of blue pleasure planet. He finds lots of dangerous creatures, and he goes back to Llanfairpwll to investigate these mysterious deaths, which at first had disinterested him. And Global Chemicals is led by Stevens with the mustache down there, and the Boss, which is a living computer, acronym for Biomorphic Organizational System Supervisor, and they are very keen on no one finding out what's really going on in the mines. So their increasingly severe methods
for preventing access include the miner's already been closed, but they sabotage the lift system, they hide cutting equipment, uh, they are killing informants, their own employees, and ultimately they phone the prime minister to have to get the brigadier to stop investigating, and the brigadier ultimately must listen to that authority of the prime minister. And as the investigation continues and more miners are piling up dead, as well as middle management, global chemicals types, the waste, the glowing green waste causing this illness is also mutating maggots into these giant dangerous creatures. The so-called safe Stevens method is not only killing workers, but also causing devastation upon the land through the introduction of these giant maggots that later mutate and further into giant flying creatures with all the great 70s special effects that you can imagine. And the boss, you can see the doctor there with those headphones. The boss is using a sort of mind control that doesn't work on the doctor because he's the main character. But the boss is brainwashing Global Chemicals employees into doing his bidding, often against their own interests. And the boss, plans to use Global Chemicals as a base of operations for world domination. Because what else is a self-aware computer supposed to do? And in the last episode, this is a six-part story. At the end of episode 6, Stevens, after a conversation with the doctor, realizes that the boss is wrong, that this will lead to much more than he had anticipated. He chooses to engage the self-destruct sequence, destroying himself, destroying the boss, destroying Global Chemicals. At the end of the story, Joe and Cliff announce that they are not only going to the Amazon to further research fungi, but they're also getting married. And thanks to funding, not only for themselves, but for Whole Wheel, thanks to a phone call to Joe's uncle, who's had some high-ranking government position. So, as I mentioned, and as our presenters have mentioned, the Doctor is a Time Lord from the planet Gallifrey. Uh, this incarnation is very, very posh, very well dressed. He is above human social structures, the structures of units, and is free from, at times, human morality. And despite the strange manner, the death of a few Welsh miners does not interest him at first, and he still goes on vacation. He has the freedom to leave and go to Metabela Street. It doesn't work out for him, but he doesn't know that at the time. And as you can see, he's very well dressed. He has his frilly shirts. He has his velvet smoking jackets. He has a very authoritative manner, and his all of that marks him as a distinguished, high-class character. Again, he's a Time Lord, not just a Time person. He's a Time Lord. Despite this, he is often, as in this story, a voice for the voiceless, and he, in his conversations with the boss, is championing values of freedom. He's against tyranny and the death for profit capitalism of Global Chemicals. And Unit, Brigadier Lethbridge Stewart, a high-ranking military officer, he has his own connections that he tries to leverage to stop Global Chemicals, to get them more cooperative, but that is ultimately trumped by Stephen's phone call to the Prime Minister. Captain Yates and Sergeant Benton, supporting characters, are subordinate to the Brigadier, yet they still hold officer positions within unit and can order even lower ranking characters around. And Jo Grant, she benefits from her privilege of her uncle that not only gets her funding, but got her the job of assistant to the Doctor when she was first introduced. And she has that freedom to, disobey what she wants. And as I mentioned, this story aired in 1973. It was responding to and in direct support of environmental movements happening in the United States and the United Kingdom at that time. And this article, Knowledge, Power, and the Ethics Illusion, explaining diverse viewer interpretations of the politics in classic era Doctor Who. This study from 2018 by Vanessa DeCaue and Lindy Orithia, and operating out of a university in Australia, they cited that Robert Sloman and others were influenced by the publication of Silent Spring and similar texts in the late 60s, early 70s to bring environmentalism into focus. And that article states that the Green Death is one of the most overtly political stories in Doctor Who. What does this mean today? Through the boss, artificial intelligence is represented as overpowering, dominating, relying on brainwashing, and is an ultimately illogical and uncontrollable force that must be destroyed rather than being able to be harnessed for good. Its methods of propagating better business come at the cost of the environment with the glowing green pollution, with the creation of the maggots, with the deaths of several miners and several global chemicals employees. And we can think of AI today needing massive amounts of water used in cooling, that it is ultimately more of a drain on our planet and its resources than, bad drawings with six-fingered hands. And capitalism as a whole, as represented in the Green Death by the multinational corporation Global Chemicals, is a pollutive and corruptive system designed to enrich the few at the expense of the many. And institutions like the Prime Minister, like the UK government, and UNIT at first, are supposed to work to protect the interests of corporations and not the average worker. And these institutions like government are protecting global chemicals at the expense of not only the truth, but human life as well. And as a subplot, Captain Yates, it tries to be the man on the inside, but he does gain some useful information. His infiltration efforts are not ultimately successful, and the system, global chemicals, must be destroyed. And the Green Death does not establish, while it is fully in support of the environmentalists like Professor Clifford Jones, it does not fully establish whether AI and capitalism as a whole are evil, or if the boss and global chemicals are just aberrations, the bad apples, if you will. And given that Doctor Who has plenty of evil AI, evil corporation stories, it could be that Doctor Who as a TV show is denouncing these systems such as artificial intelligence and capitalism, or they just like a certain story idea. And these are my sources.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. So we have a couple minutes for some Q&A. Does anyone have any questions for our panelists?
I just want to say I was finding this all in 1973.
Watching from behind the sofa. Yeah.
So, as I've talked to you guys, I don't really know much about Doctor Who, but I know. Hey, we got so many episodes. Here's, but could you maybe talk a little bit and explain, like, is it the creators behind the show? Is it just like the fiction of the show? What makes Doctor Who this like class conscious character throughout all of these different iterations? Like, is it just staying to like its source material? Like, why is he cool?
How much time do you have, right?
Like without having extensive sources right on hand. Many of the creative staff for early Doctor Who were hard-carrying communists. At the time, it's sort of from the beginning, it's been a more progressive area of television. I think one of my favorite trivia facts is the first serial of Doctor Who history was directed by a gay man of color. And this was at a time when homosexuality was just blatantly illegal in the UK. So, I would say the creative team has something to do with it for sure. That's continued into the modern era with a lot of the showrunners and writers coming from working class backgrounds. It gets complicated, with certain examples, but certainly these three examples that we've shown are definitely more on the classical side of things.
Yeah. I want to add too that when it comes to the new series, especially, some of the creators have talked about consciously wanting to bring in companions from a working class background, and specifically with a working class mindset, because so many of the companions and doctors and characters in the classic series don't have that representation. So that was something that was consciously brought in to try to represent more people and make more people feel like they were a part of that world. Do we have any more questions? Garrett?
So, typical producer, I was very curious about how people in contemporary UK actually feel about the events of the lesbian gay minor strikes, and the oppressive policing under Margaret Thatcher's leadership during that time, because I am not very familiar with the period in the UK specifically, but I was wondering if you might be able to enlighten me on that.
Like about how that's affected things now.
Yeah, how they feel about it, like looking back, like what the general consensus is of that period.
Most of my research was not specifically on what people now are thinking or talking about, but I looked a lot at kind of contemporary things in the 80s and the activists who were involved. And people felt there's a quote that I don't want to butcher, but it's something like a great says, an enormous sense of solidarity is how one person put it. And that stuck with me because with LGSM, lesbians and gay support the minors, these were people who were in their daily lives dealing with police brutality and dealing with a great amount of oppression and homophobia from everyone all around them. And when they saw that the minors were being treated how they had been treated, they really took to heart. They actually went to a small mining town. They twinned with them and supported them monetarily through a lot of donations. They kept food on people's tables. And they not just gave them the money, but there was like a cultural exchange. They would go to Wales, and then they'd come up from Wales to London, and they would go to like the club events at night, and then they would go to the gay clubs when they visited London. And there was this cultural mismatch of people that you did not expect to know each other. And so there was a really amazing moment in time right there. And I feel like it's actually been quite forgotten about. I think one of the things that brought it back was that movie I mentioned, Pride, which is a film about moment. It's a very heartwarming film that talks about that. I think that's a good thing to look to if you're interested in that.
I will say I'm not very familiar with that particular historical context, but just knowing roughly what the general reaction was when Margaret Thatcher died, well, I can have some guesses about how contemporary society feels about that.
Do we have any more questions? Yeah.
I'm struck by happening. There's some similarity between the early 70s and early 80s, which it seemed like that decade followed a very progressive period in American history.
And our president follows a very progressive trade in American history. We know since those others. But it roughly spans slightly before the last presidency, so sort of better in the Obama presidency. A lot of things happened, like Arab Spring, legalization of marriage, minor things like that. But and legalization of marijuana almost everywhere, things like that. But specifically, the line of sadness, like the sort of groundswell of sadness. Do you think this was a reference to the rise of sad popular culture, particularly like the Smiths and the Cure and Depeche Mode and just the rise of sad television shows and goth, right? Is that a reaction to it? Is that a refutation to it?
I think you can definitely read that. I was at a roundtable on the happiness patrol last November at a convention, and somebody talked about how fascism can be connected to kind of like this ideological, like when you force people to feel or behave a certain way, and they connected happiness patrol to like the way fascism wants you to feel happy. I don't know if they were pulling on any specific like moments, but what I would say is that I think that there's also a lot of criticism of American culture in the happiness patrol that I didn't get to in my own work with it, but I think this kind of like false aesthetic of you're going to look like you have everything, is commercialization of buying things and having a life that looks perfect and that looks happy, even though you're deeply sad because of your economic reality and the things that you're facing.
I have a question, but I just want to comment on that because now my brain's kind of. It's the best part of conferences, right? But when you think about this moment in time. And so connected to Jeremy's question and the answer, that idea of you're going to buy all the things to create an illusion of happiness is both a very 80s moment. And if you look at the popular TV shows during the 80s, I'm thinking about things like Alice and Dynasty and Falcon's Crest and all that, like it's the billionaires who are all billionairing about and whatnot. But it's also this moment in time we have with social media today and the Instagram-ness of it. And so there's something I think really interesting in there um, in in the moment in time politically and economically that we're having, but this requirement to be and appear happy at all costs. And then I just want to say that I would love to geek out with you privately because my dissertation is on can happy robots using affective devices get sad things happen, which is actually so I love it. Thank you so much.
Do we have time for any more questions? Do you have any more questions? I might actually have a question for Daniel. I was wondering because you mentioned that the third doctor is kind of flat, like and I had never made that connection. Because to me, I always feel like I don't know, the doctor's not human, so you can't qualify the doctor by our own categories. So do you think that this is something they introduced with John Pertwee, or do you think this is part of an ongoing theme? Or do you think, how do you think the doctor's class status has been portrayed, especially to people about John Pertwee?
That's a really interesting question that I'm trying to think about answer because despite his very dandy-ish appearance, for a lot of John Pertwee's time as a doctor, he is banished by the Time Lords on Earth. That I'm trying to reconcile and immediately command Mr. Troutman, who was the Cosmic Hobo kind of guy, where his dress is very different, it's very shabby, and so I'm trying to think about that, just how
John Pertwee's presence as an actor shapes the character. That he's a tall, uh, he's just a big guy with a big voice. That and his presence, his authoritative presence, maybe lends itself to some of those class qualities that I was thinking about, and as well as his love of velvet coats and capes and all of that. But yeah, it's very interesting to contrast his appearance with the reality of him being banished to Earth and so often being the voice for the voiceless. That I don't have a full answer for you, but I'll probably talk to you about it once I figure it.
Interesting because he's literally stranded. His time machine doesn't work. So basically, he's got an old car that doesn't work and he's homeless. He does technically take on a job in it, but what's interesting is that he's still like, I don't have use for money. He declines payment. But what he asks for in return is a nice new car and all these fancy clothes. So I think, it's hard to classify him because he's literally not existing in society anymore. But he's saying no to money, but he also does like to have life. That's just adding up to the
That's very interesting. I'll add to that as well that it depends where you look because the extended universe is expansive. But stories that have touched on the Doctor's past on his home planet also present a really interesting view of class, in that the Time Lords themselves are sort of this like elite society. It's sort of implied that there's either other species or other races of the same species living on the same planet that do not have the prestige that the Time Lords have. But the Doctor's position in relation to that is not always straightforward. Like a lot of times he either comes from like a more underprivileged background than some of his classmates, or he's presented as sort of like a societal outcast in certain ways. So suffice it to say, like it's a really complex question, and I'd like to see somebody present a paper specifically on that.
All right. Thank you guys so much. We're gonna take a quick break and then come back.
Yeah, what is something you said?
Yeah, rather not just one thing. My position decides by by incorporating some of this culture. At the same time, if it runs this way, it's getting the car and also put his watches himself. Yeah. Like adjustments and stuff. So he's very hands on, but it's not as really interesting to how Personally, I would want to. Last one I watched.
Yeah. Right, right. I just try everything for no. What is social class and socio-ecology. Considering classical political parties for wiping you out socials. Straight back when there's yes. Certainly. Depending she logged in, then we had to have to go to but figuring seven hours. We didn't really take minutes. We drew someone before. Okay, yeah. And then when we do switch over to Zoom, I'll take care of that because it's weird. And I finally have it down after like 10 panels. So yeah, I think we are good to start getting started on our I will use the microphone so people can hear us on the live stream. We were getting into our next panel, so we will have one in person, one in Zoom, and then back to one in person. Just really going with the hybrid all the way here of our politics, starting with Ben Thomason of BGSU on urbanizing nonviolence, how U.S. agencies and non-governmental organizations adopted Gene Sharp's political jitsu, Linda Levitt of Stephen F. Austin State University, constructing class in the 2024 presidential campaign. And our invited speaker, Daniel Bernfin, will be presenting a little longer presentation, which we are excited for, of social classes and social ontology, reconsidering some classics of political economy, which there is a handout that Jenna has been handing out. So, Ben, I will let you take it away. You should be able to just use the mic and hit this button, and everything should be up.
Okay, can you hear me? The presentation is about Gene this guy right here. Before I start, I wanted to ask, who here has ever heard of Gene Sharp before I talked with you about it? Okay. Karen, can I ask where you heard about him?
I don't remember.
Blake, where'd you hear him? Okay, makes sense. Okay, so we're going to talk about his work on political jiu-jitsu, which is a form of strategic nonviolence, and how the U.S. government and U.S. institutions adopted those terms. So, a little background on Gene Sharp. This is the youngest photo I can find of him online. He looked like he was a very sweaty man during his youth and middle youth. He was born in 1928 in North Baltimore, Ohio, just 14 miles south of here. There's the Slippery Elm Bike Trail that connects Bowling Green to North Baltimore. Has anyone ever taken the trail all the way down, taken the pilgrimage, a Hodge to North Baltimore?
Yeah. If you've seen it, it's a very small town, not very assuming, like 3,000 people. Locals joke that they call it ND for short, and locals joke that it stands for No Blacks Ohio. Although, some interesting local history is that Daisy D. Perkins, Ohio's first black female lawyer who was admitted to the bar in 1919, grew up there. She was the daughter of a escaped slave who escaped slavery during the Civil War and came from a harbor in town. And really sad story, or infuriating story with her actually. The same year that Sharp was born, she was disbarred and sent to prison in what looks like a racially motivated attack, basically lawyering while black, essentially. So it seems like there was a group of people who decided that North Baltimore would be black supply in the 1920s, which is, of course, the height of the Ku Klux Klan. So, Jim Sharp graduated from a shady little rugby schoolhouse called the Ohio State University. He was one of the coolest things maybe he did during his life was he was jailed during the Korean War for being a conscientious objector. Not necessarily for like political, socialist reasons, but for Christian pacifist reasons. He became a leading theorist of strategic nonviolence based on the works of Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. He was often called the Clausewitz of nonviolence or the Machiavelli of nonviolence. He really stressed the strategic youthfulness. He was not trying to make moral arguments about why violence should be adopted, but rather political and strategic arguments. He was admired and defended by left-wing intellectuals. There's an open letter you can find online that has a whole list of people who came out in support of Gene Sharp after some controversial things came out about his work in the 2000s. And it was signed by left-wing intellectuals like Noam Chomsky, Howard Zinn, George Linton, Daniel Ellsberg, Frida Berrigan, and Stephen Zunis. Now, Sharp went from Ohio State University to do graduate school work or PhD work at Oxford, and went to Norway to study nonviolent resistance against Nazi occupation during World War II. And really, up until like the day he died, he loved to talk about how significant the nonviolent resistance to Nazi occupation was in Norway. Which, to be honest, if you swear, Westerners will come up with any little story they can possibly think of to not talk about the Red Army, which was the actual thing that vanquished Nazis during World War II. So, like, yeah, he loved to blow no fault to the Norwegians. I love the Chile of the Europeans called continent. Yeah, so still enormous, very long, thin country, great country, but I don't think they were super responsible for defeating the Nazis. Well, they were after his PhD, Sharp moves to an even shadier thing called Harvard. And not just that, but goes to the dark heart of this wretched hive of scum and villainy called the Center for International Affairs, the CIA at Harvard. About 10 years after another important CIA that they would work with for many decades. This was started by Henry Kissinger and Robert Bowie, who would become the deputy director of the CIA eventually. Also, George Bundy, national security advisor to Lyndon Johnson and John Kennedy. Samuel Huntington, the famous Clash of Civilizations academic. Zbigniew Brzezinski, the famous national security advisor for Carter, who advocated the U.S. to support the Mujahideen in Afghanistan in order to give the Soviets their own Vietnam in the late 70s. And Thomas Schelling, who was important, super important mentor for Sharp, really advocated for him, really helped get him established, who was a key nuclear theorist, nuclear strategist for the U.S. Foreign policy establishment during the Cold War. So this is Harvard Center for International Affairs, which was called the CIA until the late 60s, when they changed it to the CFIA to distance itself from the CIA because Students for a Democratic Society and the Weathermen raided their offices and called them a gold-plated pigsty that writes reports for the government in order to keep to help them keep a few Americans fat and rich while keeping most Americans poor and starving. So they changed it to CFIA. Get a little distance from them. In 1983, Sharp, as he's working on this theory of nonviolent resistance and how you basically overthrow governments through nonviolent political action, political defiance, he called it, or political jujitsu. He, in 1983, under the Harvard Center, he runs the program on nonviolent solutions in conflict and defense, which was a very important institution for establishing sanctions, economic sanctions, as a tool in America's foreign policy arsenal. So think the sanctions regime under Iraq during the 1990s after the Gulf War, where the UN famously said that 500,000 children died as a result of these sanctions, and Albright famously said that these children dying were worth it to stop Saddam from creating its mass destruction. That he, of course, did. So, I just think in 1983, under the Reagan administration, a lot of things happened. Not only is this quote-unquote Biden sanctions center opened up, but also the Reagan administration creates this whole new democracy promotion paradigm for U.S. foreign policy. That we're not just gonna commit communism around the world. We're also going to promote democracy. As part of this, same year, again, Sharp creates his own NGO, the Albert Einstein Institution, AEI. Some partners of AEI was largely funded by a former student of Sharp, Peter Ackerman, who was the right-hand man of Druk von King Michael Milken in the 1930s, who was a big inspiration behind Gordon Gekko and Wall Street. It's largely based on Michael Milken. The main AEI consultant slash trainer was a Colonel Robert Helby, who was former dean of the Defense Intelligence Academy, which is the training school for the Defense Intelligence Agency, the official intelligence agency of the Department of Defense. AEI contracted for U.S. government-funded NGOs, especially those dominated by Republicans and neoconservative intellectuals and foreign policy hawks such as Freedom House and International Republican Institute. So this guy is not hanging out with peaceniks, and his main audience is not peaceniks. He has a vision for getting violence out of war. One of his grand vision is that we replace basically militaries with civilian-based defense organizations, where essentially if there's an invasion or something, you organize civilians so that they can make it impossible for the occupying force to govern the area. That was his vision, to replace militaries with this form of defense. But at the same time, his main audience and people he was trying to convince to do these things were people on the inside. He was playing an inside. He wanted to change the system from the inside. So he was not out protesting against the Vietnam War. He was not involved in any of that kind of like student or like anti-war radical organizing during the 60s, 70s, 80s. What about how did his work get adopted? Well, Stark was, especially in the 80s and 90s, directly involved in some of these, in some U.S. programs abroad. Uh, he could often only get and often only sought funding for programs that were in U.S. geopolitical interest. So they're not going to do these kinds of political defiance campaigns to rile people up against the government and create protest movements and try to overthrow governments. They're not going to do that in Saudi Arabia or Indonesia under Suharto. We're not going to do that under regimes that are backed by the U.S. Where they would do it is places where the U.S. wants these things to be done. So, Eastern Europe, Eurasia, USSR, Lithuania, Yugoslavia, Serbia, Georgia, Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan, these movements that were popularly known as color revolutions in the 90s and 2000s. His works were very influential for these things, and in many cases, he provided and consultancy provided direct training to civil society, youth protest movements. Also, Latin America, Cuba, and Venezuela, especially Myanmar and Burma. That was actually their largest, their biggest program. They did a lot of work with Radio Free Burma, which is basically like Radio Free Asia or Radio Free Europe. They're basically like the U.S. government's radio station in Burma. And it also was influential for the Persian and Arab Springs. If you look up this guy, you can find him on you can find all sorts of sanctimonious documentaries about how his work was so inspiring for the Arab Spring. Like, we're gonna overthrow all these dictators and usher in a new era of democracy and freedom in the world. Some color revolution examples here. Serbia is the classic one. Georgia with the Rose Revolution. Ukraine with the Orange Revolution. You can see, well, probably too far away, but the stenciled fist they like to use a lot. The exclamation point, they like to have like color coordination through it. It's very marketed, very well branded. So next slide. So in terms of the results of this, the U.S. government was not interested in Sharp's grand vision for getting violence out of war and effectively ending war as we know it. They were much more interested in using Sharp's work as another weapon in their arsenal. So they used it to spread a libertarian and neoliberal ideology, especially around violence, because his idea of violence is like you have to punch me directly or like shoot me directly in order to cause violence. Market forces that cause people to live in poverty is not violence because it's not coercive. You can work wherever you want. You can, if you can't live somewhere, if you can't afford to live somewhere, you can choose to live somewhere else. You have the freedom to do that. Whereas even with something like taxes and regulation, the government is forcing you to do this and it's telling you you must do this. You have no choice. Therefore, it is coercive. Therefore, it is violence. So very neoliberal libertarian form of violence. He was interested in state collapse and decentralization, so regime change, not any kind of negotiation, certainly not economic justice from this. And in many ways, it was neocolonialism and universalism. Successful movements like in Serbia, Georgia, and Ukraine led to rising inequality and corruption in those countries. Unsuccessful movements exasperated conflicts and justified very deadly sanctions in countries like Venezuela and Syria, where if you ask those people whether sanctions are violence or not, they will probably definitely tell you they are violence. I have a photo here of these Georgian riot police dressed up as looking like characters from Fallout or the Half-Life video game to approach these 2007 protests, which were even larger than the Rose Revolution protests, but of course, because it wasn't in the US's interest at the time, because their guy was in by that point, didn't get a lot of coverage, didn't get US funding and support, didn't get like US culture and US power behind it. So it's crushed. To show some of the neocolonial aspects of it, I just want to read this little email from an International Republican Institute official, which is the
international wing of the Republican Party. It's the official affiliate of the Republican Party. This guy, Mike Mitchell, who was in charge of basically bringing democracy to Burma or Myanmar. And in '97, the Indian government refuses to renew their visas for some complicated reasons that I won't go into. They didn't want to have a diplomatic crisis between India and their neighbor, Myanmar. And this is what Mike Mitchell says in his email to Sharp and he says, I want to finish by saying that I do not view, and apologies for my language here, I do not view being kept out of India as a problem. It is a shithole. In fact, I wish the Indians well. Due to their fucked up government, it should take another 50 years for them to build a decent taxi with an electric vehicle instead of the 50s models that are currently rolling off the assembly lines. Indian arrogance speaks for itself. The best you can do is stop blaming the Brits that left over 50 years ago. At least they gave you gin and tonic. Be more respectful and stop worshiping cows. You're stupid. Well, give me my visa. Here's the guy in charge of bringing democracy to both Myanmar and Mongolia. And he still writes about like elections in Mongolia. Look that. So that's my. I'm not gonna look at it. That's
Oh, thank you, Ben. That is I can't think of a better way to actually end a presentation like that. So up next we have, and I will turn my camera on for you, Linda. We have Linda Levitt. So you should be good to unmute and share your screen.
I'm now unmuted.
Yes, so you should be good. Hopefully to be able to share your
I
screen.
can't hear you.
Oh.
Ah. It's me.
You should be able to share your screen.
Okay.
And start whenever you're ready.
Let me find the right tab here. So first I want to say thank you for the opportunity to present, even though I am not present in Bowling Green. There's such great stuff happening here, and I feel like this presentation is sort of not nearly as important in the long run as other things, particularly because I envisioned this and started thinking about this at a time long before Trump and Vance took office. So this sort of naive perspective and just looking at class and how it constructs stereotypes and identities for the candidates. And because we are inundated with media constantly, it's ubiquitous, it's everywhere, and you can't keep up with it. So you take what you can or what you are confronted by, and you construct your perspective based on those things. And there's just not enough time for voters to really think critically about how different candidates offer different things. It's very divided in our culture right now by party. And I don't know that voters are necessarily thinking through in terms of making a voting decision, but at least in determining the identities, the public identities and subject positions of the candidates going forward into the election and after. So let's begin with Kamala Harris, who's here with her Doritos. And it's a very interesting case. And certainly for both Harris and Walz, we saw the Republican Party and their spokespeople really tearing down, I shouldn't say that, really using what they knew about these two candidates to construct a very specific identity for them that the candidates didn't necessarily see as holistic. It's a gentle way of saying the stereotypes were picked and honed in on, and the media, of course, can't not participate in this if they're going to cover the stories. And this is sort of where we are in our difficulties right now in terms of media participating and perpetuating things that are better undone. So we have Kamala Harris, who is the child of immigrants raised by a single mother. And both of these two things, despite looking at her and what her success has been, and that she was at the time vice president, those things count against her stereotypically because immigrants, and certainly the Trump campaign picked up on the idea that immigrants are not educated, they're criminals, they're bad people to add to our culture, when in fact, her mom was an endocrinologist and her dad was a Stanford professor, even the, I'm sorry, not Stanford, yes, Stanford. And don't at all fit the stereotype of immigrants. Then we look at Harris being raised by a single mother, where 74%, this is a 2011 Pew Research poll, 74% of Americans believe that single parents are bad for society. Right? So it's very difficult once you learn these things about her, even though the stereotypes are completely irrelevant to her reality. It's very easy to slot those things in if you don't want to consider her beyond what she appears to be. And one of the things that she appears to be and that she's very open about is calling herself middle class, identifying as middle class, and the values that go along with that, such as hard work, fairness, cooperation, and meritocracy. And in fact, as the Attorney General for the state of California, her average salary was $159,000, which in California, that is absolutely middle class. And in lots of other cities as well across the nation, that might be someone who's kind of struggling financially because it's not a whole lot of money. So here she is with her Doritos. This is on a campaign stop with Tim Walz after she has elected him as her running mate. And Harris goes through this process of creating photo ops in which she is trying to introduce herself as a whole person. So she loves her Doritos and she goes to a bakery. And this is again a photo op. She goes to a bakery and she sees a cake and it's a caramel chocolate cake, and she gets a slice for herself and for her person who's with her as well. So these sort of very neutral, everyday ways of being are important to the way that Harris is trying to create her subject identity in this campaign. Despite the fact, too, that in 2014, she married Doug Emhoff, who is an entertainment attorney and earns more than $1 million a year. So is she now a millionaire? Does she present herself as that? Can you be a millionaire with middle class values? Our culture seems to want to resist that idea because of the way that we look at class in a very general scheme. So I see this too as some of the ways in which we saw Obama and Biden both go out to lunch, go out to get some ice cream, and have photo ops in public places to demonstrate that they are ordinary people just like you, the voter. So one of the interesting things that happened with regard to class and money, this is Kamala Harris at the presidential debate. I imagine some of the people here are familiar with this picture of her earring, that one of the contingencies going into the debate was that neither candidate could have connection through their ear to get information or insight from someone outside of the room who is an expert. So there was a rumor that went around that these earrings that she's wearing were actually earbuds, and she was getting information through them. So the Trump supporters put this idea forward when in fact these are $800 a pair Tiffany gold and pearl earrings. Harris had worn them before at other events. And when this became a big story, because again, it's sort of like the way in which the media tends to pick up on petty things and make them into big controversies, that's what happened here. And someone writing on X, wrote and said, I see some single women who can't pay their bills and are struggling, as if it's unacceptable in terms of Kamala's class position for her to wear expensive earrings on national television. So this sort of ongoing perpetuating of identity outside of the candidate's own perceptions and what they're putting forward happens, and of course it does. I mean, they're basically, these are celebrities. These are people in popular culture who are subjected to the same perspectives that actors and singers and other people in popular culture are. So Harris determines that Walz will be her running mate on August 6th. And on this day, August 6th, 2024, the New York Times ran 10 news stories about Tim Walz, not including the opinion columns that they ran. So 10 news stories over the course of the day, certainly making the most of the gentleman who has been termed a country bumpkin by many of the people who were antagonistic toward him and wanted to purvey him as fitting a particular kind of identity, right? And I'll just pop ahead for a second. I was just so struck by the "send us money, we'll send you a recipe" campaign, that to think about other candidates doing that, it would be ridiculous. But somehow it was really meaningful and endearing when it was Tim Walz. So of interest too, so this is the rally in Philadelphia, their first rally together. And Harris, after all of the initial brouhaha, spends about half an hour talking, in which she introduces Tim Walz and talks about his 24 years in the National Guard, his work as a school teacher and a football coach. And these are the perceptions that she's trying to put forward about him, that he's putting forward as well, and the party is. But instead, for both of these candidates, the opposition minimizes their identity and subject position to certain issues that are not completely what these people are about. But at the end of this speech, Kamala Harris says, "The promise of America is what makes it possible for two middle-class kids, one a daughter of Oakland, California, who was raised by a working mother, the other a son of the Nebraska plains who grew up working on a farm. It's the promise of America, because only in America is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House." So Harris here is claiming the middle-class crown for herself and for Tim Wells. And it's interesting that this is one of only 3 direct quotes that the New York Times includes, because what we see here too is a kind of agenda setting that Harris has initiated, right? This is what she says, this is important to her, but picking up this idea of we're middle-class folks and only in America could this happen, right? Tipping into those different perspectives. The New York Times then is carrying this idea forward and helping to tag the candidates as middle class, good or bad, right? Okay. So it's a very interesting situation to sort of, there was so much media hype, and the way in which the Harris Walz ticket came into existence late after Biden decided not to continue his run. And we had an opportunity to see with these 2 candidates and with JD Vance as well, the construction of their public identities. And like I said, it's very difficult to imagine another candidate doing anything quite like this. And if you contributed at this point at the end of the election season, you would get a recipe for Tim Walz's hot dish and Gwen's cookies, her ginger snaps. So from here, we turn to Donald Trump, who, for whatever reason, decided that he needed to somehow try to create an identity that would strike down Kamala Harris's working at McDonald's at some point. So he goes to work at McDonald's for this particular photo op, which he looks awkward. He looks uncomfortable. And the whole thing seems really ridiculous. And he's so ubiquitous in the media that I don't feel like I need to say too much more about him, but I do want to talk specifically about The Apprentice. And how Trump had previously, like if you were watching TV 20 or 30 years ago, had always constructed himself as this wealthy billionaire who had everything and could do anything that he wanted, and he was accomplished and successful. And we've sort of seen those realities stripped away over time. But here we see a clip from The Apprentice, and it's very interesting because right before the election, so the election is November, and on October 30th, John D. Miller, who was the chief marketer for NBC and who by then had retired, wrote an open letter, an op-ed in the US News and World Report, and he apologized for helping to create a monster through broadcast and promotion of The Apprentice. He wrote, "To sell the show, we created the narrative that Trump was a super successful businessman who lived like royalty. That was the conceit of the show. At the very least, it was a substantial exaggeration. At worst, it created a false narrative by making him seem more successful than he was." And Miller went on to note in his op-ed that twice before filming began on The Apprentice, and it was, I think, a 7-season run, and 4 times during the run of The Apprentice, Trump declared bankruptcy. So his personal reality is counter to the reality TV that he is producing. So despite this, just recently, looking up the numbers, trying to think, News Nation declared Trump's value and assets at $7 billion, which, you know, he has always refused to disclose his earnings. And I can't see that as anything more than speculation. I know that might be unfair of me, but they're really assessing the value of the things in his objects and places and locations and things that he owns. So let me go on to Tim Walz. I'm sorry, JD Vance. So sorry. It's funny because Tim Walz has made the claim during the election that JD Vance, who wants to put forward, and he did in Hillbilly Elegy, a story that's similar to what Tim Walz actually lived. And Tim Walz says, but don't forget that once JD Vance left the universe of Hillbilly Elegy, he went to work in the tech industry, right? So we see tech industry, JD on the left, and Hillbilly Elegy, JD on the right. And I'm very interested in the way in which, I don't know what Vance's political ambitions were at the time that he wrote the book. I don't know really what propelled him to write the book. He made claims about wanting to tell this particular story in order to talk about Appalachia. And the film and the book both were heavily critiqued by media and critics. And he was critiqued for misrepresenting his upbringing as an impoverished child who was raised by his grandparents because his mom was a drug addict. And then if you read the book, that's not exactly how it happens, but he has this rags to riches story that he wants to tell. And he has, in fact, disclosed his finances. And according to the Federal Reserve, he is $4 to $11 million in personal earnings, puts him in the top 3% of the US. So we see, even though there's this sad story behind it, we see now someone who is not in the 1%, but certainly in the 3%, and how that might affect our understanding of who he is, depending on how deeply you want to step beyond the obvious surface of his perspective and his identity. So Sarah Jones, writing for Vulture magazine, called Hillbilly Elegy poverty porn wrapped in a right-wing message about the cultural pathologies of the region. In Vance's Appalachia, poverty and immorality intertwine. Success happens to hardworking people, and structural explanations for poverty receive glancing attention when he chooses to mention them at all. So fundamental to the book is his claim that there was, his life is a disaster until he goes and lives with his grandmother and he has a teacher who sees his unseen brilliance and mentors him, and he becomes a successful Ivy League attorney and lives happily ever after. So what's interesting about this is that his class mobility is all about being too smart for the working class. So even before he is Trump's running mate, he's putting forward this idea of himself as better than you. And I think that for many voters, better than you is important. They want the champion, they want the rich man, they want the smart man as president. And finally, I just want to add a quote from Pepe Lestenia, who says, "One way to fit into this upper class world is to get a personal makeover." And clearly that is J.D. Vance's perspective as well.
Great, thank you so much, Linda. And up next is our final presentation. Then we will switch over to questions. We have Daniel Bernfin. Talking about how to let you introduce yourself and your own topic. But here you go.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thanks. So, my name's Daniel. I'm going to talk about, well, first, I'd like to thank the organizers and the people for listening. In progress, I appreciate the segments that you follow. So, I'm going to talk about the way in which I think closely considering classical political economy and the analytical framework of classical political economy is used in their explanation of social development can provide us with what philosophers call a social ontology. One is to answer the question, what is class? Which is not simply based on how much money one gets paid, or culture, or mental states, like how one identifies. By social ontology, I mean an account of what kinds of beings or entities there are in a modern society. I will discuss in more detail shortly. So the question I'm addressing is not where I come from, where do I come from in this world, but rather, what am I? What am I here and now in this society? And that sort of intentionally dehumanizing dimension is emphasized, right? It's not who is what we are in society. Classical political economy is a historical theory of what we now call capitalism, a term that people like Adam Smith, David Ricardo didn't use. Even Karl Marx didn't use the phrase capitalism. He talked about the capitalism of production. John Maynard Keynes did use it. But I think we can use the term. And what I'll do is take into consideration statements from the orthodox school of classical political economy, people like Smith, Ricardo, Senior, Mill, heterodox school, people like Malthus, Sismondi, and Marx. And I'll try to present the framework they all use to account for the production, distribution, and accumulation of wealth, or in monetary terms, economic value, profit, capital. So something important that I want to emphasize is the two schools agreed on a common objective description of capitalism. So this is not a matter of one's politics or normative beliefs or ideology. The motivation behind this paper is my sense that in academic philosophy and humanities, the discourse in social ontology, again, what is there in society, has tended to focus on consciousness, intentionality, language, discourse, performance, culture, identity categories like race or gender, which have all overshadowed class in a strictly economic sense. But I think classical political economy and the picture of social economic class that it presents can present also a fruitful perspective and possibilities that are worth considering seriously and developing. The approach I'll take is basically one where philosophy must consult the social sciences. We can't just sort of speculate from the armchair. We can't just say, oh, that sounds right, that seems nice. Well, what about this? So what about that? No, we have to consult with social sciences and what they need to explain their objects. So basically, social ontology in general was constructed in such a way that it was remarkably asocial, or even antisocial, you could say. human beings were modeled as kinds of individuals, which are isolated, atomism, methodological individualism. And the point, basically, what I want to say is that we need to socialize ontology if we're going to understand what there is in modern society. So, socialized ontology would be maybe we could call it. And so now I will say something more about what this means. So the handout you have there is an outline of my argument, basically in the parts. I'll talk about it. And so before I say more about social ontology, what's ontology? Well, it's a discourse about what kinds of beings there are. Typically, in a well-defined scientific discipline, one assumes there are certain kinds of entities or beings, right? So in geometry, you have points and lines. Chemistry, you have molecules, elements. In biology, you have cells and organisms. Well, so too when we try to understand society, we have to ask, what is there? What do we need to assume there is when we make our explanations of why things happen? Now, you might say there are subjects, there are objects, there are persons, and there are things, characters, and kinds. And that's basically what it's about. You might also think that this happens in different ways at different times in history, depending on the kind of economy that there is. The point is that the kinds of individuals there are, the kinds of objects there are, ought to describe how those beings exist. And they should help us in answering why questions. Why are they this way and not another way? So those are the kinds of questions. Also, what we're thinking about is the kind of individuals that there are, or the kinds, because I mean, there's more than one kind. Are the kinds real, or are just the individuals real? Now, this sounds all very, very abstract, but we'll see in a few examples how it's sort of more lively topic. And again, the question is, are the kinds of beings which we think are the kinds real, or are they just fiction? That's to say, are they independent of our beliefs? Are they irreducible or not reducible to anything else? So what I'm going to argue is that we need to consider political economy if we want social ontology, but I don't think we have to invent anything new or fancy. We've already found one in classical political economy if we look at it closely. They don't really give much insight. Smith, Ricardo, Marx makes some comments on methodology, but they don't really give us much to work with in terms of how we might repurpose their views about class, such that it could inform us, what is there in modern society really? What kinds of beings there are? But I think with a little effort, it's not so hard. I think it's pretty easy. You don't have to be the judge. I'm going to present my reconstruction of it. But first, I want to contrast two other cases which are similar but different from what I take classical political economy to be up to and what I'm proposing we seriously consider. The first is admittedly not pretty, but it illustrates the point even more starkly. There's a certain kind of racist view, for instance, which would have it that between individual humans, so you, and the individuals, and the general kind of human being, any human being, there are more specific kinds, races. And this is what the location of the question, the kinds of individuals, between particular individuals and the most general category of any human being at all in general. Somewhat between individuals and the general category are there kinds. The racist will say yes, there are races. And the racist will say that the races are sort of hierarchically ranked in a sort of evaluative way. Of course, a more extreme racist example would say, no, other types of individuals aren't even human, right? But we'll set that case aside. So you have the racist example. There are kinds of human beings, there are races. And it's interesting, I think, to consider that racists are just people who think racists are real. Either might be racist and not know it. Many people, I think that. Another example is, doubtless many people still hold a very traditional view, which doesn't distinguish gender and sex, and claims that between individual humans and their general category, there are men and women. Right? These kinds are also supposed to be real in a natural sense. And there are worries here about naturalistic fallacies. You might worry that someone will infer from a fact to the way things ought to be. That's the kind of thing you'd worry about if you're worried about traditional gender roles. Now, nowadays, I think most people would say that if race or gender is kinds of individuals, somewhat beneath the most abstract general category, and yet hovering above us as individuals, in which we're grouped in these kinds. Most people say these are real only in a social sense, not in a natural sense. But you might even wonder about that. Sex is a harder case, but I'm not going to go into that. So both of these examples show analogous cases. What I want to talk about with classes. Classical political economy will say, yes, there are kinds of individuals between particular individuals in general, most abstract, any individual and all human, the level on which we're all the same, that's the general category of human and individuals. Between those, there will be kinds. Classical political economy and it will say, moreover, that they're real. Now, again, I'm going to skip here for the sake of time some things that I would have said about the predominant view, which I sense exists and even reigns in philosophy and humanities, that what kinds there are, these are social constructs through language. These are Foucault, Michel Foucault, John Searle, these are examples of these views or contributors to that view. The idea there is that there are natural things, individuals, and they acquire social roles or labels in certain contexts. And so we do this sort of through intentionality, through consciousness, through language, discourse, you might think identification, and so on and so forth. And I want to say that this view is not good enough, and it doesn't work, because it takes as a sort of way of thinking about individuals, the model case is the way in which things work for an object. So a hammer. Is a hammer in itself? Well, no, it's just whatever the chemist would say, it's just whatever the physicist would say, it's just a thing, it's just a natural object. In certain social contexts, for us, it becomes a hammer because we have certain purposes and so on and so forth, right? So we impute or ascribe a certain name or label to this thing. It becomes a certain thing in a certain context, a hammer. Well, this discursive view, which I think is dominant in humanities, everything is a social construct. It all comes down to language. It all comes down to conventions. Is basically thinking, for instance, you're a cop or a president just because everyone around you thinks that you're a cop or a president. This leads to some potentially problematic conclusions. Namely, we might infer from that if we all just believe something is so, therefore it will be so. Obviously, that doesn't work. So this idea that every kind of human which there might be is a social construct engineered through language, I think, is incredibly misleading, and it will send you down the wrong paths. And that's why I want to look at political economy, classical political economy, moreover, not the more contemporary neoclassical. If you need an example, like you might say to yourself, okay, why should I go with you? Why should I accept that economic class reaches down into the very skeleton of society, the basic form? Think, for instance, back to 2008. All of the interlocking balance sheets that constitute our economy, the stocks and flows of commodities and capital, when they're disrupted, it brings human life to a halt, right? Identity didn't do that. Race didn't do that. Gender didn't do that. Money, commodities, credit, the banking system, and the inability of people to meet their financial obligations, bringing it to a halt, did that. So we see that's a clear case where you might really think that economic considerations do tell us something about the very structure of the society we live in, without falling back on scripted identities or discourse or language. So all the authors of classical political economy understood society consists of three great or fundamental orders or classes. Order is a Smith term. Ricardo uses class, Marx uses class, and Keynes uses class. So the reason I think we should accept this view instead of views which we might just come up with, which sound good from the armchair, is that I think, again, it helps us understand things better than other stories we could tell. Understand in the sense of explain. Now, I'll just sort of sum up the crux of the view, and you'll see this is two on your handout. The classics thought that the modern economic system in which we live inherently involves a distinction of three different kinds of individuals. The
according to the following criteria. This is my reconstruction, but you also find it on the handout. I give you Smith or Carter, so you can see for yourself. And they're actually saying what I say they're saying. So the three criteria which distinguish the kinds are A, what individuals do with B, the property that they own in society, and C, the corresponding form of revenue which they get as a consequence of that activity and which sustains their lives and reproduces their kind. Now that might ring sort of strange, right? Reproduce their kind. It sounds kind of racist, almost. Well, as I was saying, racism is a kind of social ontology, and that's why you might care to think about social ontology. The ontology of society, races would say, consists of races. To say that they reproduce their kind is just to say that it reproduces the class. So the individual self-reproduction of types of people in a capitalist society is at the same time self-reproduction of the capitalist system, because it was two sides of the same coin. Now, the classes that they derive from this are three. There are workers who sell their capacity to work in exchange for wages. There are capitalists who engage in industrial production or commercial distribution by means of their capital investments. In pursuit of profits, they partly consume but mostly invest. And there are landlords who monopolize assets and permit others to access those assets only if the others pay a fee or a rent to them. Note how rent does not directly involve production, but is rather a cost paid out of the income of others when a wage worker or capitalist must make a rent payment, stipulating a contract to a landlord. It's a legal claim to a portion of other people's income, but it's not productive. And you can generalize this to interest. So this is basically the picture of classes. There are three on the classical political economic picture. It gives you wage workers, capitalists, and landlords. I think this is a sort of powerful and unique view, which could be deployed in social sciences and humanities more often. No one does, because I mean, who has time to read Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations? But I'll do the work for you, and that's what they all say. Now you got it. So you might also still be skeptical. What I want to say is that this is an objective description. It may be rough around the edges, but in broad outline, I think it tracks. And I'll say something in a second about how we might update it for more contemporary situations. Things have changed slightly. But if you're still skeptical, just ask yourself, especially about the claim about objectivism instead of subjective views, separate implications, and so forth. If you're skeptical, you might ask yourself, is it true that Elon Musk really owns Tesla and SpaceX and his net worth of $232 billion or not? What does he do? To whom? To whose benefit? These aren't social constructs. So looking down at contracts, look at the balance sheets, look at the real financial assets, credits, liabilities, and so forth. So it's important to note as well, now moving closer to us and farther away from classical political economy. Okay. So it's important to know that this distinction between wages, profit, and rent, from which the classics sort of deduce their picture of the kinds of individuals that there are, which is what I'm saying provides us with a medieval social ontology, which you can use for any purpose. You could say, amen, yes, let's perpetuate this like a real sort of capitalist predator. Or you could say, my gosh, we've got to do something about this. People are really hurting. It doesn't matter. It's objective. You have to recognize it before you can do anything about it. So this view vanishes, however, in later theories. Neoclassical economics later developed and replaced this view, and therefore just the ontology, when it took on methodological individualism, according to which we're all just individuals with different properties, different preferences. We just have different quantities of human capital. We're all just asset owners, albeit in varying degrees, temporarily embarrassed millionaires, in the words of John Steinbeck. And it's worth considering that this view of methodological individualism, social kinds aren't real. There aren't different kinds of individuals. There aren't landlords, capitalists, and workers. We're all just individuals, and we just have different kinds of human capital. This view is the foundation of the view which is called neoliberalism. That's what it is. And so any other view, which also accepts this sort of basic view about what there is to society, individuals, Margaret Thatcher famously says society doesn't exist, will also share a feature in common with neoliberalism. think now, you might not suspect it, think about intersectionality theory. What does that consist of? A view in which there are individuals who have different properties. They belong to different categories. Some overlap more in some respects, some others less. And there are some respects in which, you might suffer a double oppression yourself, so on and so forth. At bottom, though, the social ontology is one of individuals, an aggregate of individuals who have properties. It's probably not the intention of intersectionality theorists to share a major assumption about the nature of society with neoliberals, with the view. And that's something we need to be very mindful of if we don't like neoliberalism or the kind of economy we've been living in for the past, well, since before I was born. And I'm not young anymore, I'm afraid to say. So again, this is where ontology of classification economy really presents an alternative, I want to say. I'm going to skip over. Part of me wants to take you through Smith, Ricardo, Marx, and Keynes and read these passages closely and appreciate their beautiful thoughts, but I won't do it. I'm just going to skip that, figure have it there. Okay? So now I just want to come to the last thought. How do we update this? You might be thinking classical political economy, and when Karl Marx died, 1880 or something. Isn't it a little too old for us to use this today? The idea that there are workers, capitalists, and landlords, that should be the taxonomy of our society, the set of kinds of individuals there are. Well, I think a lot has changed in the past 150 years, no doubt. But the basic outline or structure of economies, so long as they're still capitalist economies, haven't changed that much. It's still capitalism, and there's something in common the way that it was before. The question is what? So, how can we change it or update this tripartite vision of the ontology of society that I presented, sort of abstracting the best bits of Smith and Ricardo and so forth? Well, one thing we need to be mindful of is the innovation between then and now, the main one, the financialization of capital and the rise of joint stock holding companies or publicly traded corporations in which shares and future returns on investment are sold to shareholders who trade in the stock. It sounds abstract a bit, but I'll try to make it more concrete. Corporations are doubtless the primary mode of social organization today. That's why I keep saying, look, this isn't just an economic description. It's a social ontology. This is how people group into organizations which define which kinds of individuals there are. The most important feature of corporations for the purpose of our discussion is the so-called separation of ownership and control of capital. Ownership entitles the owner to returns on his or her investment, while control is conducted for the sake of those returns for owners. In an older generation of capitalists, the functions of ownership and control were united in single individuals. Think, for instance, of legendary tycoons like Rockefeller, Carnegie, Mellon, Vanderbilt, and Ford. There are a couple of these that undoubtedly still exist. Musk is a prominent example, but it's a sort of exception. After the joint stock company becomes the main form of economic organization from about 1870 and especially in the 1820s, the functions of ownership and control are no longer united in single individual capitalists. The capitalist owners become money investors, rentiers, absentee owners, recipients of passive or unearned income from stocks, bonds, and shares, and they begin to resemble aristocratic landlords more than the bourgeoisie which was on the shop floor that Marx was talking about in the 19th century. They're rewarded just for owning wealth, not for doing anything. As John Stuart Mill said, they get rich in their sleep without taking any risks or doing any innovation. And those who control capital, unlike the owners, those who control capital are a class of professional managers who don't ultimately own it, and they don't receive the profits. They don't get the rents either. They help those who do own it get the returns of their investment, which is to say they help them exploit the best of the working class. So we have a group of people who are workers who think of themselves as though they weren't workers, because they help capitalists exploit workers for returns on investment. And everyone might think of PMC, professional managerial class, asset management companies like Blackstone and BlackRock, and so on. So what's the final picture after this update, the financialization of capital? Well, what we have is ultimately first, one, absentee owners of capital. Owners of financial real assets who are legally entitled to return on investment, which is portions of other people's income. Two, controllers of capital, salaried managerial stratum, which administers capital and helps exploit the workers, and then 3 manual workers who get wages to make the goods and services to constitute the aggregate product and profits and help sell or move them around the globe for controllers and owners. So in place of landlords, capitalists, and workers, we now have owners, controllers, and workers. It doesn't matter whether you own a factory or land after your capital is financialized. It's all just about returns on investment. We still have 3 classes, but the kind of asset you own is less important now than the functions. And this helps us, I think, this updated view helps us take into consideration salaried white-collar workers, middle class, or intellectual labor, which seems to be missing in classical political economy and traditional Marxism. You know, if you read class theory, one major criticism of Marx is that it's so outdated. What about the middle class? Well, it's not like no one has said anything about this. This picture that I've just given you is roughly the one that you get later from intellectual political economists such as Berlin Nies spoke on Modern Corporation and Private Property, 1932. Keynes's general theory, the last guy on the right there, but it's already in Marx's volume 3, Capital, chapter 27. He notes this already in 1870. He notes it before it happens. This is the future coming before it's real. Adam Smith hated the limited liability corporation. He thought this is terrible. Marx recognized it as the future. And we're living in the future. The future of yesterday is today. And this is the time. This is the time, right? So it's really worth looking at these old dead dudes. We want to understand anatomy and physiology, the nuts and bolts, the guts, the the ins and outs of it all, right? Because right now it seems to me in the humanities and social sciences we are sort of unmoored and drifting and sort of reaching for something to hold on to. And my case is that this could give us something. Now, to conclude, I've tried to argue that the picture of social class as one finds in classical political economy can provide us with a useful and realistic social ontology, which will do better work than discursive view which reigns nowadays, focusing on language. Okay? Our theory should carve social reality at its joints. We want to understand it, and I say they can do it. They can do it better. What you do with the property you own and the corresponding form of revenue you get as a consequence decides whether you're a worker, a capitalist, or a landlord. In more contemporary terms, a worker, a controller, or an owner. It also determines who your comrades are, who you share your fate with, which group do you belong to. It doesn't matter what you're saying, right? What are your interests? It determines that. Now, I've also suggested that we can and must take the facts into consideration when we come up with a social ontology. We can't do it from the armchair. That sounds good, right? That's why I'm suggesting we look at these guys. And so this doesn't guarantee that we'll get anything better or what we want, but the thought behind this all is that if we do that, it can inform our practice, our political practice, such that it might be more effective, and the cost of not doing so is not being effective, right? So finally, I just want to say that none of the things that I've said is meant as a sort of normative endorsement of the state of affairs, which classical political economy helps us understand when it describes it. It's only an attempt to recognize the classes of what there is to society in a really robust sense. It can't be reduced to individuals. In its various necessities and essentials, class is what there is across society, and it is what it is.
So much. We do have about 10 minutes or so for questions. Let me switch back over to the Zoom here for yeah. I actually didn't want to start with the question because I'm holding a microphone, so I can do this. This is for you, Daniel. Is so part of my actual like academic interest is really looking at farmers, particularly like depictions of farmers, but as I'm like kind of looking at this list of 3 things, I'm thinking like this interdependent farmer who in some ways is a is a landowner, is a landlord, yet is also in debt to a higher system of banking. So like how do you deal with something like a middle ground? Is that a middle ground? That's kind of the ways that these maybe have overlaps.
Sure. So in the sense in which it's possible, for instance, you could have so the way in which Henry Ford was on the floor of the shop. He was involved in management. He was occupying a managerial function. Except he's an owner, he's fulfilling that function. Those are gathered in the same person. You can be a worker and you can have a retirement plan invested on the stock market. So you can have mixed class positions. That's totally normal. And it should be for a mass huge. Actually, it's normal to maybe abnormal in some corners of society. With farmers, they own land. The question, okay, so that might sound landlordy. If they're running a business, they're self-employed. That might sound a little bourgeois. If you only read the manifesto or something, perhaps you think, oh, okay, this is petty bourgeois. No. And then, but the question is, are they letting the land to anyone else? They're farming it themselves. And the question is, are they employing other people, exploiting other people? Maybe not. Maybe, but maybe not. And then the most important thing is the last thing you said. They're indebted to a bank. So I think ultimately the way you need to understand this is the way in which I tried to update, for instance, the classical picture by saying financialization was new. Here, that's that, right? We would say that they're part of a financial system and they're sort of like a peasant, it's a new sort of a neo-feudal sort of arrangement where their entire income will eventually be absorbed through financial obligations to a bank. And so, I mean, I would say you really have to put the bank there. And the bank is the grand sort of neo-feudal rentier, which is taking that as something else.
Okay, that's great. I'm just getting into that information for a bit. Are there other questions from the audience? Yeah.
Here, please the presentation on politics and class. I think sometimes we sometimes discount the intelligence of our voters. Now, I do see that both sides of the spectrum, people try to discuss the way of getting votes and all that, but I think we go more now. Because, I mean, let's Kamala Harris, social life, I think she's a. So the thing is, no matter what she says, I don't believe it. Donald Trump, I mean, the presenter, obviously, who has a slant, a bias slant on this political arena, I think that's their right. You mentioned of the McDonald's thing. I mean, we all know Donald Trump is a multi-millionaire, billionaire, and loves cheese is so different what is. So I think we need to go beyond rising people and thinking how well we pay. I think the class thing is actually probably a great amount of input. I think it's a little more than that. I think the individual kind of shines, especially when they're not real. People like them don't to what he is real, at least to what I see, compared to the other person. Again, maybe because I come from the same background, I don't believe a witch. And I just
Yeah, so Linda, he's kind of talking about the ways that, to kind of hopefully summarize correctly, there is a sense of authenticity that kind of comes from how people are presenting their own identity, and that someone with Kamala Harris may come across as a little bit more inauthentic than someone like Donald Trump, despite maybe the factual ways that he's maybe not good at handling this, but we are common kind of way that cult of personality maybe plays into the way that class was used during the election.
I'm having some problems with my connection. I apologize for that. I think I understand. So Harris has, I'm sorry, I'm not really clear. Again, I have a bad connection. I apologize.
That's fine. Kind of really just your thought, and if we need to kind of skip because of that, I can always, maybe have conversations after. But just this idea of authenticity within how people are kind of being viewed, seeing themselves.
So what it looks like you're maybe kind of cutting.
Yeah, I think authenticity is always
We can always reserve that to most people later. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So I have a question for that. Your textbook talk very interesting. Gene Sharp's really interesting. And I was just wondering what your thoughts about the American left are. Because it seems to me, since Occupy, roughly, there's been a trend in the way the leftists behave politically. And it seems very much to have this sort of color revolution style pattern. And, it just, it's architecture color revolutions in other countries. The implementation side that has been used. I just wonder if you could say anything about characters of American left since, I don't know, since Occupy. It seems to me that there's something like a kind of controlled opposition. Used to be called the acceptable left, the non-communist left, the liberal left. The way in which, other things than class and asset ownership have been substituted in, and now we talk about anything but class, right? So that seems like a strategy for co-optation. I'm just curious whose thoughts. Yeah, the creation of a edible left or a non-communist left has been a long-term project of the U.S. ruling class. That was a big focus of the control Cold War. They want to create this vital center between the fascist right and the communist left. So they wanted to unite with conservative center-right folks and democratic socialists and left liberals, and create a politics that had, as Noam Chomsky would say, the illusion of pluralism. And you can have all sorts of really intense debates within that framework that you set up, but it doesn't. It's compatible with U.S. especially imperialist geopolitical interests. Like they're not gonna make NATO a big issue. They're not going to go too far with class politics. This is where business unionism comes out of, which is unionism that focuses on bread and butter issues. It's about managing the relationship between capital and laborers, not approaching it as a form of class struggle, but as a form of, we just need to get into the room together and hash out a deal. We just need to negotiate with the bosses, workers, and we'll all be able to get along. There's no contradiction, conflict there. It's very interesting that, like as I cited with the Students for Democratic Society and Weather Underground, which the new left had plenty of problems in the 60s and 70s, but they were hip to these issues, like the CIA at Harvard. They kind of see through some of the um, illusions that they were trying to make about how we're just making peaceful research, we're just trying to reform the system. They were much more critical of that kind of thing, whereas 20 years, 30 years later, you have left-wing luminaries like Noam Chomsky and Howard Zinn defending Gene Sharp and his work abroad, which was very deeply tied to the U.S. government. So I think a lot about there's a Lenin quote, I think, from like left wing communism, and he tells us sort of something that like there's a lot of like anarchism and kind of like individualism among the left, like broadly construed. This was back in the early 20th century. And he says kind of the reason why that is we don't have like a socialist center that has legitimacy, that can organize people, that can teach people, educate people, and to make sure that the movement remembers past lessons, past mistakes. So you end up with all these individuals who are being influenced by culture, which is largely dominated by the ruling class. And they're coming at politics through individual they're part of collective projects and collective communities. And so they come at it with all sorts of weird ideas, and agendas, and like messed up views of the world. And I think that is a big problem with the U.S. left today. Is that we don't have one. We haven't organized left in a real sense. So people come at politics through whatever they're watching on social media or on YouTube or wherever they get their worldview from. And they're not speaking with people. They're not learning with people. So it's very easy for these kinds of very individualistic, anarchistic conceptions of politics to thrive in a situation. And so we don't get a sustained systematic critique of, say, geopolitical economy, like it's that Marxists like to focus on, and rather have a line of continuity, a movement building upon itself in learning for time. So I don't think it's necessarily the left's fault. I think we here the government was very successful at co-opting and sabotaging, and killing, persecuting. The fall of international leftist movements, the U.S. winning the Cold War was a big blow to any kind of collective class consciousness. But I think that's a big reason why like Sharp's works were still actually very influential on the left today. Is that we don't have that tradition that we can build on, that we're connected to, and when you come at Gene Sharp's work as an individual, it seems very useful and very like cool. Because culture is making it cool, and the U.S. government is making it cool, and you only need 3.5% of the population to win a revolution. And if you just stick to your morals and stick to these non-violent methods, you will win. It's and I think that appeals to a lot of people who are raised in a very individualistic, moralistic, Puritan culture. Like you will be liberated if you think the right thing.
Thank you. So let's take a quick time and then we will get back with our official lost academic panel before our socialist open piece. And I'm excited to continue this conversation. So thank you to Linda, Ben, and Daniel.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so no, I can leave this here, actually. Second. Leave this here. I'll just do a quick introduction while both of you guys are up here because you're the last people. But Nathan, since you're here, this is Christine, who's also on the panel. So she'll be going first. And once she's done, I can come back here and then you'll be able to share your screen. And yes, we can hear you.
So in the schedule, you've got Nathan and then you've got Barb.
Oh, do you want to do Nathan first then? It doesn't matter.
So since that's published that way, why don't we just do it that way?
Okay, so yeah, I was actually a little bit wrong. So when we come back at about 5:25, Nathan, you are more than welcome to just start sharing your screen, and I'll kind of get everybody around, and we'll get started that way.
Awesome.
Sure. Muted that for right now. So when you need, it's just that little button. And then we'll just leave it so you can see everybody still.
Sure. So where would you need to, like, where am I distracted?
If I can set up the other button. Okay. And then So when
Do more of
yeah, and then when it's time for your presentation, I'll just pull your slides like real fast.
Sure.
And then you just hit the little button and they're all there.
Excuse me.
Stretch my legs.
Yeah, seriously. I gotta stay with that.
Longer like you.
I have all these.
Well, we do have our education as well. Yeah. But it's so percent. So we're actually seeing let's keep it with us. Gonna start matching it to no. So that's all right, everybody. Whenever you are ready, feel free to share your screen. We should really hear you fine, and we can get started our last call.
I got it. Share my screen. Awesome.
Right, we can see everything, so we're good.
Great. Tell me when to start. Tell me when to begin. Is it time?
You can start right now.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Nathan. I'm going to Claremont Graduate University right now, and I'm in the MA in Cultural Studies, but I will be coming to Bowling Green. I guess to start, I'll just preface by mentioning my time. I just joined the Industrial Workers of the World, or the IWW, if you've heard of it, and it's really inspired um, an interest in class dynamics, particularly in the workplace. A lot of the members, some of which are like transgender, for example, are having a lot of issues with accessibility and discrimination. And there's one person who had an experience in their family history in Arizona. It's called the Bisbee deportation. Um, and so it's really resonating with some of the current themes.
the Bisbee deportation ousted a lot of workers from the Arizona area, and people right now are dealing with displacement. Um, and so my case study for this presentation is about virtual labor and class disparities as it relates to technology, which is a big issue right now for people who do manual labor, and the economy, which relies on a lot of new advanced tools. So I'll begin uh, the rest of the presentation. Whoa. Good evening to the ClassCon 3 of 2025. I can't be there at the Pallister Conference Room in the Jerome Library at Bowling Green State University with you all, but being present here virtually gives me an opportunity to really focus and to have you guys focus on my speech. So, my name is Nathan Matthias Moore, and right now I am at Claremont Graduate University in Claremont, California, where I'm doing the MA in Cultural Studies. This speech or this presentation is on my article that was recently published in Science Frontiers. The title of my presentation is Transhumanism and Class Dynamics in the Digital Age. So this presentation and this study is built upon my research for a paper. It was just recently published in the Science Frontiers with the Science Publishing Group, and the title of that journal article is The Instrumental Beyond the Human, Transhumanism, Emanation Theory, and Critical Posthumanities for the 21st Century. In it, I argue that transhumanism, far from being a neutral technological movement, is deeply embedded in class structures, power hierarchies, and historical processes that shape who has access to enhancement and who does not. At its core, transhumanism proposes that we can and should use technology to transcend our human limitations, physically, mentally, and socially. But the crucial question I want us to consider today is who gets to transcend and who benefits from human enhancement and who is left behind in this so-called post-human future. In my introduction at ClassCon to transhumanism, I want the audience to think of transhumanism as a technological movement, one that is concerned with human capabilities enhanced through emerging technologies. These include AI, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, neural enhancement, and digital augmentation. But what are the core transhumanist values, and how can we strengthen that theoretical foundation? So number one is self-enhancement. The belief that individuals should have the right to augment their own bodies and minds. This directly falls in line with a lot of what auto theory proposes in understanding and exploring our inner personhood. How long can we extend or expand our personhood? Longevity, the pursuit of extending human life. Here at Claremont, I'm at Harvey Mudd College, which is heavily focused on science and technology. And what's great about it is I've had the opportunity to be in biology classes, particularly a molecular cell biology course. And the professor there, whose work on longevity helps to educate his students and to inspire them for a radical future, where do we see these technologies taking root, especially for the younger generation who want to make things like radical life extension possible? And so that leads me to point number 3, which is how do we overcome our limitations? The idea that technological advancement should free us from our biological, cognitive, and especially here at ClassCon, our economic constraints are a conflicting but necessary progressive force. So self-enhancement, longevity, and overcoming our limitations, biological, cognitive, and economic, are really about extending the lifespan and longevity of human civilization. So, who has access to these advancements? Well, that's something that we want to introduce to the audience as something that's costly, something that's controlled by elite institutions. So, surely we have to wonder, will it be available to all? So, when academics go in to research this issue, we have to widen our existing social, racial, and economic advantages towards disparity. So not only do disparities exist out in the real world, but they exist for researchers who need to strengthen their theoretical foundation, which we will explore more in the next slide. This is a chart that I found a few days back in a science classroom. It's called the engineering design process, and the sixth step is to improve. That's a step that resonates with me. And if you look at the chart, it says, look at the model and make it better. Um, for people who are interested in class dynamics, um, improving their theoretical and in particular their scientific method is a vital component to making radical politics work. So to make it work, we have to improve the strategy and improve the scientific method of radical ideologies. And implementing those improvements will finally allow us, if we're taking a scientific approach, to communicate the engineering design process. And in so communicating, for anyone who's into rhetoric or literature, communicating your scientific method requires improvement. If anyone's familiar with Susan Hageman's work called a publication called The Cultural Return, that's a great theoretical underpinning for cultural studies and people, academic researchers who want to understand how cultural studies has evolved into its present day form, and looking at how we can improve cultural studies uh, uh, as, as a discipline, whether it be literature or whatever perspective you're taking on it. Okay, next slide. The United States Transhumanist Party is a political organization that advocates for policies that integrate emerging technologies into society. which would be great if LA could actually finally get a high-speed rail line. Something like this, for example, envisions a world where enhanced or enhancement through technology are widely available to improve our human life. But in my analysis, I caution against uncritical optimism. In other words, technology is not neutral, it is shaped by existing power structures, disparities that exist, for example, as this ClassCon conference suggests. And so, the US Transhumanist Party's vision of progress must grapple with who controls these technologies, who profits from them, and how they are distributed. Without active policies ensuring accessibility, the risk is clear. A stratified society where the wealthy become post-human and while the poor remain biologically constrained is not only possible, it's likely. So how do we strengthen our theoretical foundations? My article engages deeply with emanation theory, ontology, and critical posthumanities. These are the kinds of frameworks that need to be more explicitly woven into an improvement strategy, particularly the critical approaches to posthumanities. So, what is emanation theory and how does it relate to transhumanism? So emanation is from this collective creative force. Rather than neutral series or series of developments across time, this position makes transhumanism an ideological phenomenon and not just a technological one that requires creative activities. So if we view technology through emanation theory, then transhumanism itself is not just about individual enhancement. It is about how technology flows, shapes, and reshapes entire societies. Who controls these flows? Who determines who is enhanced or deficient? The answers to these questions determine whether transhumanism will continue to subjugate or liberate people through that collective force. And so hauntology, which is a metaphor for the ghosts of the past, especially historically, um, history has unresolved contradictions that are shaping the present. So it questions and forces us to ask more questions about how can we create something new. Um, my interjection a lot of the time has been to focus on neo-American culture. And so American culture studies, such as at Bowling Green State University, is where I'll be able, and other scholars, doctoral scholars, will be able to think about how the past hauntings and patterns of exclusion um, and control require us to shape our present with new creative forces to build on the theoretical foundations of labor exploitation, colonial extraction, and transhumanism to make progress. So, what does that all mean? That means that critical posthumanities as a whole needs to make technology and ideology an innovation that is not just science based. Technology itself is not neutral, so it carries ideological baggage, a lot of ideological baggage from the cultures that are creating it, and particularly the cultures that do not have it. So, transhumanism, if left unchecked, may simply project 21st century neoliberal capitalism into a post-human future that gets no corrections. So the critical post-humanities challenges us to ask particularly whose values are being programmed into computing, and whose ideologies are shaping the enhancement of these technologies. So we want to avoid digital serfdom at all costs and think about ways of usurping unchecked transhumanist power. Historically, technology has played a pivotal role in shaping class relations. The Industrial Revolution displaced manual laborers and concentrated a lot of that wealth into the hands of industrialists. What we're experiencing is the aftermath of the digital revolution, which created a divide between digital skills and those who remain dependent on manual labor. Now, we're presently looking at the rise of transhumanist technologies. So, who can afford cognitive and physical enhancements? And does that make people intellectually or physically superior in ways that go beyond education or economic privilege? Those left behind will exist in an underclass of the unenhanced transhumanist world, creating a stark division between transhumans and baseline humans. So without intervention, transhumanism will not democratize power, it will consolidate it into the hands of the few. So we want to expand again theoretical foundations, particularly historically. There are parallels between transhumanism and the eugenics movements of the past. So, my article touches on the dangers of seeing enhancement as a universal good. This recalls the historical precedents of eugenics where progress was used to justify exclusion and forced sterilization. So, throughout history, scientific progress has been used to justify these kinds of hierarchies. The 20th century eugenics movement claimed to enhance society, but in practice, it was a system of exclusion. So transhumanism faces a similar danger. If enhancement itself is only for the wealthy, we risk creating a bio elite and a new form of digital eugenics that will be hard to tear ourselves away from. So think about the lessons of the Hungarian avant garde movement. In my article, it connects transhumanism to the Hungarian avant-garde, which sought to break traditional hierarchies through radical artistic experimentation. So the Hungarian avant-garde was one example of challenging artistic norms in the middle of the 20th century by reconstructing space, form, and human perception to space and form. Transhumanism has the potential, like the avant-garde movement, to reinforce dominant structures or again change our human perceptions. So we want transhumanism to be a revolutionary force, something that can dismantle power but not simply replicate it in bad ways. This emerging class divide is very much visible in digital labor economies and virtual environments. We want to consider things about foresight, about the future trends that might exist. One of these is the gig economy, where digital platforms that have evolved from Uber, Amazon, and Fiverr may exploit their workers with low wage tasks, things that are precarious, while the tech elites profit from automation. In reality, we see class stratification replicated in digital spaces. Wealthy users can afford premium tools while others get locked out of their technological privileges. So this mirrors the historical pattern of technology being used as a tool of exclusion rather than inclusion. So, one lesson that is clear if we take this vantage is that if transhumanism follows this trend, which we don't want, we must actively dismantle barriers to access before the enhanced and the unenhanced become two distinct, unequal species that are at war with each other, essentially. Transhumanism is also reshaping digital identity and personhood itself. So, cognitive enhancements could create a new cognitive elite. Brain-computer interfaces could blur the line between human thought and machine intelligence. So who controls these technologies? Who determines what constitutes an enhanced identity? If corporations or governments are regulating digital identities, we risk creating a surveillance state where only certain identities are considered legitimate. This is why critical post-humanities are essential. They help us examine how power, identity, and agency intersect in the digital age. What we're then going to delve into now are the speculative scenarios. These speculative scenarios for the future hint at futuristic scenarios where transhumanism leads into an ever divided society. Scenario one is the augmented ruling class. Political leaders, CEOs, don't have to debate policies in human language. They can communicate through neural interfaces, thinking in quantum speeds that the unenhanced could not comprehend. Democracy would be obsolete because decisions are made at this quantum machine like speed. And if you don't have that kind of augmentation, you can't participate in this subliminal space of governance. The reality is that we face an enhancement that becomes privatized. So scenario two is that gig workers in the post-human economy are a part of an imaginary labor market where corporations hire enhanced humans. Cognitive heavy tasks aren't for regular people. Regular manual labor are positions that no longer exist. We could rather use augmented exoskeleton workers. So, what kind of superpositions make post-human people obsolete? It's the transhumanist divide. That's what's doing this. So, we want to create a transhumanist revolution. That's the only way to make technology more sustainable. So, the future can't be predetermined. It has to be open source. Transhumanism and enhancement has to be open source, just like open source articles or AI or biotech that's not controlled by worker cooperatives rather than corporations in this world. Augmentation isn't about privilege, it's about breaking those hierarchies. So, what path will we take? One of the most pressing issues is who will have access to transhumanist healthcare. In my research, I draw parallels between the history of prosthetics and modern biomedical enhancements. So, repeating the mistakes of the past won't extend our lifespan or improve our cognition or prevent disease. Healthcare, if it remains privatized, will only become a luxury of the wealthy and exacerbate health disparity. So we must consider equal access to enhancements, the biologically disadvantaged, and if the enhanced elites will live longer, faster, and indefinitely while others are left behind. So without proactive policies, transhumanism risks creating, again, not only a technological or economic caste system, but a biological one
Hey, Nathan.
where enhanced people have physical capabilities that are just beyond normal
Yes.
comprehension.
Hey,
Am I
Nathan, I'm
going too
sorry
long?
to interrupt you, but in interest
Yes.
of time, could you maybe conclude? Or we're running a little bit over, so I apologize to interrupt you, but could you maybe wrap up your fascinating topic? And I know we could talk about this for days and days, but just in the interest of time.
Okay. Yes. And the rest of the PowerPoint will be on academia if you're interested. Um, yeah. Do I need to do the questions, the Q&A?
We'll actually do that together. So I'll present, and then there'll be an open Q&A session for both of us. And then really
Okay.
we're standing in the way of cake. So, that's the real important thing. Let's be honest.
In
Yes.
conclusion, the question that
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing. Thank you.
Let me pull up your stuff really fast. Is that okay? So once this loads, Christine, first. Oops. There. Oh, I think I skipped ahead one slide.
Can we go back?
Maybe. There we go. All right. You can use that or that. They'll both should work.
Is it
It should be
that
this
one?
side.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Hey, everyone. So I am going to be a little bit more on the nose than most of the other presentations about class consciousness in higher education. So thank you for joining me today as we talk about technological classism. Jump ahead. Technology access has become a hidden critical barrier to educational equity, impacting marginalized students across disciplines. I'm Christine Cattell. I'm a technology ethicist and American culture studies scholar, and I study how humans and robots live and work together, which means I also study the ethics, biases, and control inherent in emergent technologies. I've been a lifelong technology geek, and I'm currently working on my second graduate degree looking at technology and society. Remember this, and I'm not sure if those of you on Zoom can see it. I hope you can. So these are two students sitting in a Taco Bell parking lot. This is during the COVID-19 lockdown. This image went viral. These students are attempting to do homework, but they don't have internet access at home. They need to use the restaurant's internet access. Some of our college students are in this same boat. Years ago, when I was doing my master's, I spent many hours sitting in hotel parking lots, borrowing Wi-Fi to do research and homework. Yeah. We've heard this term, the digital divide, and normally this term is used to talk about what is access. But frankly, the digital divide, this evolving digital exclusion, falls into four phases, often talked about as four generations. So we have basic internet access, the second generation, quality gaps. These first two are, can you get to the internet? Do you have a reliable computer or smartphone? Do you have the tools? Do you have access to a printer? Do you have the right software? The third category here is, do you know how to use this stuff? We'll talk about more of that in a minute. And the last one is, are you aware of how knowledge is fed to you and kept from you? Using things like algorithmic bias, systems of control, the over surveillance of poor populations. Here, kids these days are technology experts, but it feels like 1,000 times a week. And there's two problems with that. The first one is kids these days, let's stop that. This term is generally used to refer to anybody under 30 years of age. And so these digital natives that have grown up using technology for most pieces of their lives, from ordering dinner to chatting with their friends, will also be the first to tell you that they are not technology experts. And that they really wish that you would stop assuming that they are, because it's difficult to ask for help. And I'm seeing nods in the room because more of you in the room fall into this category than don't. And then the idea that digital natives use technology so they understand it is akin to, I've been driving for 30 some years and I could not replace the engine in my car. The fact that I use it doesn't mean I understand how it works. Fun fact you may or may not know that the tech illiteracy and the I don't understand or I hate technology is every bit as prevalent in 18 to 22-year-olds as it is in 80-plus-year-olds. The literacy assumptions we're making equal systemic exclusion. The more authority figures, and in context of a conference like this, teachers assume everybody knows that, then the harder it is for the students that need help to ask for it. And you're further dividing yourself away from your students who most need your help. Screen are 4 categories that roughly contain all of our fields. Everything we study, talk about, read about, teach about, think about. And while we can argue about are these the right 4 words, for the next couple minutes, let's just go with it. Because the truth is, all of our fields, all of our disciplines require technological proficiency these days. So the humanities, students will be expected to understand digital archiving. Students will be expected to understand how to use citation tools and the ethics of emerging technologies. Our science students must run lab simulations, analyze data, and use a whole variety of specialized software. Our professional students must be proficient in industry standards, which increasingly means the efficient use of generative AI tools. And lastly, let's not forget our art students. Digital creation tools are not going away, much as some of us may hope they do. And so students will be expected not only to be proficient in using the tool, but understanding the ethics and the legality of artificial creation and digital manipulation of somebody else's work. And so this requirement that all fields have a technological proficiency creates another invisible barrier for students that don't have access. Which takes us back to our technological barriers and a reminder that we have to consider, do our students have access to the hardware, infrastructure, software that's required? Do they know how to use it? Are we creating an environment in which our students are feeling doubly marginalized, both by class and by technology literacy and access? One of those literacy items that has been much in conversation lately is artificial intelligence in higher education. But normally, right, what we're talking about is how students use AI. Increasingly, though, the focus is on how institutions are using AI tools. And that's important because, like many other things in our society, these AI tools are not neutral. They reinforce societal biases. And what does that mean for a conference such as this? It means that artificial intelligence, all of the tools wrapped up in how we use that term, are class barriers in higher education. And for grading and assessments, reinforce bias. Software disproportionately punishes marginalized students. At-risk predictive analytics entrench stereotypes. So what can we, before I get to what can we do about that, last year at ClassCon, I did a presentation on AI in higher ed and concluded that it's just a tool. It's neither hero nor villain, as the question asks. But as educators, it's our responsibility to use it ethically and to teach our students the harm and help in each of our disciplines and how they can use these tools ethically and accurately. So what can you do? For the instructors in the room, for the educators in the room, think about digital tool requirements the same way you think about other requirements for your course, like reading lists and assessments. So how do you ensure that all your students have equal access to the material you're presenting or you're covering? How do you balance students who come into the class with prior knowledge alongside students that are very new to your topic? So likewise, How do you design inclusive, supportive AI policy statements? Determine if a student needs to print their assignments for you. Determine what software they must buy or subscribe to for your class. Coming back to AI specifically, and increasingly institutions are using artificial intelligence tools as surveillance, as ways to catch students. And so some things we know. Facial recognition technology works poorly for darker skin tones. Students with unstable internet get falsely flagged for cheating. AI analytics classify students at high risk based on biased data. So this is an interesting statistic or an interesting fact, because statistics that are gathered about you and people like you, air quotes for those that can't see me, people like you, pre-bias the system against you, or for the privilege set for them. And then once we shift from thinking about how these tools can be used to discipline students, to punish students, once we start thinking about support instead of discipline, stop thinking about our students as criminals first. Because when did we start thinking of students as criminals? Cheats and liars to be caught out, rather than complicated human beings that are struggling with diverse backgrounds, workloads, multiple courses that they're balancing, life, struggling with understanding your material at your pace. Whatever all of that, all this technology stuff that they're required to both afford and understand. So what do you think about AI tools as mentors? What if, again, we stop thinking about them as punishment, and we start thinking about how we use tools to provide students with advisors and mentors and tutors that could support their learning in ways that best help them and as a way to level the playing field. We could, if we wanted bad enough. And conferences like this are lovely because we're all engaged in similar conversations about moving society forward in positive ways. So we think about reframing our artificial intelligence tools for equity and justice instead of control. Because we have to remember that every technological decision is an ethical decision. And when we're making ethical decisions around technology, we have to keep class centered in that conversation in order to not perpetuate inequities. We know that solutions require both structural and individual change. So what can we do at a structural level, at the institutional, at the university level? On the screen are 6 commonly suggested: audit for bias and discrimination, create ethical oversight committees, consider non-surveillance-based AI tools, consider how the tools you're using for surveillance might be retrofitted. In terms of connection to this conference, let's talk about these last 3. Universities expanding technology grants, having longer lab hours and in more spaces, and offering additional equipment loans. So more students have access to these tools that we tell them you must have to be successful in job market. You just this stuff. We have this barrier that we assume they already have access and already know, and don't perpetuate. And I don't want to say don't, but do not create a large enough pool of resources for all the students who need it to have access. at the individual level, at our course levels. You can consider the cost of the things you're asking your students to do. To the cost of the equipment or the cost of the software, the literacy barriers, the bias in those tools. How are you going to make sure all of your students know how to use what you're asking them to use? Are there free or cheaper alternatives that work with your pedagogy? And lastly, stop thinking of your students like criminals. This is a hill I will die on. Resist the punitive AI tools. Also recognize that you cannot resist AI at all. That toothpaste is out of the tube. And we never are going backwards. So how do we use these in ways that benefit us? So the last question I'm going to leave you with today is, what steps will you take to improve technology justice in your courses? And I'd like to thank you for your time. And of course, I'm super interested in hearing your thoughts on how we can move forward into a technologically just and equitable higher education environment. And with that note, we move into the Q&A with Nathan and myself. And Haley's going to help set that up. And then after we're done with our short Q&A, we have
All right, we're all good.
other cool things going on as well. So let me start with, are there any questions in the audience for Nathan or myself or both of us?
Actually, I had one because I liked your presentation because one of the things that I do is I teach English composition. And so over like the last year or so, I'm actually getting students who will put things through what's the safe aside. And it'll come back saying, oh, there's like 75% AI. And then I have to have these long conversations with these students to like, what is actually going on here?
And good for you for asking the question and having the conversation. Many of your peers are just like, oh.
Well, see, part of it is that presupposes that that computer program is absolutely infallible. And I have come to the realization that all technology is fallible. If all human beings are fallible, and we have created this that technology by sheer nature of that, there's some degree of fallibility in that system. And so, but it also takes a lot of time. So I'm curious about how we go and deal with that issue of how we go and actually have students actually like do stuff and not just let's learn AI do it for them. Because I'm not the only one who's actually dealing with that. I actually have another instructor in marketing that I know, and he's saying, "Oh yeah, I actually have to have I'm like failing papers because students are turning it in, and it's like they're literally going to GPT saying, Chat GPT, can you write a paper for me?"
So I have three thoughts.
Yes.
The first one is recognizing, as you had mentioned, that not all of these tools are accurate, 100% accurate. Also know that the AI detection tools are set to flag overly formal language that our students think English teachers want. So you're in a particularly bad position for this. Because they think, oh, English teachers, they all write well. I have to write extra well. So they pull out the thesaurus and they use all these big words they don't necessarily understand. And also, our students who English is not their first language, who have learned a British English and then translated it to American English, their work is going to flag significantly higher, in some studies 83% higher, as AI generated rather than human generated, because it's too formal to be American. So that's one thought. The second thought is there's a presentation, and I can't remember Bill's last name right now, from Eastern Michigan University, who's an English professor, who talked about this when computers think, what happens to our thought, basically. And he talks about getting students excited about writing as a thinking tool, writing rather than writing as a product, which I'm using in my cultural history classes. And then thirdly, and the local shout out is at BGSU, our Center for Faculty Excellence, our CFE department, has a fantastic series on AI, and they do one-on-one consultations with your specific assignments or course material and how best to navigate this specifically for you. And they're fantastic. Reach out to Sally Phelan for a conversation about this. She'll hook you up with the right person in the department. This talk came out of 7 of their AI sessions that I've been through, and I was a panelist on one of their sessions, and I'm currently in a gendered regimes of AI learning community where some of this thought came from as well. So there's some really cool resources here.
Now, are those sessions recorded?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So you guys gotta go on one.
I don't think they're publicly available,
Okay.
but if you reach out to them, they would send you a link, I'm sure. And they'll ask you some questions to get you the right, because otherwise you got, I don't know, 14, 24 hours or something to listen to. So they'll get you the right segments for you. So those are my 3 thoughts and answer to that question. Other questions? Any questions for Nathan online or for myself? And if not, we can go to Kit. But I'm going to pose a question to those of you in the physical audience because I don't know how to do this on Zoom. So I apologize. I've had my back to the Zoom group. I apologize, guys. As technologically literate as I am, I'm still pretty anti-video communication because I like the in-person thing. So I'm going to pose a question to those of you in the audience that piggybacks on this notion of using generative AI to write papers. You are seeing that in your own courses, and you don't have to self-identify as like I'm seeing it because I'm doing it, or I'm seeing it because I'm seeing my students do it. Right? So virtually everybody in the class, a couple of people know, but roughly quick head count, 80% of the class is struggling with the same thing. And it's part of why BG doesn't have an official AI policy yet, because they're still gathering information from instructors on what best is going to work across the disciplines. Any last minute? Yes. Sure.
I've seen a couple of my professors start to interview like that. And I was just curious if there's any of those and those are kind of affecting or this one.
Excellent question. So the question was, some teachers are beginning to implement an AI educational or AI diversity module, and do I think that's effective? So that just came out I think it came out over winter break. I think it's new for spring semester. I implemented it as a stand-in for a session we weren't needing. So it's in place of hours, and I teach a 2000 level course. And but what I've noticed and what I expected is they didn't bake it into a lesson where I didn't come into class and we went through it together. And so students who were interested did it, and students who weren't interested didn't do it. I'm designing this to be different going forward. I think it is a great high level introduction, but I think it needs to be paired with a um, course specific usage and very clearly what kinds of things does that teacher allow for these kinds of assignments and what don't they allow. And I think we've not done a great job. Speaking as an educator, I think we've not done a great job at that across the board. And some students are confused and like, well, if you don't say specifically no, then I must be able to. I think there's a lot of room for confusion. And I look for next academic year that getting tightened a little bit more in because of a lot of the things that CFE is doing, I think we will end up having better better assignment descriptions that say, in this assignment, you're allowed to use Grammarly, you're allowed to use ChatGPT to come up with brainstorming ideas, you're allowed to use Perplexity to find sources, but you must tell me you did that. And then I'm building a particular course where there's a semester long research project, and using AI is built into that. And so there's places where you stop and you analyze its accurateness and its bias, and that's built in. It's an ethics course, so it's built into using these tools, and then students get to find out for themselves how they're being lied to, and then where it is helpful, which is way better than me standing up there saying, you know, students only believe us about half the time. It's a great question. Thank you.
Keep a hold of that mic. Why don't we do our last raffle before everyone gets cake? And then we grab cake, bring it back, and then at 6:30 we're gonna do the Bowling Green Socialist open class.
And then we'll have some closing remarks, and then we'll close it out. So turns out my hand can fit in this.
So everybody will go downtown and have a party.
Announce the winner. That's a U.S. bank. 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 U.S. Bank.
The one person who is on.
Because this feels like a fix, I gotta be honest.
So, Jamie. Okay, he's already out of state, so. Yeah.
Hey, this.
Jeremy is donating his.
Oh my God.
One more time.
Nope, you don't.
Oh.
Yeah, let's not be a professor this time. Oh my God, it was just
Christine bought one. Not gonna lie, Christine bought.
Oh my God, and that was Heather, who also donated hers.
You okay?
Together.
Should I just close my eyes and point? Christine bought a crap ton. You should pull all my phone.
Oh my God. Because my name was pulled first, can I just take it and give the items away to people? Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. That was beautiful. Nathan, thank you so much, and we're looking.
What a great troubleshooter.
Yeah, and Nathan, we're looking forward to seeing you here in person next year, because that'll
Yeah,
be
great.
exciting too. Right.
Bye.
Oh my gosh.
I ran out of hangers, so. But it's also based on my line, so. One, two, but stickers won't stick on it. It's like the material on the outside of the boat. It's like, it's one big, it's not like black. So.
That's weird. In my live stream, it shows I have one of those like, do this with your HP laptop. It's not on my computer though. So it's not real. Is what I've decided. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's probably too close to be one of my I know she went around it, so really there's what's from a little I'll try my trade enough. Yeah, it's Is she done? I think so. I can do some more color. It's grown so much. You know. Oh, one. How it's going to go through that. Something all the slides are up there and it's on were you ready? Yeah. I like 3D. You know, I'm a so fan of 3D. It has kept my brain from not wanting. I've never seen someone at poker on something that you pointed out the past few days. Really. Or into the 60s, and it was here and you sort of keep the track of a couple of times. Why did it release something different? Oh, sad. Are you good?
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Is it going there or is this trash? You're good. Oh, okay. Well.
One, going to be leading the class for our culinary socialists today. Uh, Unfortunately, Bryce wasn't able to come today and lead the class. His grandmother just passed away, so he had to be with his family, and he was supporting on that. But I just received these slides and notes today, so I'm mostly going to be going off of the top of my head of what I remember from the past year and a half or so about these student protests and what's going on with Palestine. So bear with me here. We're going to try to go really fast through these because I want the discussion to take center stage. Okay, so I'm Ben Thomason. I am a former PhD student here. I graduated last year in ACS, American Culture Studies, and I co-founded Bowling Green Socialists with another ACS PhD student, John Miller, in fall of 2022. We're a student organization on campus working to amplify the voice power of BGs, what we like to call BGs diverse, working class and oppressed majority. And we just try to do a lot of stuff to people and also raise each other's consciousness. So if you're interested in education, political education, and advocacy, and trying to find better ways of collectively advocating for things, we'd love to have you join us, whether you're an undergrad, grad student, or alumni, or just a resident of the area. So, big thanks to John Haley and the Class Con crew for putting this together again. This conference started in the same year that Bowling Green Central started, so we've had a class every single year so far, and we hope to work with people, work with us more in the future. So I'm gonna get right into it. So this is analyzing the student intifada, which is derived from Arab term for like shaking off. And more literally, it means like an uprising. Originally coined in the 1980s for the first Intifada in Palestine, occupied Palestine, and the second Intifada in I believe the early 2000s. So this is the student U.S. Intifada focused on Palestinian solidarity, focused on the genocidal war campaign in Gaza. That's us over there. From the last year's ClassCon photo. Grace, who couldn't be here, is dead center in the middle. He's our current president. Graduated. And Dylan is behind me with mask on. So it's us. So what is this student intifada? It was the student encampment protests of March and April 2024, last year. They were temporary outdoor protest sites organized by pro-Palestinian student activists and aimed to primarily pressure universities to divest from Israel because we love our universities now and how they're all like basically like investment firms. And they have just like massive investments everywhere, and they're like also real estate developers that offer classes. That can offer classes. So they have a lot of investments in a lot of shitty stuff. And this protest was meant to highlight that, expose it, it would shame the university into trying to divest from these things. Context is that you had protests intensify post October 7th, 2023, when the war started, and the Israelis engaged in this campaign of mass carpet bombing and invasion of Gaza that has killed, we really don't know how many, at least, what is it, like, is there 60,000 or so have at least definitely been killed? Probably way, way more. So that created a need for student engagement, student protests. Some early examples is at Tulane University, there was a major confrontation between pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli Zionist protesters. There's also some great video of these protesters being faced down by riot police. Lots of riot police being called down to that's the state security forces crush these unarmed undergrads. While free speech utopias known as universities. Also, lots of pro-Palestinian students being doxxed. You might have seen these famous trucks that were like put around New York City of like, okay, Columbia's USDT symbols. Here's their name. Here's the contact info. Here's like why they're a criminal. Counter protesters and Zionists in general have been extremely violent during these times. There was a Palestinian student in Vermont who was shot and paralyzed from the chest down because he was targeted for basically wearing a Palestinian scarf. There was a famous child who was stabbed to death by his landlord, because he was targeted because he was a Muslim, and the man tried to murder his mother as well. Just last month, there was a very strange episode in Miami where a Zionist American opened fire on two men who he thought were Palestinians, and he wanted to kill them. He sort of like, yes, them because they're Palestinians, and I killed them. Turns out they were Israeli Jews. and Israelis thought that it was a Palestinian who was attacking them, and so they said, like, Palestinian terrorists tried to kill us, death to Arabs. and then deleted it once they figured out that actually it was a Jewish student guy. So issues of anti-Semitism and the U.S.'s unique relationship with Israel were center stage in these things. Israel has been bipartisan consensus issue for much of American history. This was a major challenge to that bipartisan consensus that we stand with Israel no matter what. And if you don't stand with Israel, if you don't support Israel, that means you are anti-Jewish. So, big spectacle from this were the politicians bringing these presidents of Ivy League universities to put them on blast about their lack of clamping down on these protests, accusing them of fostering or tolerating anti-Semitism. These presidents tried to equivocate, tried to appeal to both sides, and didn't really work out for them. They ended up getting put out, forced out their positions anyway. To put this in a political development perspective, these encampments represent a kind of change in tactics. So, despite massive political pressure, these protests continued throughout spring 2024, and the encampments, while not took inspiration, well, not entirely new, they took inspiration from anti-apartheid activism and anti-Vietnam War activism of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And people very much tried to highlight the similarities between South African apartheid and Israeli apartheid, and how this is a struggle that is connected to what we now learn about with Nelson Mandela about civil rights and anti-colonialism. Improvements made from previous mass organizing and encampment movements like Occupy Wall Street is that these encampments were generally better organized. They tended to have clear demands, like that was from Israeli military ties, and financial transparency about what the university invests in, and amnesty for detained students. So more centralized, more organized, and a bit more effective in that way. Columbia University, probably the most famous example of this, and I believe the first major encampment that kind of inspired other encampments across the country. So on April 17th is when Columbia students wrecked these encampments, and that sparks others at University of Michigan, University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, some major universities actually. Led by Jewish Voices for Peace and Students for Justice in Palestine, among other student orgs. I want to also shout out Palestine Youth Movement, a major one. Did a really great conference on Palestine, the People's Conference for Palestine in May of 2024 in Detroit. I got to attend there, Bryce and I got to attend. So this leadership was useful for trying to navigate hostile media. Like they had people who were actually trying to talk with the media and say like, you appears to with the media. We're not going to let the media come in and just talk with any schmuck who's going to say some stupid bit. And the media is going to take that and say that look, this is representative of the nuclear movement. We're going to have more. Student organizers were creating encampment guidelines, which were very helpful for keeping order in the area. And encampments would have a degree of leadership that BLM and Occupy Wall Street previously did not. This is an example of one of the encampment community guidelines. I won't go through all of them, but they talk about things like don't use drugs or alcohol in here, pick up your trash, unsexually assault people, respect personal boundaries. This isn't a place to like get drunk and high and have sex and dumbasses. So police repression. These ripples are still very much ongoing. The Columbia protests, you can find some really striking videos of problems of police officers, going into these encampments to break them up, arrest the students. Counter protesters being allowed at UCLA, being allowed by the police to fight with the protesters and throw fireworks into crowds and just generally try to hurt people for hours, and then once they are done causing trouble, the police come in and shoot the students with rubber bullets. Some really harrowing photos and images, videos of that. And what's happening now, especially as students are facing expulsions and criminal charges. International students, most famously, like Mahmoud Khalil, who was kidnapped from New York and sent all the way down to Louisiana with no criminal charge, as Greek, who is a legal resident and green card holder. But there have already been many expulsions and long-term suspensions as well applied to domestic students just this week. The Trump administration is dangling funding for the university over their heads and saying, if you want this funding, you gotta destroy your students' democratic rights. Okay. This is lessons and victories from this. We had some partial divestment victories, very few, to be honest. These universities were hard to budge for these issues. But what was much more successful, I think, is changing public perception of these issues. You now have a clear majority, about 60% of Democrats, people who identify as Democrats, who view Palestine, who are more sympathetic toward Palestinians and the Palestinian cause versus the Israelis. So there has been a major discourse shift, even if there hasn't been these institutions have been intransigent. Obviously, comes with increased public awareness, and it brings this what was once very marginal into the mainstream. And I'll have a point later about the universities and thoughts there, but I'll end it there. Thank you for listening. I'd love to first.
This is more just a broad question that I just have also wondered about. For some of these students who have been expelled, just actually today I found out someone I went to undergrad with, a Columbia student who was just expelled this morning. Are there support systems set up in any way for some of these activists who are now suddenly losing an assistantship, perhaps? Or, now what do I do after spending all these years trying to get a degree and I was just unceremoniously sent an email?
I think other people can chime in on this. I don't know of strong organizations that provide concrete resources in terms of legal aid and economic assistance. I'm sure I know things like the National Lawyers Guild exists, these progressive legal organizations that are usually involved in issues related to civil rights like that. Something that I think has been helpful and will be more helpful in the future is we are starting to get, as an argument, more of an organized left in this country that can mobilize people to kind of protest these things and to create organizations for solidarity. If you look at the outlook Breakthrough News, they've done a lot of great coverage of this. They went to Louisiana to interview Mahmoud and get his words out right away. Groups like the I'm biased, so yes, I guess full disclosure, I'm a member of the Party for Socialist Liberation, but PSL has also been involved in a lot of these really big political queries, the really big ones in DC. They were deeply involved in that. They've had people protesting outside the prison. So like the fact that you can get people down into the street and like protest there is kind of new. So yeah, there's growing support around these things, but not. I don't think it's strong. It's strong enough to stand up to money and organization of the state.
Yeah. On the local level, the University of Michigan Graduate Students Union is pretty heavily involved, or has been pretty involved with it seems to be working to provide support for their students. I haven't personally heard of any expulsions. There's some students that are doing this, which obviously you have your ability to do your job and to study. When I return to a level, the kids focuses on enforcement of the contract, making sure that students aren't able to do work growth in their jobs immediately either. Also providing legal support. We've done a lot of hack report to sort of encouragements against the charges held against some of these students. Yes, the union doesn't have a ton of interest. It's really always crowdsourcing. So long terms.
Yeah, any other thoughts about the significance or lessons of these student encampments, recent student activism, its failures, its results?
Another question. So obviously the Trump administration is handling the funding of public school by is how are we supposed to fight back against that threat against our rights if our university will also might be against us because it's their funding that's it.
Yeah, that's a big question for like scares people. Like feminism is meant to scare people into doing a thing. Yeah, I think one good thing or one necessary thing that came out of this process is that there's this Slavoj Žižek quote where he says like the first step to liberation is to make your boss act like a boss. No more of this like none of this like, oh, I'm gonna like act like your friend, we're gonna have pizza party and like we're all just like coworkers working together. Like no, like make those relationships clear, order us to do things, clamp down on like what we're doing because we like let's just be honest about like the conflicts that we have with each other. And I think something similar can be applied to these universities. That like the repression uh, is horrifying in a lot of ways, but at the same time, it's also somewhat natural and necessary as part of this process. That the facade, the narrative facade of universities and what they represent, who they represent, what interests they represent, needs to kind of be put in the open. And part of that means if the students are doing something that is going to threaten like U.S. imperialism and the university's like bottom line, that they are that is beyond the pale. Like if you want to actually change things, you kind of have to threaten people. Like you have to have a real threat, a real change. If you're not doing that, then it's kind of like they're just like prettying the country club. You would find the country club. So these things were kind of necessary in that they showed the kind of repressive, like class character of the university, of these institutions, and also, like with those conversion hearings, shows kind of the powerlessness of them and their subordination to the government. So it's like not only will they not protect your basic democratic rights and stand up for you, they can't even stand up for themselves. Like they're going to be they're trying to like these things are rotting from the bottom up, and they're trying to insulate themselves for as long as possible. But at the end of the day, they are also uh, not in a powerful position. Um, I think the previous speaker who talked about advocacy, what was his name? Olio. Made some really good points about like be public, be open, like don't being public is its own protection because like people know who you are, they know what's happening to you, and if you get arrested or you get clamped down on, people will hear about it, and you might have supporters who will actually come out and help you. Uh, being being professional, so like we're not doing people aren't revolutionaries because it's cool, right? Or they shouldn't. They shouldn't be revolutionary because revolution is a cool thing to do, right? You should be doing these things because you understand what's at stake and you understand the need for reform and change and the barriers to.
And you two just trying to forget it. Sadly, I'm so well, I just need the TV. They're supposed to do that though. They're supposed to turn off at midnight. The library thinks it's on European time. They know why. Yeah, they do. Yeah. So some of the systems of academia and bureaucracy don't work all the time. Yeah. They can't fix their cost. I know that.
So you have to be prepared for refreshing. You have to account for that. You have to know what you're up against. And I think that's what like a lot of Marxism and socialism offers to people. Like there's a lot of accusations, especially when it comes to something that is economically determinist, or it's like it's this like gives you this formula that is rigid and uh, that doesn't account for like human agency and things like that. But I think one of the great things it does is it helps you figure out like how does this system work? Like you might know where it would be, but like you need to figure out how to get through. And like Marxism is great at like opening up the hood of like this system that we're using current and figuring out how does it work, what are the barriers to getting to where we want to go, what are we really up against and how we need to overcome that. So yeah, that's good. That's really long-winded, but it's a big question that I don't think can be answered satisfactorily in a few minutes.
Well, there's nothing else since we're now on the deadline of cleaning up in an hour.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you everyone for now listening. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And so on.
All right. So thank you for being here today and supporting ClassCon. And I'm proud now to introduce one of the greatest supporters of ClassCon, Haley Shipley. Yes, I'm putting on my announcer voice to say this. She's a graduate of BGSU's MA in Popular Culture and a current graduate student in American Cultural Studies. Haley is the founder of ClassCon and co-president of the Ray Brown Association. And I've seen firsthand how hard she has worked to make today possible. This could not have happened at all without her. I wouldn't be here without her either. Her kindness and her support mean so much to all of us. And I would also make me emotional. Thank you for your hard work and your commitment, and for your commitment to class studies. I've seen it in the classes we've been in together and every day, and also through your amazing research on corn, which I would be remiss to leave out. So we're going to take a deep breath, and then I'm going to hand the mic over to Haley to send us on out.
But here from the beginning, you just know me. Side of teaching basically. There's some former students, and I'm pretty good. But no, I want to cry in front of any of my classes. Thank you. I've done that. I've done it a lot. But I wouldn't buy it. It's fun. But as I opened up the conference with some opening remarks, and one of the things I talked about was this idea of community. That sometimes community is really hard because it includes even those people that we may not like. But true community isn't about friendship, it's about making positive change. And Olivia's talk, especially, I found very inspiring today, as he said, you know, advocacy has to be more than one day. It has to be visible and it has to be consistent. And for everyone still watching the live stream, all of this will also be archived on YouTube. Who are watching the archive, all the people who are here, who have collaborated with ClassCon. We do want it to be more than just a weekend a year. That takes also a lot of time and labor, and there are a table full of us that have organized this. So it's kind of like a call to action. Throughout the next year, if you were like, man, I went to an elsewhere production that talks about class, reach out to ClassCon and say, hey, wouldn't it be cool if they did a table read? If you were having student films, a poem, something you had written yourself, an organization you were a part of, you're like, man, we could collaborate and do something. Then reach out and do that. A thing that I talked a lot about at the beginning is kind of the point that Hope was just speaking about. There is a fear right now of programs, events like this not getting funding. This is partly funded, actually mostly funded through BGSU associated things. If BGSU decides we can't do DEI initiatives and include costs in that, we're not going to be in the library next year. That's kind of scary. So, it's about reaching out and keeping this community alive. And that means, for lack of a better metaphor, this is the one I'm going with. Do you guys have a Christmas carol? If they have a Christmas carol, which is maybe my favorite book, Scrooge realizes that he's not dead, wakes up, and before he goes out and realizes it's still Christmas, he jumps out of the bed, throws off the curtains on his fancy bed, and is like, now that I have been visited by these spirits, I'm going to live in the past, the present, and the future. Spirits, what you've taught me, I will take with me every day. And if you watch Christmas Carol, it's kind of summed up as keep the spirit of Christmas alive all year round. And I think ClassCon is complete Christmas. Mostly for me, it's okay, this is the big event that I kind of look forward to every year. Their presents of a different kind, I guess. But, think of the work that we're doing, not just as this weekend, not just as weekly protest, but as something we carry on and do every single day. And really, if you know someone in the can, you may like this. We have an email, classcon@bgs2. We have a Gmail. Pray. Will send follow-up with the actual email of the Gmail because I don't remember. It's right around something. But thank all of you for being here, and we really hope to see you all next year, but maybe throughout the year. This is a community that I think can create positive change and hopefully this campus. And I'm excited to do that work with everybody. So thank you all again for coming. It's been a really great 2 days. And thank you all again.
so I won't figure out how to shut off. But also, if you are interviewing at a table, if you could do us a really big favor and turn the table like horizontal, I would really make somebody where it's like this way. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Ray.
It's like when you were in elementary school and you have to put your chair up on the desk at the end of the day. Shoot.
Right. It's like, what do you have?
Yeah.
Like,
Goodbye. Recording. I think I know how to do this correctly. Look, I might cancel this. Confusing people for listening here. Goodbye. I'm gonna mute now. And meeting. Stop.